So this kid gets dumped into a D-rank dungeon by a goated SS rank hunter. Even the party leader is totally tripping, wondering who this scrawny dude actually is. Right during the super awkward intros, some girl just straight up kisses our boy's cheek, claims it is just a greeting, totally unhinged behavior if you ask me. Our main guy definitely is not vibing with it either. He looks seriously annoyed. But later in that exact dungeon, he hard carries saving her from a massive boss. Obviously, that epic flex makes the girl in the tiny shorts blush super hard. She is completely down bad for him now, especially after he soloed the whole zone. Cut to the next day's entrance exams, she is still hardcore daydreaming about him, just completely losing her mind over our guy. When some high-rank creep tries hitting on her, guess who pulls up to save the day again? This young dude dressing like a literal grandpa effortlessly puts the bully in a chokehold. He holds him down until security finally drags the guy away. Crazy part? He grabs her, and she's low-key totally hyped. She is basically swooning over how ridiculously mature this kid acts for his age. Our guy literally could not care less about romance, completely ignoring an absolute baddie trying to flirt. At this point, I am thinking he might be gay, but I have absolutely zero proof. The actual truth is, inside his head, all these girls are basically just literal toddlers to him. And the insane plot twist I am dropping totally explains why he dresses like a 120-year-old boomer. That is because he actually is one. Meet the goated hunter Gwak Pilseong, an absolute legend who cleared over 10,000 dungeons. Dude is 200 years old, just look at that completely decayed, crusty state he is somehow still surviving in. So how exactly did he become a young kid again? So why are all these baddies suddenly obsessed with him? No isekai truck here, no random cheat codes or sudden magic systems either. Dude just grinded dungeons for years until he literally reverse-aged. Peak Gigachad energy. Let me rewind to the start so this actually makes sense. Bro, why are you gay? Everything flipped the day these sick mysterious gates dropped monsters into our world. Meanwhile, a few lucky humans got hyped up with totally cracked supernatural abilities. We started calling them hunters, absolute legends, risking their own lives daily to stomp out that massive monster threat. Everyone in the crowd started low-key panicking. This one hardcore dungeon gate supposedly goated enough to break top tiers stayed wide open. Then some guy yelled out, pointing right at someone walking out. The second he stepped through, the crowd went absolutely wild. Gate finally closed. The dude casually dropped that he fully cleared the entire place. That was the goated hunter Gwak Pilseong, still slamming shut crazy dungeons even in his late 60s. Then out of nowhere, this absolute beast completely vanished off the grid, leaving behind nothing but wild rumors about his insane stats. Flash forward 10 years, this random old guy claims he is that exact same legend. Getting zero respect from the younger dudes obviously left him pretty damn salty. One worker started totally venting to his buddy, complaining the boomer actually thinks he is Gwak Pilseong. He called straight cap on the whole thing. No way some top-tier legend gets stuck chilling in a basic nursing home. But his friend pointed out it honestly could track matching name and age after all. So these two just figure the old dude was some stand-up comedian back in his prime. So they start chatting, basically saying they totally would have skipped this gig if they were actual hunters, and how they desperately need a drink after work. But then, one guy spots some super exhausted dude. He completely rushes over to check on him. But his brain short-circuits because a massive, literal giant ant just casually spawns right inside the room. The bug grabs the poor dude right by the neck, and he quickly starts begging for help, only for the giant insect to just straight up chop his head clean off. Completely brutal. The male nurse is absolutely terrified, watching this entire nightmare unfold in pure horror. The ant decides to pack up another guy, but right then, our armed hero completely launches into the air. He stabs the nasty beast right in the dome, leaving the nurse shook. But wait, he gets even more stunned, because his lifesaver is actually the goated Gwak Pilseong, who tells him to bounce immediately. The legendary hunter orders the nurse to evacuate everyone right now, since the ants are swarming everywhere. This leaves the guy totally stressing for his safety, since Pilseong is about to solo these monsters. But Gwak Pilseong totally reassures him, saying he definitely will not push past his own limits today. Hearing that, you already know the nurse is totally certain this guy is the real Gwak Pilseong, though he seriously wonders why a legend is just chilling in a nursing home. As the sun starts setting, these massive bugs just keep endlessly spawning right out of the portal. Gwak Pilseong just watches in absolute silence. He is wondering how the Hunter Association completely missed this gate. Suddenly, one of the monsters completely spots him and lets out an insane screech to alert the whole squad. Since his cover is blown, the old man finally decides to act. So Gwak Pilseong literally charges the ants from above, absolutely burying his blade right into the first one's head. Then he suddenly notices another bug trying to sneak a bite from behind. He quickly sidesteps those deadly jaws. Honestly, Gwak Pilseong is getting incredibly annoyed by these basic insects. So our absolute goat takes down 4 ants with one insanely fast slash of his regular kitchen knife. Just like that, Gwak Pilseong stands completely alone among these giant beast corpses. Feeling so incredibly gassed after squashing a few bugs really makes the dude realize something. He is seriously getting way too old, heavily wishing he could just be young again. But as something starts wiggling, the old man suddenly notices. A literal giant praying mantis has spawned right behind him. The old hunter casually asks the giant bug if it is actually the final boss of this raid, but this brainless beast obviously ignores him, aggressively attacking the old man and slamming him into a massive rock. This dude is built way differently. Realizing Gwak Pilseong is stun-locked, the mantis gets totally ready to sink its nasty teeth super deep into his flesh, but right before it can even take a single bite, the old man aggressively snaps his eyes wide open. He literally roasts the monster for its disgusting breath, and watch this, our hero violently stabs its head. Taking massive damage, the bug tries shaking Gwak Pilseong off by recklessly slamming him into all the nearby trees. Once it finally stops twitching, our hero just casually assumes its HP has fully hit 0. So Gwak Pilseong gathers up his absolute last bit of stamina to totally finish this boss off. Just like that, the giant praying mantis gets completely unalived. The bug finally collapses straight down. Hunter is actually hyped, his skills are not totally washed yet, even while coughing up a storm. Our totally exhausted guy hits the floor too. Gwak Pilseong realizes his old body seriously cannot take another hit. He is thinking about how he could have totally speedrun these exact same bugs 10 years ago. Our hero finds it pretty hilarious that he is actually dying in agony like a true hunter. But out of nowhere, a wild system notification jump-scares him, totally congratulating him on successfully clearing this dungeon. Now he is super intrigued, especially since the system straight up promises to grant his one wish as a reward. Gwak Pilseong just got that divine blessing, a literal ticket to complete eternal life. His whole body starts morphing instantly. Then as the gate shuts down, a huge crowd finally spots him and sprints over to help. Sometime later, the old man wakes up to some lady shouting his name. Totally confused, Gwak Pilseong asks where he is. Turns out she's a nurse, and she explains he got rushed to this capital hospital after they found him barely breathing right by the closing gate. When they ask for his ID, the old man drops his name and his exact birth year. That birth year absolutely stuns the nurse. This just annoys our hero, so despite looking ridiculously young, he confirms he is 83 years old. Hearing that straight up breaks the nurse's brain. She just cannot process this young dude being a grandpa. He doubles down on his age, getting super annoyed. Gwak Pilseong figures she's just acting weird because he probably looks like a healthy guy in his 70s, but reality check, he literally looks 20. Right then, something catches his eye. Gwak Pilseong catches his own reflection and sprints to the mirror, totally mind-blown by his brand new face. Seeing him tweak out makes the nurse think he took some serious brain damage. So she runs off to fetch a doctor while he just stands there frozen. Right then, Gwak Pilseong remembers everything from before passing out, realizing this sick upgrade is definitely no hallucination. The old man remembers how people sometimes unlock new skills clearing a dungeon, but getting a blessing is totally unheard of. And it is completely wild that this buff actually gave him his youth back. After thinking it over, Gwak Pilseong decides to go touch grass and find help instead of waiting around here. So when the nurse finally comes back, our goated young guy is totally gone. Gwak Pilseong now stands outside a massive skyscraper. He realizes he has not stepped inside the association in a solid 10 years. Walking into the lobby, the legendary hunter sees the place got a major glow-up. Gwak Pilseong asks a random guy for help since he has business to settle here. The stranger just points him toward a weird automated kiosk. He tells our hero he needs to pull a ticket if he wants a turn. But the 83-year-old boomer seriously struggles to work this high-tech machine. This causes a super annoyed line to pile up behind him until someone grabs his shoulder. Some huge guy aggressively tells the hero to give up his spot. The guy claims he is busy. A few hunters nearby immediately recognize him as the C-rank troublemaker from Midas Guild. Everyone looks pretty shocked. Looking like a 20-something, our guy scolds him straight up, telling him to wait in line like everyone else. Big mistake. The angry dude grabs our protagonist by the shirt, but suddenly an insanely imposing presence interrupts them. The newcomer loudly declares that combat is strictly forbidden indoors. The crowd goes wild, totally hyped to recognize the legendary S-rank hunter named Park Tae-in. Some people are literally seeing their first S-rank ever. Park Tae-in is clearly annoyed with how the association operates. He hates that they are basically using someone of his crazy rank for basic crowd control. The whole crowd starts whispering about his massive height, calling him the absolute pinnacle of manly energy. And even though he plays it cool, he secretly loves being called a manly beast. Right then, Gwak Pilseong realizes this famous S-rank hunter does not look like a stranger. After thinking it over, our hero finally recognizes who Park Tae-in really is, leaving him completely speechless. Hearing his real name drops the terrified hunter's jaw. All the hunters around start gossiping about the S rank being named Park Daebin. Gwak Pilseong then casually brings up how it has been a hot minute since they last met, teasing the guy about looking so old now. Our S rank hunter literally shakes with rage hearing the whole crowd whispering his cringe birth name. Honestly, right after hitting S rank status 10 years ago, Daebin wanted an edgy rebrand, switching his official name to Park Sejin. So the tall guy is beyond salty that this random kid just doxed his real name. And right when our hero tries asking his old buddy for a quick solid, he gets violently yanked by the collar, with Park Daebin demanding to know his identity. Instead of actually spilling his secrets, Gwak Pilseong just roasts the hunter for losing all his chill manners. He reminds the raging dude that fighting indoors is totally banned. Because seriously, throwing hands in front of this massive audience would be a giant yikes. Park Daebin quickly apologizes for tweaking out and heavily suggests taking this problem elsewhere. He picks a better spot, straight up warning our boy not to try running away. His murderous eyes honestly creep our protagonist out. Walking into a huge empty room, Gwak Pilseong asks what this place actually is. The S-Rank explains it is a designated sparring zone just for hunters. He presses our hero to drop his name and explain who leaked his real identity. So the young-looking guy casually introduces himself as the legendary hunter. He claims some crazy recent event totally gave him his youth back, but the tall dude isn't buying it, figuring this kid is just trolling him hard. Claiming he gave him a fair shot, he channels heavy mana right into his fist. Park Daebin decides to literally beat the actual truth out of our main character. Gwak Pilseong simply dodges the swing, roasting him for acting so triggered at his age. That insane speed leaves the hunter completely shook. The mentally old guy tells the younger one he seriously needs to touch grass and drop the temper. Park Daebin snaps back. Just looking at this guy makes him insanely desperate to expose him, officially deciding to go all out. With that flex, he literally morphs into a monster. He pops his beast skill, fully transforming into a massive hairy werewolf. The beast barks out that he is completely done playing nice. He rushes our hero, daring him to try dodging this next crazy attack. Gwak Pilseong has zero choice but to block, genuinely hyped by this sudden power spike. But red flags go up when the werewolf growls that this next hit will sting. Park Daebin violently swipes the air, slashing our guy across several different spots. That heavy strike launches him completely airborne. He slams hard right into a wall. Watching that brutal impact, the smug S-rank hunter suddenly realizes he might have gone completely overboard. Plot twist, our smiling hero announces that peace is officially off the table now. Digging his foot deep into the floor, the legendary hunter completely blitzes right at the stunned beast. The monster is mind-blown. His S-rank stats did 0 damage to this kid. Bam! Gwak Pilseong casually mentions his own punch might hurt a little bit. He instantly clocks the guy in the jaw, sending him flying before he totally wipes out hard. A good minute passes, and the werewolf still hasn't moved. Our protagonist starts sweating, nervously guessing he accidentally one-shot the poor guy by mistake. All while in his 20s. Young Park Daebin thought hunters were just overpowered meatheads, with absolutely 0 drip, remembering our MC checking on him while literally chilling on a mountain of dead monsters. That visual left him totally shook. Seeing his master flex that crazy power made him realize that kind of strength is just straight up gorgeous. Right on cue, the knocked-out S-rank starts waking up. Blinking his eyes open, he finally catches a glimpse of his master's real face. He completely freaks out, staring right back at this ridiculously young-looking guy who is just happy he is still breathing. Gwak Pilseong immediately roasts the defeated hunter for coming at him, basically saying he taught him way better. It finally clicks for Park Daebin. This guy is straight up the goated legendary hunter, and he is visibly annoyed. Soon after, our hero wraps up the wild story of how he got into this state to the tall hunter, who seems super intrigued by the blessing. Park Daebin says blessings are basically permanent passive buffs, unlike regular skills. Gwak Pilseong doesn't know jack about blessings, but claps back that Park Daebin doesn't really seem to know much about them either. The tall guy instantly apologizes for being pretty much useless to his master here. Gwak Pilseong literally has to tell Park Daebin to put a shirt on watching the guy flex in the mirror, claiming his clothes ripped during transformation. The master tells his student to touch grass and stop overthinking the situation. This whole gate-filled world has gotten way too weird anyway, and all that actually matters is that he got his youth back. The hyped S-rank begs Gwak Pilseong to hit up the association again. Everyone would lose their minds seeing him back. But the moment his master calls his name, the vibe instantly drops. Park Daebin is caught off guard. Gwak Pilseong wants to keep this whole comeback completely under wraps. Now pay attention to this. He asks the kid if he even knows why he retired. The S-rank hunter totally freezes up when the master drops some heavy names: Taeyong, Pyemek, and June. Looking super depressed, the tall guy swears he will remember those absolute legends forever. Gwak Pilseong remembers how they literally tanked fatal hits so he could survive all those insane dungeons. Park Dabin instantly fires back that he would have done the exact same thing. That is just how much the old man meant to them. But his jaw drops when the hero admits that blind loyalty is exactly why he quit the hunter life. The MC explains how people started treating him like an absolute god at one point. The guilt ate him alive, watching kids throw away their lives to save his old bones. Going public now means Gwak Pilseong risks reliving that exact same trauma, and he simply cannot watch another generation of rookies die for him. Getting hit with that heavy truth, the S-rank hunter promises to keep the old man's comeback totally off the grid. Asked about his next move, the master admits he is still figuring out his game plan. So, Park Dabin takes his shot and asks for a huge favor. Fast forward a bit, standing in a green forest, Gwak Pilseong remembers the green color code for D-rank hunters. This new system is honestly pretty sick, makes checking power levels super easy. He thinks back to how intrigued he was when Park Dabin begged him to investigate something during this low-level D-rank raid. The S-rank actually confessed that some sketchy ongoing investigation was really stressing him out. He admits the hunter being there brings major peace of mind, even if the exact details have to stay totally under wraps. Gwak Pilseong agrees to pitch in. The tall guy basically wants his goated power on standby just in case things go completely south. But right as our guy starts wondering what kind of mess would even need his skills, some absolutely clueless jerk bumps right into him. The thug's buddy instantly gets triggered when our young-looking hero casually drops that an apology is basically common sense here. Then he hardcore flexes his buddy's power, bragging that the guy is basically C-rank and noob D-ranks like our hero should be literally shaking in their boots. The thug in question is actually former D-rank hunter Wang Scorpion, chief of the Scorpion gang himself. He tells our green rookie to touch grass and bolt before he gets wrecked. The three of them then just swagger right off, laughing straight at the extremely annoyed old man. Running into these three obnoxious hunters really gets Gwak Pilseong thinking about how some absolute clowns will always judge a book by its cover. Then a chill-looking dude tells him to ignore those losers completely, since they are notorious for trolling the new arrivals. Our senior protagonist gets totally caught off guard. The guy introduces himself as Kim Chulmin and asks his name, totally assuming he is just some student. Hearing the young-looking hero's name, the friendly guy points something out. He definitely must be named after that one legendary hunter. Kim Chulmin casually asks his age. Our guy automatically answers that he is actually 80 years old. Realizing his massive slip-up, Gwak Pilseong quickly backpedals and claims he meant almost 18. This gets the dude totally hyped, since the protagonist is the exact same age as his son. He figures dungeon raids must be mad profitable if kids are actually out here risking it. Kim Chulmin starts ranting about his own kid just staying home to binge video games all day. The old hero finds that incredibly ironic. If he had a kid back in the day, they would literally be this guy's age. Right on cue, two girls walk straight up to them. A total extrovert and her incredibly shy friend. The orange-haired girl introduces herself as 24-year-old hunter Park Ji-hyun and points out her super quiet bestie is Lee Yoon-ji. She steps right up to our hero, catching him off guard and literally kisses his cheek, telling the completely startled, blushing old man that this is just her signature way of greeting people. At that moment, the middle-aged guy calls out to our stunned hero, teasing that being young is sick, which our guy finds deeply ironic, mostly because he is literally old enough to be her actual grandfather. Suddenly, a brand new voice shouting his name grabs his attention entirely. It turns out to be some smiling dude in a sleek suit packing a literal katana. The guy introduces himself right away. He is the one calling the shots for this whole raid C-rank hunter Kim Tae-jun in the flesh. With that, the intro phase is officially wrapped. Kim Tae-jun asks our hero if he is actually tight with the S-rank hunter, since that guy basically never gives out personal recommendations. Gwak Pilseong casually claims to be a distant relative of Park Dabin. Satisfied, the C-rank hunter orders his squad to huddle up. He wants to run through a quick briefing before they actually step into the dungeon. Kim Tae-jun formally addresses the crowd as the absolute leader of this expedition, pointing out that most of them are total D-rank newcomers, and dropping that he totally believes this class of hunters has insane growth potential. The C-rank hunter even admits he knows what is up. Some of them will definitely hit his rank soon, but he warns them that even without being instantly lethal, D-rank dungeons are notoriously unpredictable, which is exactly why everyone must follow his orders to survive and keep this raid profitable. One thug scoffs out loud, completely overreacting, seeing as this is just a low-tier D-rank dungeon. The old man snaps back. Dropping some heavy wisdom preparation is literally the only way you survive. The redhead gets instantly tilted, but someone suddenly steps right in. Wang Scorpion smirks, telling his crew to just go easy on our hero. Since the absolute newbie has zero dungeon experience, the real veterans should handle the actual threat assessment. To our goated legendary hunter, this thug and his minion just look like complete clowns. So much for that pointless little strategy meeting then. Time for the squad to finally step through the gate, right under the blazing bright sun. This swirling magical gate is the main entrance to their D-rank raid. Once they cross over, our hero and the squad are instantly dropped into a massive sandy desert. Hunter Park jokes about seriously regretting not bringing any sunscreen for this. Meanwhile, Huang Scorpion just wants to speedrun this whole raid so he can grab an ice-cold drink. Feeling that annoying desert heat, Gwak Pilseong immediately starts shrugging off his heavy jacket. The party leader yells out they will officially start once everyone completely crosses over. Our hero watches the Scorpion gang casually planning their post-raid hangout like it is absolutely nothing. He actually calls them out, scolding the gang for acting so reckless. Seeing this triggers a flashback, remembering a very young, totally exhausted Park Dabin from way back. Back then, the kid admitted the raid was insanely brutal, having fully expected a super easy clear just because the gate was tiny. So the older veteran Hunter replied. He told him to stay frosty and always keep his guard up for this exact type of reason. Sitting right on the dead boss, Gwak Pilseong told the kid to always follow his lead, which the boy swore to do. Snapping back to reality, our hero thinks about how hyped and completely anxious hunters used to get before every single dungeon. They literally only judged the danger level by the physical size of the gate. But these days, technology makes checking the exact difficulty level an absolute breeze. So the hunters just act completely chill. Seeing how crazy different the vibe is today, our hero decides to ask the C-rank leader a question we are all probably wondering. Gwak Pilseong casually asks about the real danger level of these low-tier raids. Hearing that, the guy totally assumes this is our hero's very first time stepping into a dungeon. The leader explains D-rank zones are perfectly fine for D-rank hunters, before flexing that higher C-rank veterans like him are always around as a safety net. Our legendary hero dryly notes that they really seem to have this entire system totally figured out. The party leader looks a little caught off guard when the young-looking guy asks what happens if they totally underestimate the dungeon's real threat level. Right then, Huang Scorpion completely interrupts their little chat. He smirks at our hero, saying nobody would blame him if he just bolted since he looks so terrified. One thug chimes in, mockingly telling his boss not to sweat the absolute newbie too hard. The C-rank leader jumps right back in, reassuring our hero that they are 100% completely safe. The association already scanned the exact danger level using their high-tech meter, practically guaranteeing a totally chill raid. But honestly, Pilseong is absolutely not buying this. The guy doubles down the meter has been standard for 5 solid years, and it has literally never misread a single dungeon's true difficulty before. Gwak Pilseong asks if that is actually a fact, and the leader nods yes. Meanwhile, that arrogant soon-to-be C-rank guy starts aggressively whining about how utterly annoying beginners always are. Hearing the disrespect, our old man immediately scolds the fiery hothead. Tilted out of his mind, the Scorpion boss grabs Pilseong by the collar, daring him to talk back just one more time. Pilseong tells him straight up, keep it super low-key while raiding. The guy just busts out laughing. Thinks newbies always wet their pants on the very first run. Totally assuming our boy Pilseong is shaking in his boots. Pilseong just stares dead at him, asks if he gets the reason behind that advice. Suddenly, a massive purple serpent drops right on the squad. Everyone freezes, panic spikes. Scorpion's face goes pale, absolutely shook. The beast coils back, muscles snap tight, lunges straight for him. But then a blur of motion, a sick, swift slash. Pilseong takes the snake's head clean off. One strike, totally goated. Instant lights out. Huang Scorpion, this supposed future C-rank badass, jaw on the floor. It happened way too fast. Pilseong just locks eyes with him. Yeah, you better take that advice to heart. Loudmouths are literally always the absolute favorite targets for these hungry mobs. As Pilseong walks off, Scorpion's blood boils. Fists clenched, getting schooled by some random kid. He is actually seething right now. The female hunter spins to the party leader, voice shaking. Was that really a D-rank mob we just saw? She is hyperventilating, never seen a beast that cracked in here. The leader squints. Something feels off. D-ranks are usually just dogs or bugs. That purple worm screams C-rank energy, completely overpowered for this kind of low-tier zone. Cold sweat hits his neck. Bad vibes. Cut to another spot in the desert dungeon. The kids are stranded. One asks Gilwoo what the actual play is. Gilwoo tries to play it cool. Hold tight. Patience is our only out. Please, let's just find the adults, she begs. Gilwoo shoots it down instantly. Not happening. This place is a literal death trap. Plus, those grown-ups? Sketchy. Cannot trust them. They keep bickering, voices echoing. Big mistake. Something purple hears them nearby. A horrible screech rips through the air. They freeze up, completely startled. A giant snake slithers in, dead eyes locking straight onto its next meal. Pure horror hits them, knees giving out from absolute fear. They let out a lung-tearing scream, sitting ducks for a starving, merciless beast. Now watch. Back to Pilseong, trudging right through the scorching desert. The party leader up front is chewing his lip, heart pounding, highly anxious. He's spiraling in his thoughts, remembering how the girl called that monster out way above D rank. It's eating him alive. He tries to brush it off, but his gut is screaming. That serpent definitely looked C rank. He glances back over at Pilseong, brain doing mental gymnastics. If a literal newbie one-tapped it on his first raid, maybe this place really is just a standard D-grade zone. Yet again, what if the gate meter was completely bugged? Wrongly labeled dungeons happen. He immediately blocks the thought. Nah, the scanners are absolutely never wrong. Literally never. Huang's scorpion is dragging his feet, sweating buckets, groaning loudly. He finally snaps and yells out loud. We've been hiking for half an hour. When do we catch a break and touch grass? Seeing everyone completely gasping for air, the team leader caves, giving Scorpion exactly what he wants. The older guys, disappointed kids these days, wiped out by a 30-minute walk. So pathetic. But suddenly, Scorpion spots some weird fog rolling in. He looks up. A massive purple snake is towering right over their heads. And this one, way bigger, way more cracked than the very first one. The panic leader chokes on his breath, weapons up. He bets this is the boss. The monster slithers forward, thick scales scraping the rocks. Dead eyes locking straight onto Pilseong. The wannabe C rank yanks out his axe. He is still salty about the MC completely embarrassing him earlier. To the party leader's shock, Wang Scorpion just full sends it head first, bragging he can solo this giant snake. The C rank leader tries yelling out a warning about the massive danger, but Wang Scorpion just flexes, telling everyone to sit back and watch him secure the dub. And with that, he rushes the beast, totally hyped to one-shot it. But the hit lands with zero impact. Wang Scorpion is left totally stunned. His attack did absolutely nothing to this serpent. Watching this clown attack a guarded monster, Gwak Pilseong finds it straight up pathetic. These low-tier hunters literally share a single brain cell. Right on cue, the angry snake rears back to strike. Seeing those fangs, the axe guy figures he is totally cooked. But right as the monster lunges forward, Wang Scorpion gets snatched away by the party leader, who quickly checks if he is still breathing. Leader Kim lets out a massive breath, his guys totally unharmed. He immediately orders the rest of his squad to stand back. As the only C rank in the room, carrying this raid is completely on his shoulders. The suited leader bolts straight at the beast and launches himself into the air. He lands a clean katana strike. But wait, he is left totally speechless when his blade bounces off just like the axe. Out of nowhere, someone yells out, aim straight for the serpent's head. That tip actually sparks an idea. Spotting the exact target zone, the leader uses the monster's massive scales like a trampoline to bounce higher. Gaining some serious air time, he is dead set on finishing this fight. Leader Kim swings hard, cleanly decapitating the massive monster in one insanely epic slash. Boom. The giant snake drops dead, leaving the whole squad hyped and breathing easy. Gwak Pilseong casually walks up to the winning leader to see how he is holding up. The suited guy confirms he is totally fine. Leader Kim actually gives mad props to the young kid for the hard carry on this boss. Without that crucial tip, he never would have survived or sliced that thing up so easily. Hunter Park speaks up. Is the raid finally over? The party leader nods, figuring they are done, but Park looks super stressed. She points out the glaring problem. Nothing is happening. Wait a second. The leader suddenly realizes how weird this is. They should have gotten a system clear notification by now. Panic instantly sets in as he looks up. Two more massive purple atrocities suddenly slither out from behind the jagged rocks. Wait, pause. This makes absolutely zero sense for a basic D-rank dungeon. Get this, that wildly overpowered snake a C-rank hunter barely killed, not even the actual boss. Our MC just shrugs, pointing out the most obvious explanation here. This dungeon is straight up way above D rank, but the party leader is still heavily in denial about the association totally miscalculating the actual threat level. While the squad nervously readies their weapons for round 2, the C rank leader is still totally bugging out over this insane difficulty spike. The middle-aged guy screams out to Kim they have even more monsters pulling up behind them. Reality finally slaps Kim in the face. This dungeon is way above their pay grade. Without hesitating, he yells at his entire crew to fall back. Staying means a complete wipe. They need to bail immediately and go grab some heavy reinforcements. Watching the man make the tough call, a tiny smile hits Gwak Pilseong's face. Gotta respect a guy who actually protects his team. Later down the tunnel, Wang Scorpion is already totally gassed out. So the guy just starts screaming at the team leader, totally calling him out for trying to dip from a D-rank dungeon despite his high level. The guy in the suit fires back that this place is way above D rank. But Scorpion Huang is just not buying it. He points out this place got an official D rank label, and saw our hero absolutely body one of those monsters. That just makes Gwak Pilseong tell the thug to quiet down again. The raging dude insists he is not scared of some snakes, claiming he was just caught completely off guard earlier. Right then, a super creepy noise from a cave spooks him. Everyone goes on high alert, totally expecting some beast to jump out. Check this out, the so-called monster is actually just a human begging for help. This girl looks absolutely wrecked and totally desperate. Hunter Park immediately rushes over to help. The girl starts begging them to save her friend, leaving the hunter holding her totally confused. She explains how a massive snake just jumped them, and her friend got seriously wrecked trying to protect her from the attack. The team leader is super confused about why a literal kid is inside a dungeon, so he demands some answers, since she clearly is not a hunter. She admits someone offered them a seriously cracked part-time job, where they just had to hide their presence inside the dungeon for cash. Right then, Scorpion Huang butts in. He clocks the girl and her friend as infamous tomb raiders, completely baffling the female hunter. That specific term really intrigues our hero. The C rank explains it means people who sneak into dungeons illegally to snipe the loot right after the boss gets cleared. Realizing literal kids are risking their lives in these deadly zones, the old protagonist is just stunned. The thug then blames the kids for aggroing the entire dungeon. He acts like it is their fault these OP monsters spawned in a D rank zone. The leader fires back that those are two separate issues, but the guy totally insists they caused all these wild glitches. When someone asks what to do with the tomb raiders, one C-rank hunter argues they have to save them no matter what. Scorpion Huang gets super salty, yelling that saving kids is a huge throw when they are literally fighting for their own lives. Before the leader can even speak, Gwak Pilseong volunteers to help the tomb raiders. The suited guy immediately shoots that down, saying the risks are just insanely high. Still, knowing they cannot just leave these kids to die, our hero offers to run it solo just to shut the scared hunter up. Scorpion Huang basically says go ahead, he will not stop him from taking a huge L. The young-looking guy tells the leader to just evacuate the dungeon while he plays hero. Since Gwak Pilseong already flexed some goated skills and sniped that snake right in its weak spot, the team leader decides to trust him. So the leader actually steps back and lets the hero cook. Gwak Pilseong then announces he is going to carry the injured kid. The girl turns to him, looking completely stressed, and asks if he is actually being serious. Flashing a super confident smile, he promises to clutch up and save them both. Right after that, the team leader orders his crew to pack up and dip. As they leave, the Scorpion gang heavily mocks our hero for actively feeding into danger. The girl is definitely not sharing that toxic energy though. Honestly, she is just super stressed that he might get killed. The team leader thinks this gamble is totally brain dead, but honestly, he has to roll with it, since their options are basically zero. Meanwhile, back in that cave where the injured kid is hiding out, he's stewing over those shady employers who scam them, but mostly, he's just mad at himself for trusting adults. Back then, that guy swore this gig was free money, claiming all they had to do was chill inside a low-level dungeon. Just wait for the pros to clear it, then yoink the leftover loot. But the kid wasn't exactly buying that story. So the scammer promised that since they're just students, the cops wouldn't actually arrest them. Just a slap on the wrist. Hearing this was his big break to secure the bag. The young guy finally caved. Anyway, back to the present. He's stressing out over his friend Yoon-soo, when suddenly he hears footsteps closing in. Terrified, he grabs a branch to fight. He's expecting a monster, but it turns out to be human. Gilwoo is finally reunited with Yoon-soo. Now get this. He's totally confused when a mysterious old guy wanders in. Yoon-soo introduces our hero as the hunter who came to bail them out. Gilwoo has a seriously hard time believing that the guy just looks way too young. That totally triggers the old man, and he smacks the kid right on the head. Gwak Pilseong tells the brat he should be home studying, not sneaking around some deadly dungeon scavenging. Yoon-soo admits that she actually ran away from home, which is exactly why she took this shady gig. She desperately needed cash and a roof. The old man is absolutely furious at those employers, throwing literal kids into danger just for some easy profit. So Gwak Pilseong tells the young tomb raiders they need to move and catch up with his squad. But right on cue, a massive purple snake slithers in and spots them. The kids are absolutely paralyzed with fear. The boy was so sure they had lost this thing. Knowing his injuries make him dead weight, he begs the two of them to just run without him. But Yoon-soo flat out refuses to leave him behind. And Gwak Pilseong makes it crystal clear nobody gets left behind today. The boy keeps yelling at our hero to take his friend and bounce. The old man actually respects the kid's guts. Gwak Pilseong firmly states that protecting kids is literally an adult's basic job description, which is exactly why he is standing his ground right here. He charges straight at the giant monster, leaving the kids totally shell-shocked. Meanwhile, back with the retreating party, the thug starts whining, complaining about being hard stuck in a dungeon where they can't even fight back. the team leader tries to chill him out, saying the exit is literally just up ahead. But privately, he's stressing over Gwak Pilseong, wondering if he can actually save those kids. This whole mess makes him seriously regret putting his trust in our hero. Kang Chulman starts scanning the area for the gate, but then he spots something absolutely crazy. He frantically calls over the team leader because this directly involves their only exit. The gate is straight up vanishing. Talk about a brutal cliffhanger for these guys. Seeing their ticket home fading out, Wang Scorpion demands a plan from the boss. Kim Tae-jun remembers how this dungeon gate first popped up exactly 3 days ago, and it disappearing right now means the whole system is about to glitch out hard. Since a total collapse usually takes around 7 days, he figures they still have a tiny window to survive. Putting it together, the party leader starts to realize those teenage Tomb Raiders are totally the reason this dungeon is acting so broken. His party members suddenly snap him back to reality. They need a plan right now. Kim Tae-sun calms the boys down. He explains the exit respawns once they clear the dungeon. The Scorpion boss calls this plan absolute trash. No shot a bunch of D-rank hunters can clear a dungeon way above their pay grade. Kim Chulman suddenly realizes how cooked they really are. Wiping here means being stuck in this dungeon forever. The party leader then explains the gate automatically opens up when the dungeon shuts down. He admits it is super risky, but it is literally their only way out. He tells everyone to touch grass and chill. Right then, the thug notices something off. Giant serpents completely surround the hunters, leaving the whole squad absolutely horrified. The first snake charges right at them. The party leader yells for the boys to lock in. Kim Tae-sun quickly counts 5 enemy targets. He figures even D ranks can actually clear this if they play smart and strictly target the heads. The party leader begs the squad for backup. Meanwhile, the Scorpion boss is out here sweating bullets. Kim Tae-sun full sends it straight at the giant beasts. He jumps the first snake and literally decapitates it with 1/6 swing of his blade. Out of nowhere, the second snake strikes. He has zero choice but to block the heavy attack. Perfect timing, another hunter steps up to help him out. The guy chucks a massive fire spell at the monster. Tessin actually has to dodge it. That attack only pisses the beast off. It immediately turns toward the mage. The swordsman yells out, "Hey, your fight is with me." Then he completely lops its head off. Boom. Second, snake down. Kim Tae-sun clocks exactly 3 remaining serpents. Are you seeing this? This run looks insane, but he knows they can actually win. The Scorpion boss breathes a massive sigh of relief. These monsters are basically total frauds. But right then, he spots a giant 3-headed purple snake. The terrifying boss monster is standing right behind him. Realizing this big boy is totally the final boss, the whole squad is utterly horrified. The team leader instantly blames this insane spawn on the dungeon completely bugging out. This great beast whips its massive tail and goes straight for the helpless hunters. The Scorpion boss is suddenly face to face with it. His gang members scream for his help. Instead of fighting, the cowardly thug just dips, leaving his own boy behind. The betrayed guy watches the horrific monster close in on him. Right before he gets eaten alive, a random projectile blasts the monster. Hunter Park totally clutched up. Just like that, the girl pulls the absolute maximum aggro from the dungeon boss. She actually played bait on purpose, giving Hunter Tae-sun a wide-open window to strike. Kim Tae-sun lands a super clean hit. He gets totally hyped that only 2 heads remain. But wait, watch what happens next. That brand new wound quickly heals right back up. A fresh head literally spawns into existence. Just like that, the boss monster is back at full strength. This makes Kim Tae-sun realize the actual weak spot of this monster is definitely the head. Then he gets caught completely off guard by the powerful tail of the 3-headed snake. It slams him straight into the wall, making him violently cough up blood. The markswoman is completely shocked seeing Hunter Tae-sun go down hard. Absolute fear fills her eyes as the boss locks onto her, and she screams in pure panic. But right before she gets munched, somebody violently grabs her and pulls her straight out of the danger zone. Tae-sun grabs Hunter Park and immediately starts booking it away. As he checks on her, the young lady immediately starts blushing at the sight of her absolute savior. Pulling up to the scene at last, Gwak Pilseong asks his totally exhausted allies a favor. Just let him solo this absolute 3-headed atrocity. Hunter Park is left completely amazed by our hero. He asks if she got hurt at all, but the girl quickly shakes her head no. Right then, the completely beaten-up team leader calls out to him, asking about the Tomb Raiders and why he is not chilling with their squad right now. Gwak Pilseong confirms the kids are totally safe, then pivots to the actual massive problem. He says this dungeon is about to go crazy, since the boss ditched its usual spawn point and the gate vanished. Kim Ji-han apologizes to the young-looking guy, insisting that this whole mess is his fault entirely, but the protagonist shuts that down fast. This crazy glitch is way bigger than a C-rank party leader could cause. Gwak Pilseong then actually praises the guy for putting in the hard work and holding out. With that settled, our hero and the monster stand face to face. The protagonist declares that it is finally his turn to step up and throw hands. And so Gwak Pilseong just sends it, rushing straight at the massive beast. The hero swiftly dodges those deadly jaws before completely slicing its head off. Right on cue, the C-rank hunter drops the worst news this boss can regrow its heads. Our boy is genuinely stunned seeing it happen firsthand. Gwak Pilseong scolds the dude for keeping this insanely broken ability a secret until right now. This makes the girl completely lose hope. Honestly, even the team leader starts thinking it is an absolute wrap for them right here. Gwak Pilseong then tells them to just have some faith. He drops a weird quote about how giving up is only for counting heads of cabbage. The girl is totally baffled by such a painfully lame saying. But the team leader actually agrees with the young-looking guy. They really need to stay hyped and keep fighting till the very end. Kim Ji-han declares he is backing up our hero, though Gwak Pilseong tells him to chill out with those heavy injuries. But the team leader claims he feels absolutely goated after catching a heal from our hero. The girl definitely still has her doubts, but she decides to lend a hand anyway. This totally hypes our hero up, and he tells his allies to keep holding on to hope, figuring that spamming attacks will eventually expose this monster and its hidden weakness. With that decided, Gwak Pilseong asks his allies for solid backup. Time for round 2 to begin. The massive purple boss winds up for an attack, putting all the hunters on high alert. Gwak Pilseong suddenly takes a massive fire blast straight to the face. Everyone fears the worst, watching the protagonist try to tank this insane blazing inferno. But the second that head stops spitting flames, Gwak Pilseong literally just walks right out unharmed. He charges the monster, shouting that those basic tricks will never work on him as he rushes in for round 2. After several wildly precise slashes, the monster gets completely chopped into pieces. Neither the middle-aged man nor the C-rank leader can believe this absolute beast is actually a D rank. His crazy skills clearly blow way past the usual D rank level. But right then, our hero spots something pretty weird. The monster actually does not look quite finished just yet. This insane regen really annoys our hero, who honestly has zero clue how to permakill this boss. Suddenly, he catches sight of something above. Looking at those rocks, Gwak Pilseong gets a sick idea. With a crazy plan of action finally locked in, our hero immediately jumps his way right up the cliffside. And once he gets high enough, Gwak Pilseong channels all his strength to cleave a massive boulder straight in half. That falling rock is aimed perfectly at the giant snake. Just like that, the dungeon boss is absolutely smoked. Everyone is standing around shell-shocked. Then, a system pop-up flashes right in their faces, dungeon officially conquered. Hunter Park literally cannot process this reality. The whole squad is beyond hyped. Their team leader lets out a massive, shaky breath. Without our goated hero stepping up, they were totally dead meat. Right on cue, the exit gate flashes back into existence. Gwak Pilseong turns to the crew. Anyone hurt? He needs to know. The C-rank leader shakes his head, sweating. You absolutely saved our skins, man. He stares hard at Gwak. The dude looks young, but carries himself exactly like an absolute veteran beast. While the leader is busy fanboying, our guy just points to the exit. Time to head back. Now watch how fast things escalate. Later today, inside the Blue Sky Hunter Guild, a mission report is getting absolutely roasted. It claims some D-rank noob basically soloed a high-tier dungeon. C-rank Hunter Kim Taegan is the one pushing this wild paperwork. He swears on his life it is totally legit. He begs them to recruit this sick prodigy into Blue Sky right now, given his insane power. But as he keeps desperately pleading, the boss in the chair holds up one hand. Stop. He argues that even if that dungeon was insanely hard, a goated player like that would never fly under the radar for this long. Kim Taegan scrambles to defend his insane story. The guy just stonewalls him completely. He flat out says he is trashing this report like it never even existed. Defeated, the C-rank hunter bites his tongue and backs down. The second the door clicks shut, the boss slumps back, exhaling a massive, shaky breath. The S-rank boss glances at the shadows. You can come out now. Gwak Pilseong steps into the light. He gone? Park Dabin nods. Yeah, those fake excuses definitely got rid of him. The S-rank hunter rubs his face. All this insane hype you just caused? It will definitely draw major attention. Gwak just shrugs it off. I literally had no choice. I only jumped in so those young kids would not get completely slaughtered. Still totally mind blown, the S-rank stares at his old master. Was that report actually true? Gwak nods. The association has to know they totally messed up my rank. Their dead silence right now is basically proof of it. And that is not even the real problem here. The tall hunter leans in. This part is genuinely sick. Park Dabin feels his stomach drop. Gwak actually thinks the association secretly runs those underground rings using kids as tomb raiders. Shaking his head, he asks his master where he got this insane intel. The master locks eyes, cold. I just raided their main base myself. Park Dabin clenches his jaw in pure frustration. Those corrupt elites are never confessing to this garbage. They hold the whole system hostage purely through brute strength and zero accountability. Gwak nods slowly. That arrogant cover-up is totally on brand. The old master asks his disciple straight up, "Are you just going to stay quiet about their crimes?" The S-rank hunter grimaces. "We literally have zero hard evidence to actually expose them. Their influence is growing way faster than you think," he warns. "Rushing in blindly against enemies this stacked is pure suicide. You always taught me to play it safe, right?" Gwak pitches a new plan. "Let us dig through the official dungeon raid archives." But Gwak raises an eyebrow when his student sighs. "Yeah, that is definitely not going to happen." Park Jin hits the old man with a reality check. "Bro is literally D rank." And he makes sure to add that those records are strictly for C rank and up. Gwak Pilseong sighs, totally fed up with this secret identity gig. But the S-rank hunter thinks it is the perfect setup, handing Pilseong a crumpled piece of paper. One glance at it and he is absolutely shook. Fast forward to the next day, and get this, the Hunter Association is packed with an insane line. The staff tells everyone taking the promotion exam to chill and queue up quietly. Among the contestants stands a super nervous Park Ji-hwan. She is stressing hard. First promotion exam ever, and her imposter syndrome is hitting critical levels. Still, she figures the grind will totally be worth it. Then she catches herself wondering if Pilseong will take the exam too. Her brain immediately starts cooking up some cheesy fated meeting between them. She shuts that down real quick, telling herself to touch grass and snap out of it. Out of nowhere, some dude pops up, complaining about the massive crowd. Ji-hwan snaps at the guy for straight up cutting the line like a jerk. So this flexer turns around and shoves his colored wristband right in her face. She freezes up. Red means this dude is a legit B-rank hunter. He smirks, roasting her for still wearing that basic green newbie bracelet in a high-level zone. The March woman is super annoyed, clapping back that having a high rank does not give him a free pass to cut. But the B-rank just scoffs in their line of work. Power is literally everything. He calls it a cold reality you just cannot dodge. That is when he decides Hunter Park is totally his type. She is instantly weirded out. He grabs her shoulder, trying to spit game and asking if she has a boyfriend right now. Suddenly, someone grabs his wrist like a vice. Pilseong steps up, demanding to know why he is starting drama in a packed lobby. Ji-won is totally hyped but shocked to bump into him in this mess. The B-rank dude immediately assumes these two are already a thing. Pilseong is just confused, while the markswoman fiercely denies it. Then the guy catches sight of Pilseong rocking the exact same green bracelet, so he tries to assert dominance, asking if Pilseong can even see his red badge. Pilseong just nods calmly. Yeah, he knows exactly what rank the guy is. This absolutely triggers the B rank. You gotta love the ego, a scrub daring to oppose a higher rank. He tries to yank his arm back, but gets totally shook. Pilseong is pinning him in place with zero effort. The guy starts sweating, wondering if this dude is really just a D rank. Right on cue, someone tells Baek Sang-hyuk to knock it off. This ticks the B rank off even more, and he starts screaming at the guy interrupting. Big mistake. It is literally just the building security guard. The guards drag him outside, telling Sang-hyuk to stop throwing a massive toddler tantrum. The B rank screams that he is going to remember all their faces. Honestly, he just looks like a total joke in the old man's eyes. Hunter Park thanks Pilseong for the save, and he asks if she is taking the test. She nods. Promotion exams are super rare, so she has to shoot her shot, but she quickly admits she probably does not have the skills to actually pass. That is when the old man drops a comforting hand on her shoulder. Gwak Pilseong tells her she's going to crush it, advising her to just do her best and vibe. She takes the advice with her face completely flushed, heart just hammering out of her chest. Even though she usually isn't into younger guys, Gwak Pilseong totally gives off major grown man energy. Sensing the vibe, our guy hands over a little gift. Surprisingly, he hits her with a block of yokan. You know, that old school jelly dessert your grandparents absolutely go crazy for. He was totally going to snack on it himself, but offers it up to her instead. Pilseong tells her the sugar rush should definitely help chill out her test anxiety. So our protagonist just dips, casually wishing her good luck on the big exams. Staring down at this random jelly, she immediately calls out his totally weird taste. She mutters that he practically eats like an actual grandpa right before taking a small bite anyway. Meanwhile, up on a nearby balcony, that mysterious lady is looking seriously let down. She was hyped for a sick showdown between our boy and that B-rank hunter. But honestly, she knows for sure they will end up crossing paths again soon. Back on the ground, the B-rank hunter is mauling, completely baffled by this D-rank's unreal strength. Enter C-rank hunter Kim Wonjin, loudly introducing himself as the D-rank promotion exam proctor. He gives everyone the rundown, explaining that this whole session is just to prep them on how the test works. Wonjin jumps straight into the main rules. Phase 1 is going to be straight-up one-on-one duels between all the D-rank applicants. You win by either knocking them out or forcing a tap-out. If things get sketchy, The proctors will step in just to keep the vibes completely safe. The C rank guy adds that the winner gets evaluated through a direct duel against a supervisor from their target rank. The crowd quickly realizes taking an L in the first sparring match, or losing against the supervisor, means totally failing the exam outright. But Wonjin calms them down, explaining they can actually still clutch a pass if the supervisor thinks their skills are goated enough, totally, regardless of the final score. With the rules set, he wishes everybody luck. Hearing this, one massive dude in the crowd starts physically shaking with pure hype. It is Huang Scorpion, absolutely thrilled to finally get his shot at C rank. Since his very last raid, his magic power mysteriously shot up, giving him crazy confidence that he could easily wipe most C rank guys. Honestly, this thug feels super grateful to our hero, knowing this buff happened, because of Pilseong's totally insane carry during that last dungeon run, finally securing his heavily anticipated promotion. But the second he checks his bracket matchup, prepare to cringe, he completely freezes. Standing right there is the GOAT himself, cheerfully waving at him. Pilseong casually asks Scorpion to go easy, and the dude instantly knows he is cooked. A bit later, the markswoman steps up for her match. Her opponent is already looking completely gassed. Catching onto this, she readies her bow and fires off a clean wind arrow. The guy panics, trying desperately to block it, but just gets completely yeeted into the sky. Just like that, the dude is out cold, securing an easy W for Park Ji-hyun. She stands there stunned by her own flex, seriously questioning where this crazy power boost originated. Pilseong slowly wanders over to Hairside. Hunter Park asks if he already wrapped up his match, and he just nods, while the proctor awkwardly tells his beaten opponent to clear out. The girl takes this chance to mention how bizarre everything feels, which actually catches Pilsen's attention. According to her, her magic stats just completely skyrocketed out of nowhere. So our guy breaks it down. This crazy power boost happened because their last raid was way above D rank level. She still looks super confused. Gwak Pilseong has to spell out the exact details. Slaying monsters inside these dungeons lets hunters absorb raw magical power from their magic stones, meaning the higher the dungeon tier, the more insane the magic gains and the purer the stones. Hunter Park literally gets stars in her eyes hearing this. To her, clearing harder dungeons means she can speedrun her way up the hunter ranks. But Pilsen instantly snaps her right back to reality, completely heated. Visibly annoyed, he flat out states that low ranks get absolutely wrecked in high-tier dungeons. He calls it a pure miracle. Surviving that last raid without any casualties was insanely lucky. He totally scolds her. Acting reckless is basically a hunter's absolute worst enemy. While Pilsen keeps going off, Park Ji-hyun remembers she assumed she was older than him. But right now, she feels like she's getting lectured by some grumpy boomer. Just then, a woman approaches, asking about all the yelling. She totally assumes they are some couple having a fight. Park Ji-hyun is actually super hyped about this. Pilsen instantly shuts that down. No couple goals here, just a scolding session for a totally clueless kid. The markswoman gets completely deflated. Pilsen apologizes for the noise, but the lady just finds him hilarious. Then she instantly recognizes him as Gwak Pilseong. This totally shocks him. The crowd suddenly spots her too. It is Yoon Young, the S-rank hunter. Everyone starts wondering what she is doing here. The S-rank finally remembers to actually introduce herself to him. She casually mentions that she is the one running this whole exam today. Pilsen quickly puts it together. She works for the association. He asks if she actually needs something from him directly. Yoon Young smiles and says there's a rumor spreading. Word on the street is some newbie D-rank solo cleared an entire dungeon. You can guess what happens next. The crowd starts buzzing, whispering if Pilsen is actually goated or if the rumors are totally fake. Our guy gets super annoyed. He just wanted to touch grass and avoid the spotlight. So he asks the S-rank flat out, "Did you come here to find me?" To his complete shock, Yoon Young does something unexpected. She literally offers him a chance to jump straight to B rank. She smirks. If the hype is real, he should definitely take the deal. Pilsen instantly says no, but the hyped markswoman screams yes for him, and so a hunter volunteers to be his opponent, since candidates have to fight a B rank to rank up. Pilsen narrows his eyes. It is the exact same guy from the line earlier. The B rank, Hunter Baek Sang-yuk, looks genuinely surprised himself. He had no idea this random kid was the rumored prodigy everyone is hyping up. Seeing Hunter Beck step up makes the entire crowd start gossiping again. This guy is basically borderline A rank. The crowd figures the association sent a heavy hitter just to block Pilsen from skipping ranks. Yoon Young just smiles and thanks the B rank for generously volunteering his time. Meanwhile, Pilsen is still standing there, repeating that he literally does not want this promotion, but mid-sentence, Hunter Beck lunges with a sneak attack. Pilsen barely manages to dodge the thrust. Landing back down, Hunter Beck speaks. He admits this young-looking dude might actually have the sick reflexes needed for B rank, especially after a dodge like that. This seriously annoyed the old man. I mean, The B rank was going completely try hard over a skill test he didn't even want to take. Hearing that, the hunter actually sighed, totally disappointed that this candidate was tapping out before they even started. He made it totally clear skipping C rank wasn't just some walk in the park. The B rank hunter straight up swore he would do absolutely everything in his power to block our hero from his promotion, even if that meant beating him half to death or straight up killing him. Yoon just watched him, remembering the rumors that this guy was borderline A rank level. She realized he could be incredibly useful to them, if only his personality wasn't utter trash. The whole mess made her genuinely curious about the prodigy's reaction. Gwak Pilseong just sighed out loud, wondering if there was any way to patch this B-rank's trash attitude to match his skills. The hunter stood there, completely lost. Baekhyuk frowned in pure confusion, loudly demanding an explanation right then. Our hero just kept muttering to himself, trying to brainstorm a new plan since regular beatdowns clearly weren't clicking. Gwak Pilseong vaguely mumbled about needing a minute to think. He stated flat out that he was just trying to find the best way to discipline him, making the hunter insanely mad. Hearing that disrespect, the B rank decided he was going to make the protagonist suffer. He instantly rushed forward, popping his signature skill, Mana Spear. But our unfazed hero didn't even bother to dodge. He just grabbed the spear barehanded, leaving its wielder dumbfounded, while everyone else dropped their jaws. Right then and there, the old man totally made up his mind. He would just have to fix the B rank's toxic behavior by beating him down. The whole room went dead silent, and Hunter Beck was absolutely furious at the guy he thought was just flexing. So watch this, our hero decided to prove if he was actually capping or not. Then, something caught the B rank's eye. His opponent's aura was just ridiculously massive and terrifying. He instinctively jumped back desperately, trying to put some distance between them. He couldn't even process the pressure he just felt. Standing in front of this guy felt like staring down an absolute monster. Then it clicked, he remembered the S-rank hunter was watching. Getting totally cooked by some random beginner? Nah, he made his choice. He decided to burn the trump cards he was saving for his promotion. He instantly stacked 3 massive physical buffs. Yoon smirked, hyped to finally see him go all out, expecting some totally goated moves. Knowing those buffs would expire in 5 minutes, the B rank realized he was heavily racing against the clock. But right before he went beast mode, he noticed something absolutely insane. Our hero had already closed the gap, hand raised, ready to flick. Gwak Pilseong casually stated that rude kids only ever learn through physical discipline. Then he casually blasted the kid back with a simple finger flick. Baekhyuk hit the floor in shock and agony, totally unable to process what just happened. But the hero just smiled, declaring that his punishment wasn't over yet. He casually sent the guy flying backwards again with another simple hand gesture. Letting him crash onto the hard ground, Gwak Pilseong politely asked the kid to give up. But the super prideful B rank refused to stay down. He swung his spear wildly, but the old man casually sidestepped it. Our boy wasn't even shocked. He fully expected Hunter Beck to need a much longer beatdown. Right then, the S rank stepped in and stopped the fight. He looked at the B rank and stated flat out the winner is already obvious. But Hunter Beck refuses to take the loss. Dude is still ready to throw down. Yoon just sighs. She drops a line about tryhards being completely unattractive, then lands a sick kick right into the B rank's gut. The S rank tells him to just pack it up and keep his dignity intact, since he honestly gave it his all. Then she turns straight to Gwak Pilseong. Flashing a super cheerful vibe, she claims she totally knew he was going to win. This random trust actually intrigues our hero. Yoon flirts back, saying she only ever picks top-tier guys. Meanwhile, the markswoman is standing there, cringing out of her mind. The S-rank suggests they take this chat somewhere private, straight to her personal lab. Pilseong casually agrees, which totally hypes up the S-rank. But man, the D-rank markswoman is absolutely mauling in the background. A minute later, she tells her guests to ignore her incredibly chaotic workspace. Yoon then hits up the mini fridge, offering Gwak Pilseong something to drink. She mentions they might not be his vibe, since it is basically just a stash of her personal favorites. Taking a quick sip, the old man asks the real question: why did she actually drag him in here for a private talk? The S-rank hunter skips the small talk entirely. She drops a massive bombshell and invites our protagonist to officially join the association. Leaving him completely shook, the scientist claims the organization is literally always on the hunt, always looking for goated new members. But Pilseong is just confused. Make it make sense, right? Why drop such an insane offer on some dude who literally just hit B rank? Yoon admits she definitely has some low-key hidden motives. She rips a veil off the table, showing off this totally weird machine. The old man has zero clue what he is looking at. Filling in our clueless hero, the S-rank explains it is a legit dungeon rating meter. Pilseong instantly gets defensive as she brags about how this hardware leveled up the entire association. The device lets hunters queue for raids matching their exact rank, way better than the old days. Back then, unranked dungeons meant wasting a ridiculous amount of manpower and resources just going in blind. Then the scientist hits him with a serious reality check. pointing out he obviously knows the machine is pretty glitchy. Confirming his theory, the association totally knew about the bugs all along. Yoon Young casually admits the fail rate is super low, but definitely not zero. She tells our guy to imagine a world where every single hunter knew about that risk. Pilseong calls it out, weak hunters would absolutely dodge raids if they knew they could randomly get wiped. The scientist nods. That kind of panic is highly probable, and it would trigger a massive, horrible drop-off, plunging their already incredibly tiny hunter population, creating endless disasters just because of some super rare glitch in the system. But Pilseong is not having it. He argues everyone deserves the truth, otherwise they are just serving themselves up as free snacks for overpowered monsters. To the scientist, however, the math is totally simple. Sacrificing a few random nobodies is worth it for the greater good. That toxic mindset completely triggers him. He declares that hunters should only ever sacrifice themselves entirely on their own terms. Letting people get wiped out over a glitch is straight up evil. Hearing that, the genius scientist finally realizes her guest just completely rejected her sweet offer. Walking out, Pilseong tells her to pass a message to her bosses. He actually asks her to heavily insult the higher-ups on his behalf. Even though she totally respects his insane confidence, she is dead set on proving that acting all high and mighty will completely wreck him. Gwak Pilseong steps out of the building looking completely wiped. He already knows his old student is going to be incredibly salty hearing about his day. Right then, some guy spots our hero and walks over, totally intrigued. Gwak Pilseong actually recognizes him. The dude just shoots a smirk. Cut to a boss getting a file, hyping his guy up for some absolutely goated work. The boss asks, is this that hyped-up prodigy who soloed an entire dungeon like an absolute beast? The guy confirms it, adding that he just hit B rank after completely wrecking Baek Kongyuk. It is all about Gwak Pilseong, a name that has the boss grinning from ear to ear. The C-rank hunter finally brings him right up to his superior. The hunter starts hyping up the prodigy to the big boss, explaining how he straight up skipped C rank entirely. Meanwhile, our hero tries his hardest not to look at the visibly angry S-rank hunter. He is honestly sweating a bit from his former student's rage, especially when the kid mentions how insanely popular his master has become. The S-rank hunter suddenly demands a private chat with the prodigy. Hunter Kim happily dips out of the room to leave them alone. Once alone, the furious S-rank demands some answers from the old man. And after hearing the full story, the student points out a harsh truth. His master got totally played by Yu Seung. This actually gets our hero thinking. Get this, Park Dabin explains that this lady is a brand new S-rank, a seriously heavy hitter in the association. He says the most logical reason behind her whole sketchy proposal is that she desperately wanted to recruit someone who actually knew the meter was completely defective, meaning that whole B-rank promotion trial was just a front to make it look legit. If she lost, she definitely would have permanently silenced him. That is just how she operates. The S-rank hunter then points out that flat-out refusing to join must have made her insanely salty. It completely derailed her master plan. Gwak Pilseong proudly takes full credit for saying no, but Park Dabin warns him she is relentless. He is genuinely stressed about what she does next. So with all that hanging over them, Park Dabin invites his old master to join his guild. Gwak Pilseong instantly shuts him down. That blunt rejection completely catches the guy off guard. He pushes back, saying going solo is basically a death wish. Blue Sky is a top 5 guild in the whole country. They can actually step up and keep him safe. But our hero stays totally unfazed. Before giving a real answer, Gwak Pilseong reminds him that he is the literal legendary hunter. He does not need any protection, and he definitely will not get played by the association. Park Dabin just sighs, dude, you already got tricked by them. Which makes the old man argue he was just not taking things seriously enough. The S-rank hunter lets out this huge disappointed sigh, but ultimately decides to respect his old master and back off. Park Dabin begs him to watch his back. The newly minted B-rank hunter just tells him to have some faith. So after that heavy chat, he heads for the exit. Suddenly, a girl runs up to our hero. It is Park Jeon, looking totally gassed out after running around everywhere trying to find him. The markswoman flashes her brand new C-rank badge with a huge grin. She actually passed her brutal promotion exam. Gwak Pilseong congratulates her on the win, but she quickly admits he is the real reason she passed. Then he asks if that was really the only reason she came looking for him, and she completely freezes up. Her face goes completely beet red. She swears she just wanted to thank him for giving her the courage she desperately needed. After hearing he was hanging with the C-ranks, she actually spent ages looking for him. Then the markswoman abruptly changes the subject, asking our boy if he pulled up today because Blue Sky Guild sent an invite. Gwak Pilseong shoots that idea down completely. He plans on staying entirely guildless, and she is absolutely shook. Right then, a total stranger walks up. This super sketchy hunter introduces himself as Li Huan, claiming he is straight out of the Human Resources Department for Northern Light Guild. That name definitely catches his attention. Li Huan brags that they rank 11th overall and says they really want to recruit a goated talent like him. Seeing Gwak Pilseong look so unimpressed, the guy aggressively repeats that they are legit number 11. He points out that our silent protagonist still has not actually locked in with any guild yet. Then he asks if Pilseong has any specific plans. But to his absolute shock, the prodigy casually replies that he prefers working entirely solo. With that said, our boy just decides to dip. Panicking, Li Huan blocks Gwak Pilseong and begs him to hit their presentation before rejecting them, which immediately grabs Park Ji-yoon and her complete attention. Li Huan explains Northern Light is throwing a huge presentation, just to hype their name up, and get this, they are gifting free C-rank weapons to everyone who shows up. Hearing about free loot has the markswoman absolutely hyped up. She asks what the guild actually gains by flexing such a crazy generous giveaway event. Li Huan smoothly claims it helps persuade hunters to join while heavily boosting the guild reputation. Gwak Pilseong is just completely baffled. Meanwhile, his friend insists they need to go check this out immediately. Once they actually arrive, the overly hyped girl says it makes perfect sense to see massive crowds inside the number 11 guild while our exhausted hero just complains about getting completely dragged into this mess. Park Ji-yoon reminds him this is literally an easy free weapon glitch, but our boy thinks it is absolutely not worth the hassle. So the annoyed girl explains she just wants free gear after finally securing her promotion. Pilseong points out how ridiculously sus this entire giveaway feels. Yet the markswoman stubbornly argues that absolutely nothing feels suspicious here, especially since Northern Light is supposedly one of the top guilds. This makes our confused boy realize how incredibly naive she is and how messed up this situation really is. A minute later, Hunter Park looks around the weird waiting room they got pushed into. It is completely empty until somebody suddenly starts laughing out of absolute nowhere. It is none other than Li Huan giving a creepy welcome. Now watch how fast this goes south before Gwak Pilseong can even demand an explanation. He and Hunter Park are completely surrounded by armed goons. The sketchy guys announce that the mandatory enrollment process starts right now. Trapped in this sick setup, our hero aggressively demands real answers. He tells them flat out that forcing people into Northern Light is insane. Li Huan just smirks and says nobody gets hurt as long as those guild application papers get signed. Gwak Pilseong casually asks what exactly happens if they just refuse. So the shady recruiter snaps his fingers, warning them things will get really ugly. With every single goon prepping to attack, Li Huan says he is about to physically demonstrate why signing is the only option. Hunter Park immediately starts to completely panic, but catching the guy completely off guard, our MC actually agrees. Gwak Pilseong says he will just sign it. Li Huan is extremely pleased with this outcome. Sliding over the paperwork, he starts plotting how that overpowered curse will trigger the second the ink dries, totally turning this goated prodigy into a mindless Northern Light puppet. But plot twist, Gwak Pilseong actually demands a sit-down with the guild master before signing anything. He says he needs to vibe check the boss he is supposedly working for. Li Huan agrees, totally convinced our hero's shady plan is catching a massive L. So they hit up the guild master, who confirms he is pulling up real soon. Go Young-hoon, the big boss of Northern Light, is pretty hyped about Li Huan's progress. The lackey then lets our crew know the head honcho is basically minutes away. Catching that sketchy look, the markswoman quickly apologizes to the protagonist. She feels terrible for dragging him into this dumpster fire, but Gwak Pilseong claims responsibility, since Li Huan came specifically for him, meaning he is the actual target here. Seriously stressing out, the girl asks the prodigy if he is actually going to sign that, so he totally reassures her, saying he is going to handle the whole mess. Even with that promise, Park Ji is still super worried. Suddenly, a massive laugh echoes through the room the guild master just touched down. He introduces himself to the main character and welcomes him to Northern Light, while every single member bows down hard. Now watch this absolute madman. Li Huan is shook seeing him casually ask Go Young-hoon if he is actually in charge. This makes Li Huan absolutely rage and demand some respect for his boss until he gets silenced. The A-rank hunter says he does not mind the young dude's wild behavior. He actually finds it kind of sick, resting a heavy hand right on his shoulder, and says he has massive hopes for our hero. Gwak Pilseong just asks him if he always lies to people's faces like that. The guildmaster quickly explains that he only pulls these stunts for his guild, currently ranked number 11 in the whole nation. He goes on to say they are basically hard stuck, all because they lack an S-rank member. He then points out how it is super likely that our hero actually has the goated potential to become one. That is exactly why he uses toxic methods to recruit top tiers, claiming their guild would massively level up with this prodigy. So the guild master officially welcomes the young man into his ranks and promises him some insane loot. Gwak Pilseong then asks if those are his famous last words. With the boss and his goons totally shook, one guy tries stepping to the old man. only to get his hands snatched up and take a brutal elbow straight to the face. Seeing those wild reflexes, everyone is left completely stunned. Li Huan is absolutely triggered right now. The old man then points out how Northern Light flexes about being a top national guild, yet literally forces hunters to enlist against their will. He points right at their leader, calling them all straight-up criminals cosplaying as real hunters. This massively pisses off the shady boss, totally enraged by Gwak Pilseong acting so high and mighty. Deciding it is time for a reality check, he attacks the protagonist with his signature skill, Freezing Grasp. Catching this icy move, the hero goes on high alert. Li Huan just starts laughing, saying getting turned to ice is exactly what Gwak Pilseong deserves. But instead of chilling out, the hero flares his magic power to just shrug off the ice, leaving the caster completely lost. He plants his feet firmly on the ground. The hero launches himself at Li Huan, who panics and desperately throws up an ice shield. But Gwak Pilseong says it is totally useless, before landing an absolutely brutal punch right to his face, just letting him agonize in pure pain. Over, just like that. Li Huan is totally down for the count. Even though he is not a combat main, the guild master is absolutely shook seeing an A-rank hunter get one shot, meaning this dude was totally hiding his goated power level. Clicking his tongue in pure annoyance, the Northern Light leader straight up orders his boys to rush our guy. Right then, a random thug tries to sneak him from behind, but Gwak Pilseong easily dodges the blade like a pro. He smacks the dude's back, literally using him as a stepping stone to drop kick another goon right in the face. Just like that. 2 hunters, completely clapped in seconds. But then our hero spots the thug leader gearing up for a massive sneak attack. So after effortlessly dodging that fiery blade, Gwak Pilseong decides to quickly back up and create some much-needed space. Now armed with a legendary tier weapon called Fang of the Fire Dragon, the guy totally roasts our hero for acting tough. The guildmaster flexes hard, claiming victory is guaranteed now that his Fang of the Fire Dragon is finally out. Gwak Pilseong sarcastically admits the weapon looks pretty sick. The thug brags that this drop from an S-rank dungeon literally gives him S-rank damage output. Big mistake. The old man heavily roasts the younger dude, calling him out for relying on flashy pay-to-win gear to carry his weak stats. Super triggered by that, the criminal charges in. But Gwak Pilseong easily dodges every single wild swing. As the guy gets ridiculously salty about constantly missing his target, the old man drops some truth, saying guild hype and equipment quality literally do not matter here. He tells the thug it is time to accept he is completely outclassed. Beyond tilted now, the A-rank hunter yells at our hero to shut his mouth and stop the disrespect. With that, Gwak Pilseong casually unsheathes his own sword, and with it, he effortlessly parries his Fang of the Fire Dragon. The guildmaster is fully shook, seeing an S-rank weapon get completely countered by some basic gear. Watch closely. Gwak Pilseong decides to literally teach this criminal a physical lesson. Ko Young-hun panics hard as our hero lands an absolutely devastating gut punch. Flashback time. Ko Young-hun is totally stunned seeing a core member ditch his guild. This young guy, basically their top-tier carry, just claims he has his own personal reasons for bailing. Back then, the thug was actually super hyped and full of genuine hope. Zero loyalty. He just could not stop hunters from quitting. He figured playing nice would make them stay. Then some random dude shows up, bragging that the OP hunter just joined his rival guild instead. He rubs it in, saying the guy swapped teams purely to get stronger buffs. This hits Ko Young-hun like a truck, making him realize that to hit the big leagues, you gotta think big, and his wholesome little dream was totally worthless to everyone. Game over. He completely embraced his toxic, shameless villain era from that day on. He started aggressively scouting talented hunters, and in case of a hard rejection, Ko Young-hun made absolutely sure to take his petty revenge on them. That toxic grind skyrocketed his guild to number 11 nationally, entirely wiping out his guild. Back to now. The guildmaster snaps awake right in front of the massive hunter. Ko Young-hun angrily demands his actual identity. To his absolute shock, the guy standing over him is the Blue Sky Guild leader. This makes him totally panic, definitely not expecting this boss here. The thug then totally trips out over Gwak Pilseong, having all his men completely stun-locked on the ground. This makes him wildly guess the protagonist is secretly in the Blue Sky Guild too. Hearing that nonsense, our annoyed hero just delivers a swift smack right to his head. Gwak Pilseong makes it clear, talk that senseless trash again, and you are getting cooked. Stepping in to set the record straight, the S-rank powerhouse explains the hero is definitely not some random underling. Now, Ko Young-hun just looks completely lost. Mind blown. Park Dibin straight up admits he owes our guy big time. That is exactly why he showed up to help out. Watching a goated guild leader bow down like this has him, and honestly us too, questioning who this kid actually is. Right on cue, the old man pulls the thug's focus. He presses him hard. Did someone actually force you to do all this messed up stuff? Doubling down, Ko Young-hoon says he was just hyped to get his crew to number 1. The master throws it right back, does a completely fake. Lying squad really deserve that absolute top spot. Hearing that, the thug aggressively stands his ground on this. He knows full well how grimy his methods are, but those dirty tactics carried his guild straight up the ladder. Visibly striking a painful nerve, Gwak Pilseong asks if this is really the dream guild he wanted. Backed into a heavy corner, Ko Young-hoon insists he had 0 choices left. The whole association system is rigged for the big dogs, basically forcing his hand into major crime. With absolutely everything in his chest, Ko Young-hoon says this. As the boss, he would do whatever it takes to see his own people win and prosper. Catching that raw speech, his guys are actually moved by their leader's insane loyalty. Then the master drops a bombshell, asking if he would fix his ways if the entire association shifted, never happening. The guy quickly fires back that this is impossible. The association just keeps hoarding massive leverage as those giant guilds keep leveling up their status. In this desperate dude's eyes, that organization sits comfortably at the absolute peak of power. He truly believes things will never ever change. But catching him completely off guard, Gwak Pilseong promises change. Pure shock. Ko Young-hoon simply cannot process what he just heard. Turning to our hero, the S-rank asks if he has some wild plan cooking. Right then, the legend drops his sick master plan, forming a brand new squad to crush the organization. Meanwhile, parked right outside the door, Park Ji-hyun is desperately trying to eavesdrop on them. The markswoman is super curious about this kid who just casually chats up a top-tier guild leader like it is absolutely nothing. Not to mention, she is completely shook realizing their former party leader is actually a legit Blue Sky member. Pointing out his major potential energy, she definitely sparks the big hunter's interest. Right then, our hero and the guild boss finally step out. Get ready for this. The C-ranks immediately rush our boy. Begging him, the girl demands his real identity. Hunter Kim is stressing, asking why he never mentioned knowing his literal boss this whole time. Watching those two swarm the protagonist, the old man is surprised the tall one just silently observes the chaos. Jump back a few minutes. The student was questioning his old master. Their fate? He asks what happens to those specific thugs. Honestly shocking him, Gwak Pilseong mentions that humans always need a real chance to flex their true talent, which is exactly why Ko Young-hoon gets a solid shot to prove he is actually goated. He figures the guy probably never even got a fair shot before. According to the old man, that intense scolding definitely taught the Northern Light boss a heavy, much-needed lesson. The S-ranks just find this hilarious. Their stubborn master hasn't changed one single bit in 10 years. Flash forward to later that night. Someone is grinding hard at the gym. Completely wiped out, this absolute unit of a guy finally drops the heavy iron down. Right then, a random hunter tells his guild master that some association guy just pulled up. That gets the muscle-bound boss curious, but he instantly sweats the worst-case scenario. The guy just walks right up to him and drops his name Yunu Kwan. This dude is literally the head of the association's violent crimes unit. He starts talking to Su Wong-ho, an S-rank beast and leader of the Grizzly Guild, basically one of the top 10 goated guilds nationwide. Su Wong-ho tells the guy to cut the yap and get to business, claiming he definitely does not remember doing any recent sketchy crimes himself. But catching him totally off guard, Yunu Kwan brings up Ko Young-hun, the big boss of Northern Light. Su Wang-ho just grabs a massive weight and chucks it at the guest, who honestly does not flinch. The S-rank warns Yunu Kwan to watch his mouth right now. He wants to know exactly why that absolute loser of a guild master is even being mentioned. And blowing his mind completely, the violent crimes leader drops a massive truth bomb. Turns out, Northern Light's boss got absolutely wrecked by some lower-ranked hunter. The Grizzly leader is just standing there confused, while Yunu Kwan says he is finally ready to spill the tea. A tiny smirk creeps onto Su Wang-ho's face. He is seriously hyped to hear this whole crazy story. Meanwhile, Hunter Kim is hardcore struggling against this totally ugly two-headed Cyclops. The C-rank charges in and slashes the beast with his sword, making the monster scream out in pure pain. Right after that, the kid leaps onto its massive head, trying to chop off its giant horn completely. 0 damage, not even a scratch. That honestly pisses him off. That is when our hero yells out, "Aim for the weak points only." Hunter Kim agrees fast, though Gwak Pilseong is still wondering how they even ended up in this mess. Basically, earlier on, the C-rank had practically begged the old guy to be his master. The whole request kind of fascinated him. Hunter Kim swore he did some serious soul-searching and decided following Gwak Pilseong was his only way to level up. So he pleaded again to be taken in, but our hero honestly thought it was a huge waste of time, especially since the kid was already taking orders from a legit guild master anyway. But the rookie reveals that Park Suk-chuk is literally always buried in guild paperwork, and he actually gave his full permission for this setup, making Gwak Pilseong realize his former student had totally orchestrated this whole crazy plan. So whatever, the old man decides to just take the rookie under his wing. The kid basically explodes with pure hype. Catching up to the current fight, the C rank actually manages to drop the twin-headed Cyclops. Hearing his master point out his sick progress, the kid feels super grateful. Hunter Kim is beaming as the old man says he will easily hit B rank soon at this totally crazy pace. And while they are having this nice little chat, the other hunters start complaining hard, calling our hero way too cocky. They are whining that they did all the heavy lifting while he just stood around watching them. Gwak Pilseong catches them talking trash, implying that absolute dumb luck was the only reason he even skipped C rank. But before Hunter Kim can even defend his goated master, the old man shuts it down. Gwak Pilseong tells him to just let the haters talk and touch grass. Then he says they should just dip and exit the dungeon they cleared. But watch this, a super sketchy figure is actually watching them from afar. As the guys leave, somebody else walks right up to our hero. It is this super shy kid asking if he actually managed to skip C rank for real. And when asked why he even cares, the young dude actually asks Gwak Pilseong to take him under his wing, saying he wants to be goated like him. This totally throws our hero and his current apprentice for a massive loop. Gwak Pilseong is shook and asks the boy if he seriously wants him as a master, without even knowing his vibe. The kid completely chokes up, and seeing this awkward silence, the old man tries to just shoo the shy guy away. Dude does not even try to push back, making our hero seriously question his motivation since he folded that easily. Then the kid drops that he would not blame him for rejecting a total scrub. This weak attitude seriously annoys our hero. Right then, Hunter Kim jumps in, hyping up the kid's request. He argues the kid must have legit reasons to push past his anxiety and ask for a teacher. Plus, he adds that a new sparring buddy would be absolutely sick. But Gwak Pilseong pushes back both student and master gotta grind. That is exactly why he refuses to teach someone who barely wants the actual spot. Still, the boy stubbornly insists that he really, truly does. His fake confidence instantly crumbles under the old man's absolutely killer aura. Hunter Kim practically begs Gwak Pilseong to give the kid a real shot. When questioned on why he cares, the C rank stands 10 toes down, totally shocking our hero. He drops some lore about the guild spirit Park Daebin taught him, meaning they gotta give real tryhards a fair chance. Seeing the absolute main character sparkle in his students' eyes, the master just caves in. He officially lets the newbie tag along for their very next major dungeon raid. Literally crying tears of joy, the kid promises he will absolutely lock in. Just then, our hero finally remembers to actually ask for his name. So, the boy properly introduces himself as Lee Jongwon. With introductions done, the old man mentions he is actually pretty hyped to start grinding together. Kim Taejin casually slides in to greet his new junior. He points out they better get comfy, considering how much time they are about to spend together. The super hype kid literally begs the C rank to show him the ropes. Since Hunter Kim gets called senior now, our hero just sighs, deciding to actually train Lee Jongwon if he truly wants to level up. A few days later, inside a dungeon, Gwak Pilseong is completely baffled by this newbie's wild actions. He literally screams at him to get out the way. This happens right before saving him from getting totally squashed by a massive boss at the last second. After getting a timid thank you, the protagonist seriously starts losing his mind. His student constantly spaces out, and these kinds of brutal close calls just keep happening. The shy guy instantly begs for mercy as the master just absolutely rages. He cannot fathom how this C rank never checks his corners before rushing in blindly like a total noob. While Kim Taejin tries to chill him out, Lee Jongwon awkwardly apologizes all over again. Gwak Pilseong seriously wonders what his next move should be with this kid. The kid is left feeling super washed and ashamed as the sun starts going down. Lee Jongwon suddenly faces off against a giant golem. He spams magic to buff his weapon for a heavy strike, but it does absolutely zero damage. But right before the mob can counter, our hero swoops in and completely chunks its arm off. And he is not done, he absolutely wrecks its core right after. Naturally, the young dude is super thankful for the totally clutch save. That just earns him another massive scolding from the master. Realizing he just button mashed instead of finding weak spots makes the kid feel totally embarrassed. So, after venting his frustration, our hero completely ditches the scene, leaving his depressed disciple to go touch grass. Hunter Kim tries to hype him up, saying he will totally crush the next raid, but Jangwon completely ignores the guy, muttering that he just needs to touch grass. Kim just watches him walk away in total silence, looking pretty darn worried. Cut back to the dungeon, where a fist absolutely wrecks a solid wall. Lee Jangwon is practically seeing red right now. The kid absolutely hates getting treated like total dead weight. He almost considers rage quitting entirely, but he shakes it off. He only has to endure this garbage for a little longer. Our boy is dead set on pushing through the grind. Right on cue, Kim calls out that it is time to bounce from this zone. Jangwon scrambles to catch up, Fast forward to the Blue Sky Guild headquarters. Our hero starts whining about his massive workload to his seriously annoyed former student. Park Dabbin straight up asks why this old geezer keeps using Blue Sky as his personal chill lounge. Gwak Pilseong fires back he is an old man, and all his buddies are literally dead or dying. He has nowhere else to hang out, shifting the blame to the S rank for saddling him with a student. Since he basically lives there anyway, the tall guy pitches an idea to his master. Just officially joined Blue Sky already, the hero instantly rejects it, clapping back. Signing up would completely nuke his freedom. The guild master admits he is stressed over the association ignoring the Northern Lights mess, plus his master being super antisocial. Park Sanchi then drops a massive bombshell rumor on the old man about how he personally caters to his every need. Pilsen does not even flinch at that, since they are genuinely just close bros. So the tall dude spells it out, people are saying they are literally dating. Hearing that spicy take, the old man totally loses his mind, screaming to know exactly who started this unhinged gossip. According to him, these fake news rumors were cooked up by his own guild members, totally jealous of him favoring an outsider. Because of all that drama, the student begs his master to either join the squad or stop crashing here for a bit. The cranky old hero assumes they are totally age-shaming him now, but Park Dabbin swears it has absolutely nothing to do with his boomer status. So Gwak Pilseong makes a very dramatic choice. He proudly declares he will never step foot inside Blue Sky headquarters ever again. But catch this, the S rank warns him that the sketchy Grizzly Guild is aggressively researching his past. Hearing that name, the hero figures they are just another garbage crew like Ku Yongun. His student confirms the 10th and 11th ranked groups share similar bad vibes. The only real difference is their leader, Seo Wangho, is a totally unpredictable S-rank powerhouse. Despite the guy having zero chill, Gwak Pilseong confidently promises the Blue Sky leader that he will be perfectly fine, considering he is the actual goated legendary hunter. The master dips out like a boss, leaving his stressed student dreading a worst-case scenario. Later that exact same day, the hero checks if anyone skipped out. Both his pupils are present. Kim assumes they got summoned because some insane new dungeon spawned. While Lee Jangwon is absolutely sweating bullets, their master drops a plot twist. They are not here to fight at all, they are doing a team bonding session, completely stunning both guys. Hearing that, the shy hunter feels instantly relieved. The old man realizes he basically knows zero about these kids, so he wants to use this hangout to connect. The students awkwardly nod along as he lectures them about touching grass being a crucial part of their training arc. Hunter Kim finally asks what epic plans they actually have for today. Gwak Pilseong thinks it over, then asks his pupils how young people actually touch grass these days. The C-rank hunter throws them a curveball. He usually just goes hiking or plays a board game called Go. That totally hypes up the old man. He loves that the game is still relevant, mostly because he is absolutely goated at it. But the second Lee Jong-hwan calls the game a snooze fest, the master completely loses his chill. He furiously defends his favorite hobby, then points at his second disciple and demands to know his weekend plans. The kid totally freezes up. Cut to a comic shop. Our hero is just vibing and binge reading in absolute peace. The old man figures this must be peak entertainment for the youth today, but the boy insists it is just his personal nerdy hobby. Things get super quiet while the master stews in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, the kid is sweating bullets. Gwak Pilseong suddenly asks his student why he even bothered joining the crazy hunter life. Lee Jong-won takes a second, then admits he has been completely obsessed with comic books since childhood. So when real hunters started popping up, he was hyped. Since they looked exactly like his favorite comic characters, he made the crazy choice to become one himself. Basically, he just wanted to live out his main character fantasy. He awkwardly admits his dream sounds super childish, but the master immediately shuts that idea down. He tells the kid there is zero shame in chasing that vibe. The student is shook. His master actually calls his geeky aspirations low-key beautiful. Right then, someone spots our protagonist. It is none other than Park Ji-hyun. Earlier, she was getting insanely frustrated over a dumb cliffhanger. Realizing the manga was dragging, the marksman could not stop thinking about our honestly mid-looking hero. His stoic raid energy was cool, but she was honestly just catching some major feelings. He somehow felt completely different from the rest. He gave off nostalgic grandpa vibes, and she sat there wondering what he was up to right now. She finally got up to clear her head and touch grass. Park Ji-hyun was literally just wishing to see him, and boom, there he is. Gwak Pilseong turns around. He is honestly stoked to bump into the marksman in a random shop. When she asks what he is doing here, the old man casually claims he's doing some solid team bonding. Talk about lucky, she feels great about this wild coincidence. Lee Jong-hwan immediately asks how his master knows such an absolute baddie. Hunter Park panics when the kid implies they might actually be a secret couple. She frantically denies it with a bright red face, while Gwak Pilseong bluntly states they are literally just work acquaintances. The shy boy awkwardly steps up and introduces himself to the blushing marksman. She replies with this super salty attitude, leaving the poor guy completely and utterly confused. Right on cue, Vanja rolls up to check on her friend, only to see the sudden crowd. Gwak Pilseong politely greets his old teammate, but Vanja hints to Park Ji-hyun that they should probably bounce. Sensing the rush, our hero just smiles and waves them goodbye. Trust me, Hunter Park is totally not ready to dip yet. So she shoots her shot. She invites all three guys to karaoke, claiming the whole squad would make it lit. Gwak Pilseong is fully ready to decline and keep binging comics, but the overhyped kid instantly accepts. To him, hitting the karaoke room is like a mandatory youth side quest. He accepts first, then asks his senior if he is cool with it. Surprisingly, Hunter Kim is totally down for the ride. Fast forward to the karaoke room. The five of them chill and get comfortable, but Hunter Park is already regretting this invite. But nah, she quickly flips her mindset. It is time to use this hangout to actually pull her crush. Our hero gets asked to sing a duet with a girl, but the old man totally curves her. He says he literally does not know these tracks. So he forces his student to step up and sing instead. Park Ji-hyun gets super frustrated watching her master plan totally flop. She runs the scheme again, only this time. She promises to sing whatever track he picks. Gwak Pilseong cues up a track called Return My Youth, and he is absolutely vibing to it. This boomer song leaves the girl completely baffled, while her friend leans in to whisper. Honestly, Park Ji-hyun completely loses it when asked if she is thirsting after our hero. Her face turns bright red, realizing her giant crush is that painfully obvious. She instantly apologizes for inviting the three of them, totally convinced Gwak Pilseong does not see her as girlfriend material. But catching her off guard, the mage grabs her hand. She promises to be her ultimate wingman and help her out. Hunter Park is super touched by this. Suddenly, a flawless 100 score pops up. Kim starts hyping his master up, and the old man brags about almost going pro as a singer way back. But realizing he just gave away his age, he quickly backpedals. The mage then gets his attention, asking him to escort her friend to the comic store to hunt down a lost wallet. Lee Jang-won tries offering his own help, much to the absolute horror of the girl. Boom, the mage ruthlessly kicks him under the table. She cheerfully asks the old man again, leaving the others watching the whole interaction in disbelief. Gwak Pilseong thinks for a second and agrees, leaving Park Ji-hyun looking pretty bummed out. While the dude with glasses silently roots for her, the other boy just watches awkwardly. After securing the wallet, she thanks our protagonist for the carry. He wants to instantly rejoin the squad, but the surprise girl quickly shoots that down. Gwak Pilseong asks if she needs help with something else, leaving her totally scrambling for words. The hero casually asks what is on her mind, while she goes into full panic mode. She is completely wasting the perfect opening her friend just served up for her. Gathering her courage, Hunter Park finally asks the protagonist if he is currently interested in anyone. Gwak Pilseong admits he used to be, flashing a pretty sad expression. This makes the girl assume he is talking about a brutal breakup. But catching her completely off guard, the lady in question actually ended up losing her life. The marksman panics and desperately apologizes for asking, but our hero says it really does not matter anymore. Hunter Park figures this horrible loss must be the result of some crazy tragedy. She naturally assumes the woman got taken out during a dungeon raid. But here is the wild part. The old man means an elderly lady who passed from old age. Gwak Pilseong then links her weird question to his second disciple, confusing the girl before dropping a bomb. The master hints that his pupil totally has feelings for her and calls them a goated karaoke duo. Blushing hard, she instantly fires back that she is interested in someone else, sparking the hero's curiosity. He asks if this mystery crush happens to be an acquaintance of his, but right as she is about to drop the truth, the red-faced girl completely panics and sprints away to the bathroom. This behavior intrigues the boomer, who seriously needs to touch grass to understand today's youth. Meanwhile, the vibes in that karaoke room get insanely awkward. Just two hunters left. The girl tries breaking the ice, joking about everyone straight up ghosting them. Hunter Kim is getting completely stressed. His junior has been chilling in the bathroom way too long. The mage brushes it off, thinking it is no biggie. She figures her bestie is just touching grass somewhere. But honestly, that friend is totally shook. The marksman finds herself staring at a super stiff Lee Jong-won. She literally thinks he's about to confess his feelings. Her heart is totally going crazy right now, until the hype becomes pure dread. Lee Jong-won mutters a sorry as some totally sus aura appears behind her. The marksman turns around and completely freezes in horror. Park Ji-hyun starts screaming her lungs out while Lee Jong-won just stands there watching. Back outside, Gwak Pilseong is wondering why she's taking forever. Hunter Park dipped to the bathroom 30 minutes ago. Suddenly, a phone just starts blowing up. Our guy answers it and gets totally jump-scared when the caller straight up asks about Hunter Park. Gwak Pilseong demands to know who the heck is on the line. The caller just laughs, flexing that he holds her safety in his hands, acting like a total edgelord, complaining about old guys hating his style. The dude promises Park Ji-him will stay safe, but only if Pilsen plays by the rules. Our hero is basically hard locked into this. He has to agree. The kidnapper drops the location ping and tells him to show up absolutely solo. Watch closely, our boy is seeing pure red right now. Later that evening, out in the middle of nowhere, the thugs chill with their boss, who is getting completely sick of waiting for our hero. One random goon has the guts to ask if their target is even going to show up. The boss looks ridiculously triggered by that comment, and the poor minion immediately starts sweating bullets. Suddenly, the big guy grabs him by the face, lifts him straight up, and yeets him across the room. He snaps at them to use the title Guildmaster, claiming they are way past being street thugs now. The guy uses this moment to lay down the law about that boss title. They are officially a legit, goated guild in the association's eyes now. After that massive flex, the Guildmaster orders his men to drag the trash minion out before sitting back down. Right then, another lackey brings up something the Northern Light leader mentioned earlier. That triggers a flashback for our villain. Earlier at the Northern Light Guild, Ko Young-hoon is looking super interested while his guards try blocking an intruder. This former gangster straight up barges into the main office. It has been a hot minute since Seo Wang-ho crossed paths with Ko Young-in, and the A rank is definitely not vibing with this. The grizzly boss smirks, claiming he just heard a totally wild rumor. Word is the Northern Light boss got clapped by a B rank, catching the guildmaster completely off guard. He fires back, telling Seo Wang-ho he really needs to touch grass, since he literally traveled all this way just to troll him in person. Get this, the gangster is only here to get the scoop on this B rank prodigy. Ko Young-hun throws him a bone, warning his old friend to absolutely not mess with our main guy. Getting called friend by an A rank really catches the grizzly boss off guard, and he instantly starts cracking up. Flashing a completely unhinged grin, he decides to prove Ko Young-hoon wrong, setting himself up for the absolute worst reality check ever. Snap back to reality, our hero's arrival totally catches the old-school gangster off guard. Gwak Pilseong rolls up, looking absolutely dead inside. Su Wang-ho welcomes him, whining about the crazy long wait, but the old man just demands to know where the girl is. Seeing him so hyped to get her back, the mob boss swears she is totally unharmed, but she is dead silent, putting our hero on high alert. He wants answers right now. Su Wang-ho claims she is just knocked out from some sleeping meds they slipped her. Gwak Pilseong demands their gang name and what they actually want. The gangster suddenly realizes he completely forgot to introduce himself, so he drops his name Su Wang-ho, the boss of the Grizzly Guild. Right then, our hero remembers Park Dabin bringing up this exact crew. Su Wang-ho takes getting called absolutely unhinged as a compliment, from our hero noting the dude must be insanely confident to solo them, just like the rumors say. But when the mobster calls this light work for the legendary hunter, watch closely here, our boy is shook. This means the Grizzly Guild already knows his real identity. Su Wang-ho smirks he would not pull all this out just to bait some random B-rank nobody. Having completely exposed the old man, the mobster admits he is amazed seeing him look like a literal teenager. Gwak Pilseong gets even more rattled, hearing the association also knows he is back. Su Wang-ho starts geeking out over how goated the hero was back then. He brings up the rumors that he could have easily run the association, and guesses that is exactly why the big wigs up top absolutely hate him. The mobster then spills the tea. The association literally hired him to take out the B-rank hunter, and because the job sounded totally sus, he dug into it and uncovered the young-looking guy is the real deal. Hearing that, Gwak Pilseong figures this whole kidnapping is just a setup to delete him entirely. But get this, absolute plot twist, the boss holds out his hand, asking to team up. Our boy is mind blown. Su Wang-ho explains the association pisses him off, since they are always poking around in his sketchy business. So he wants to squad up and wreck their mutual haters. Gwak Pilseong states most things are honestly not worth his energy, but getting someone he cares about hurt because of his own drama, yeah, that definitely crosses the line for him. The gangster says my bad for using the marksman as bait, claiming this is just him declaring war on the association. But Gwak Pilseong knows she is 100% a needed hostage, since he was obviously declining. The guild boss actually praises the old man for catching on so fast. Our hero replies that this mobster is just as toxic as his old student said. Still, Su Wang-ho insists he legit wants him as a duo partner. Then the gangster claims he has a wild surprise ready. As he steps up, the master is completely shook. It is literally Lee Jang-won. The grizzly boss reveals the kid has been working for him this whole time, then mocks Gwak Pilseong, asking how he feels about this massive cliffhanger. He tells the old man to play nice or Park Ji-yeon gets hurt badly. Gwak Pilseong swears he will hold this grudge forever. Totally seeing red, the legendary hunter decides it is time to throw hands. So Gwak Pilseong tells the thug to brace himself. Our guy is throwing down against a whole squad once again. The grizzly boss just laughs at this boomer trying to teach him a lesson. He brings up how he used to be the goated hunter. But according to him, the dude is just a washed B-rank weakling who seriously fell off hard over the years. The thug tells the old-timer to get ready to hold this L for actually refusing his offer. With that, the grizzly master tells his goons to jump him. But Gwak Pilseong doesn't even sweat it, smoothly dodging that first strike. Then he spots a gangster aiming right for his back. He perfectly dodges the blade, slipping right behind the dude before booting him completely square in the face. Just like that, the mobster gets absolutely clapped in one single hit. Gwak Pilseong just glares over and asks the grizzly crew if they are really done already. The legendary hunter finally draws his blade, figuring it is officially time to launch his own sick counterattack. Our guy launches himself straight at the squad, going directly for the big boss. But Seo Wang-ho does not care. The thug actually manages to block the strike, totally catching our hero off guard. Seo Wang-ho admits the dude is way stronger than expected, showing that his goated past reputation was definitely not fake news. Pushing the old man and his blade away, the thug boldly declares that the past is literally just the past. So the 80-year-old hunter really just needs to take the L and give up. That makes Gwak Pilseong bite his lower lip in frustration. And so, the brawl keeps going. They start trading blows at completely insane speeds, and the basic thugs literally cannot even track them. The showdown is getting intensely fiercer by the actual minute. Seo Wang-ho admits he totally underestimated him, figuring this crazy strength comes from his weird miraculous glow-up. Gwak Pilseong says his grudge is skyrocketing, seeing such top-tier skills being wasted in completely shameless ways. The gangster promises he is about to lock in for real. He completely unleashes his skill, Fist of the Iron Will. Seeing this epic move, his goons hype him up and guarantee an easy victory. But our guy is completely unfazed, effortlessly blocking the strike while the grizzly squad loses their absolute minds. Right after that, the mobster suddenly spots the old man. He is charging at him straight from above. You have to see this coming. Gwak Pilseong finally lands a brutal hit on the guildmaster, leaving him screaming in absolute agony. Gwak is not even breaking a sweat out here, while Seo Wang-ho literally starts coughing up blood. Gwak Pilseong totally roasts him for having such garbage mastery over his own powers. Even though the guy is an S rank, he tells him to touch grass and stop spamming skills to win. That makes the younger dude flashback to when the old man scolded him for that exact same thing. The gangster gets sick of being lectured like a noob, screaming for his healers to patch up his nasty injuries. His squad immediately scrambles to obey. Knowing he heavily underestimated our hero, the guy basically has no choice but to admit the hard truth. This legendary hunter is still an absolute nightmare to fight. Back at full HP, the guildmaster challenges him to round 2. Channeling all his magic and powering up to a crazy high level, the S rank launches himself right back in. He is super confident the old man has zero chance of parrying this new attack. But as Gwak Pilseong coats his own blade in pure mana, the boss is left utterly shook. He watches the old man just casually tank his superpowered charge and somehow actually manages to knock him entirely backwards. Getting absolutely wrecked, this thug straight up demands to know what broken skill just knocked him into next week. Plot twist. The old man actually just speaks up. He deadass just buffed his sword with some basic magic. Seo Wang-ho is totally shook. Ain't no way a starter pack skill drops that massive area of effect damage. The dude gets saltier when the main character drops the ultimate get good. It is all about the user. Big mistake. The angry gangster rushes in for round 2. But our goated hero just points at the absolute tragic state of his weapon. Big brain moment for the S rank. He realizes this legendary hunter was spamming attacks on his blade. Weapons completely gone. This giant grizzly is officially cornered and sweating bullets. So he totally panics, yelling at Lee Jong-won to literally end Park Ji-hoon if the old man tries any funny business right now. The poor kid is completely paralyzed, thinking he actually has to follow this absolute psycho's orders. Feeling cocky again, the gangster taunts his opponent what is the next play, with his precious friend's life hanging by a total literal thread. Pay attention to this next move. Both master and student are stuck playing some serious 4D chess, stuck in this super toxic and completely rigged hostage situation. The boss demands he drop his weapon right now if he wants Hunter Park to survive. Gwak Pilseong just hits his guilty-looking student with the most bombastic side-eye. He casually tosses his blade away, asking the S rank if he is finally happy now. The dude gloats, acting like this is the exact beta energy he ordered. He claims he does not actually want to catch a body today, but he is definitely breaking some of the young-looking dude's bones and he charges straight in like an absolute tank. Huge mistake. Gwak Pilseong introduces the thug's face to his knee, leaving him screaming loudly. The hero pivots and just yeets him through a literal wall with a god-tier gut kick, completely wrecking the guy. Just like that, Seo Wang-ho takes massive critical damage to the face, looking completely wrecked, reminding the old man that he is not capping about hurting the girl. Gwak Pilseong calls out this trash S-rank behavior, but the boss just shrugs. Nobody is perfect, right? Can you believe this guy? To prove he is serious, he orders Lee Jung-won to chop Hunter Park's arms off. Pure hesitation. The kid simply cannot bring himself to do something so completely sick. The boss loses his absolute mind, screaming the horrible order once again, leaving the poor young one totally terrified. He is literally about to cave when his master suddenly calls out to the scared boy, reminding him of the hyped-up dream that made him a hunter to begin with. He asks, "Do you really want to spend your life doing dirty work for a complete loser?" Hunter Lee freezes, remembering his old dream of being a goated comic book hero. Seeing this hesitation makes the boss rage harder, yelling at him to just slice Hunter Park up, totally paralyzing the kid with fear again. But homie finally touches grass, mans up, and just drops the freaking knife. Total betrayal. The S rank is absolutely seeing red. Seo Won-ho lunges at the kid, but suddenly realizes the legendary Hunter is already standing right behind him. Gwak Pilseong absolutely dunks on the thug with a flying kick, leaving him screeching loudly. Game over. Flexing for his crew is done. This guild master is completely out of hit points. Holding the massive loss, he has no choice but to admit Gwak Pilseong won. He begs to trade literally whatever the guy wants, just to keep his own pathetic life. The thug backtracks hard, claiming he never meant to catch a body today. But Gwak Pilseong knew this thug wouldn't just touch grass and stop his evil deeds by simply being asked nicely. The guy only understood one language: pure physical pain. This absolutely savage sight terrified the whole Grizzly Guild, while their boss begged him to stop. He had already completely tapped out. As the protagonist raised his blade, Seo Gwang-ho frantically reminded him about the promise to let him live. The dude straight up begged for mercy, swearing up and down that he would never bother the old man ever again. Pure terror wrecked his soul as Pilseong went for the kill, only for the blade to miss by a literal hair and smash the ground. Seo Gwang-ho instantly passed out from the sheer horror. Gwak Pilseong turned his dead-eyed stare to the henchman, asking if anyone else wanted to try their luck. Dead silence. To our goated protagonist, every single one of them just looked like totally mindless idiots. He ordered the goons to drag their boss out of his sight unless they actually wanted a round two. Lee Jong-won stood there completely frozen. He suddenly noticed the old man walking right toward him. The deeply ashamed kid, too scared to even call Pilseong his master anymore, he apologized for the betrayal, but the old man stayed silent and raised his fist. While the boy braced for impact, Gwak Pilseong cracked a tiny smile, patted the kid right on the shoulder, and told him he still needed to call him master. The young guy was absolutely shook. I mean, getting forgiven after pulling a stunt like that? Pilseong calmly explained that nobody was free of sin. Scolding is just for people who refuse to own their mistakes. Plus, he brought up Jongwon's old dream of becoming a hyped comic book hero. The protagonist dropped a little lore from his current binge read. The main character always levels up after surviving major hardships. And honestly, his student felt pretty similar to that exact hero. Those sincere words hit Lee Jong-won hard. With that settled, the old man said they should grab Hunter Park and bounce. Hunter Lee just stood there, trying to process the absolute whiplash. Sometime later, a seriously annoyed Go Young-han demanded to know why they were meeting. The hero stated the obvious: he wanted to talk, then casually asked if the guy had some kind of problem with that. Young-han backed down, claiming he was just pretty damn intrigued by why Pilseong was using the Grizzly Guild turf for this exact meetup. Stepping inside, Go Young-han felt his jaw actually drop. The entire Grizzly squad was bowing to our hero, leaving the former thug completely speechless. He couldn't wrap his head around these hardcore guild members treating Pilseong like absolute royalty, sparking some pretty major suspicions in his mind. So he straight up asked Gwak Pilseong a question. Did he actually join the Grizzly Guild? But the old man scoffed, saying he would never join a trash group like that, and told the Northern Light leader to zip it and follow. Get ready, Yanin kind of braced himself for whatever insane thing came next. The young-looking leader barged right into the office, revealing some dude literally cowering in fear behind the big desk. This loser was none other than the S-rank hunter running the whole guild. The pathetic sight pissed the old man off, demanding the guy stand up straight. Young-hun just stared in total disbelief as this massive guy apologized like a coward. The master of the 11th was basically glitching out. Even as the weakest S-rank out there, Seo Gwang-ho was still a heavy hitter. And yet, our hero was casually roasting this giant for hiding like a scared toddler. Ko Yanin demands some real answers. So Gwak Pilseong admits he just beat the gangster down. The old guy claims he has zero clue why Seo Gwang-ho is acting so soft now, totally unfit to run a guild. Ko Yeon-hoon fully agrees. The old man remembers Yeon hyping up his dream to climb the ladder, so he brings a genuinely goated deal straight to the table. The Northern Lights leader is completely shook when asked to just absorb the entire Grizzly Guild. Our boy points out this merger would give Northern Lights an insane power buff, even with that absolute menace Seo Guangho running the Grizzlies. But Yongin feels weird absorbing a squad that literally outranks his own team. Our MC finds that hilarious since Yongin literally forced hunters to join recently. He turns to the current Grizzly boss and asks if there is any problem. The terrified S-Rank stammers out that the hostile takeover is totally fine. He even offers to quit the hunter scene entirely. But Gwak Pilseong tells the guy to stay put. He drops facts about the guild desperately needing S-Rank heavy hitters. Guangho folds immediately. The gangster looks completely pathetic to Ko Young-hun right now. With the current boss on board, the old man asks Young-hun for his final call. Young-hun is super confused why he got picked after all their previous toxic beef. Our hero just admits he is building a god squad to crush the association. Gwak Pilseong plans to make the 11th rank absorb the 10th, turning them into the absolute #1 guild. The man is purely stunned. The geezer reminds Young-hun about his ultimate dream of running the top-tier guild. Hearing that, Young-hun assumes the MC basically wants him as a loyal lapdog. The hero clears that up fast, he just genuinely wants to help them out. This crazy offer actually sounds sick to Ko Young-hun, so he locks it in. The Northern Lights boss agrees to absorb the Grizzlies, making the old man pretty happy. Suddenly, a guy bursts straight into the room screaming about an urgent crisis. The Hunter Association emissary is back in the building looking for Seo Guangho. This catches our hero's attention. The door swings open, Yoon Dojin spots the guildmaster and drops a quick apology for crashing. Pulling his nerves together, Seo Guangho desperately demands some real answers, asking the reason behind this sudden ambush visit while his brain totally scrambles. Just before this went down, our hero planned to hide next door while Guangho handled this shady association envoy alone. The giant was sweating bullets when an 80-year-old warned him not to act sus. Back in real time, the tall guy is heavily pressing Yoon Dojin for some actual answers. The suited guy reveals he is just checking for some quick updates, asking about the mission currently assigned to the Grizzly Guild, since his higher-ups are super obsessed with this whole case. But watch this. He gets pretty intrigued when the guildmaster suddenly lets out a massive sigh of relief. Seo Guangho questions the leader of the Violent Crimes Division directly. He asks about the Hunter Association's weird obsession over this one specific B rank. The emissary cracks a smirk, flat out stating he doesn't need to justify their wild moves. Yoon Dojin tells him to just shut up and follow orders if he wants to keep his guild rank safe. The guildmaster instantly realizes he is being heavily threatened here, but the guy just brushes it off as standard business. Message delivered loud and clear, the Violent Crimes team leader finally decides to dip out. But right before leaving, he drops a heavy hint expecting top-tier results from the Grizzly Guild, leaving their leader absolutely salty. That saltiness flips straight to panic when Gwak Pilseong literally jump scares him, peeking out to check if the coast is clear. The old man actually gives the S-rank hunter props for his surprisingly good acting chops. Flexing some serious aura, Gwak Pilseong asks point-blank if Seo Guangho is planning to snake them later. The S-rank hunter instantly takes that joke as an actual threat. He aggressively swears he is not about to backstab anyone. Gwak Pilseong just scoffs, pointing out the association has zero honor anyway. They only care about securing the W, ignoring the shady methods, actively milking these inter-hunter beefs for their own gain. That hits him with the harsh reality. The very crew supposed to protect hunters is entirely corrupt, now happily throwing innocents under the bus to save face. Watching all this go down, the guildmaster is just left reeling. He starts seriously questioning our hero's actual true identity, especially since the association wants him dead no matter the cost. Mind officially made up, Gwak Pilseong decides it is time to stop playing defense and finally launch a counterattack. Later that same afternoon inside a cafe, our hero sits down for a chat with Lee Jangwon. Gwak Pilseong brings up how his old student fully quit the hunting scene. The kid admits that after touching grass, he figured the hardcore hunter lifestyle just wasn't for him. But when asked what his actual game plan is now, he absolutely blanks. Fast forward to that evening inside a broadcasting station, and the kid is sweating bullets. Lee Jangwon is stressing out as usual, so the older dude chills him out, promising his identity stays strictly under wraps. He tells him to just vibe and act natural on air, saying all he has to do is answer the questions honestly. And buckle up, because the cameras start rolling. Lee Jangwon takes his seat in the news studio. The anchor breaks it down for the viewers. Recent intel shows a bunch of major hunter guilds have been doing mad, shady stuff, and they brought a special guest on today to spill the tea. Wearing a mask, Lee Jangwon awkwardly says, "Hi." The journalist asks directly, "Were you really in a top-tier guild back in the day?" The kid says, "Yep." Then they press him about the guild's crimes. He drops the bomb their leader beat up civilians and basically forced people into literal slave contracts. But right before he can expose his boss's newest villain arc, a massive crash echoes through the set. The camera crew looks confused, so one of the guys goes over to check the vibe. That heavy noise came straight from behind the door. Right as he reaches out, the door gets violently kicked open by a raging S-rank hunter. Seo Guanho is absolutely fuming that they dared to film this little expose in secret. The crew guy demands to know what his problem is, but the second he tries to defuse things by warning him they are broadcasting live, he gets violently snatched right by the collar. The S-rank barks that he does not give a single damn, asking if this nobody even knows who he is. Then he drops a sick threat hand over a certain someone right now, or get wrecked. The poor civilian is thoroughly lost, so the thug spells it out he wants his runaway gang member. But while the guy tries to play dumb, his eyes accidentally dart straight toward the inner door. That slip-up tells the boss exactly where the kid is hiding out. So he kicks the door down, hunting for Li Jianghuan, but shocker, the place is totally empty. The S-rank is absolutely mauling over this. Su Wang-ho starts screeching for Li Jianghuan to stop camping and show up, but somebody steps in to block him. The guy straight up says he wasn't expecting the S-rank to pull up here. It's literally Yoon Do-gun. Suddenly, the gangster finds himself totally boxed in by the squad. Totally confused, he assumes they just want to fight. Yoon casually reminds him they're the violent crimes unit, and Summonon recently tipped them off about a super problematic hunter. Still shocked, it actually turned out to be this dude. Su Wang-ho flexes that he just came to deal with one of his former goons, the exact same guy who tried exposing his crimes on a live stream. Not cool. The team leader fires back his toxic behavior is a problem, which is exactly why they absolutely can't look the other way. But plot twist, the guild master reveals that Li Jianghuan actually knows about their shady backdoor deal. Yoon Do-gun calls out the S-rank for acting like a complete savage, looking super disappointed. But the raging hunter claims the association made him do it by outsourcing all their dirty work. Honestly, that totally tied the team leader's hands. He agrees the main quest right now is tracking down the kid, and when asked what happens after they catch him, he doesn't even hesitate. Just delete him. He straight up says to leave absolutely zero evidence behind. Right then, the squad realizes the guildmaster pulled a Houdini and vanished. Yoon Do-gun commands his crew to chase Su Wang-ho, figuring the dude is trying to dip out. The guildmaster swears he's going to be the one to finally cancel Li Jianghuan. The team leader yells at his guys to hunt the boy down too, totally raging right now. Meanwhile, our boy is laying super low in the shadows, basically off-grid. Assuming he's totally off the radar, the former hunter starts wondering where Gwak Pilseong is hiding. Li Jianghuan then recalls exactly what happened earlier. Back at the cafe, his master was grilling him about what his future plans were. The kid admitted that pivoting to a normal job is ridiculously hard when he dedicated his whole life to the hunter grind. This honestly made the youth feel like he was just trauma-dumping his failures on the old man. Li Jianghuan then straight up asked Gwak Pilseong why they even linked up today. The hero explained he actually needed a huge favor, which totally hyped up the kid's curiosity. Snapping back to reality, Li Jianghuan is low-key praying his master pulls up soon. He literally has zero clue what to do next after pulling off the boomer's master plan. Right on cue, one of the association goons tries to flex his katana skills. He goes all in to instantly strike him down. But right as he notices, the sound of clashing steel echoes, the master literally spawns in perfectly on time to protect his student. The young man is absolutely hyped to see the old guy arrive. After dropping some massive praise for his hard work, the hero promises the kid he's totally safe now that he's carrying. The S-rank hunter goes full try hard, screaming for his target while searching the area. When asked if the kid actually escaped through this route, the hunter confirms it's a solid yes. Total frustration. The team leader swears they have zero time to waste. So Su Wang-ho basically shrugs, saying making mistakes is human. With that, the annoyed boss tells his crew to log out of the building when a flying table barely misses his head. The troll behind it? The S-rank, completely determined to lock them inside for a boss fight. Before all this confident hunter is actually terrified. They just asked him to waste the association's time. He is so terrified of Gwak Pilseong that he instantly agrees. Cut to now. The S-rank is super irritated big time, regretting that he completely ignored Go Young-hong's advice. Yoon Do-gun points out the obvious, this little stunt makes him public enemy number one. The S-rank flat out admits it. There is one single guy he fears way more than the entire organization. Hearing that, the violent crimes team leader decides it is time to just take him out. Jumping the gun, Seo Wang-ho finds himself getting annoyed again. Because lately, absolutely nobody is taking this dude seriously. So, right after a quick mutual confession of absolute hatred at first sight, the gangster suddenly realizes he is surrounded by Yoon Do-gun's men. So, he kicks off the attack himself. Seo Wang-ho flexes that their numbers are way too small to handle him, slamming down a heavy fist to blast out a massive defensive shockwave. But the team leader just smirks at that ego and the gangster suddenly finds himself trapped in magic chains. The S rank is completely shell-shocked. He is genuinely locked down by this broken skill. Yoon Do-gyun brags that the whole reason he got promoted right to the absolute top of the squad is this crazy unique ability, one that can lock down even the absolute strongest hunters. According to him, so many top tiers get clapped by these slow chains. Why? Because their massive egos tell them they shouldn't dodge. He gives the signal. The chains tighten hard, and the S rank screams out in pure agony. Just like that, the mighty Grizzly Guild leader hits his knees. The team leader gloats even scrubs can beat the top dogs if they just jump them by surprise. He casually reaches over and grabs his subordinate's literal katana, ready to finish Seo Wang-ho off for good. Watch closely now. Right before he lands that sick finishing blow, he spots someone charging from behind. It is the GOAT himself, Gwak Pilseong. Do-gyun barely blocks it at the very last second. Yoon Do-gyun frantically scrambles back to get some breathing room. He demands to know why the legendary hunter is actually crashing this party. Pilseong casually claps back there is zero reason he should not be here right now. That simple sentence makes the crime squad leader realize the truth. Our boy is the one who convinced Seo Wang-ho to betray them. Pilseong demands to know who ordered the hit, but Do-gyun just keeps his mouth completely shut. His goons beg for a backup plan, and Do-gyun figures they still have a tiny sliver of hope. Since the S rank is still locked up tight, he yells for an all-out attack. The first henchman winds up his flail and whips it straight at our hero. The squad leader is sweating now. His entire crew rushes the protagonist at once, but Gwak Pilseong does not blink, ripping right through them. Not a single dude manages to even scratch the legendary hunter. Later at the Hunter Association, the Bigwig Council decides to finally address this Gwak Pilseong situation. A video they tried so hard to scrub off the internet showing his private chat with Do-gyun just got totally leaked everywhere. Safe to say, team leader Yoon is about to get seriously cooked for this massive mess. The S-rank Yu-san sighs, complaining that this team leader has caused her way too much trouble. The old man across the table asks the million-dollar question, is this young guy really the legendary hunter? Because no 80-year-old on Earth should look that insanely young. The huntress straight up admits she has zero clue how he did it, but she confirms they are definitely dealing with the one and only Gwak Pilseong. The whole association was definitely left scratching their heads. Nobody had a clue some sick skill could actually reverse aging and bring back youth. Hiding behind a smirk, the S-rank girl silently sizes up the loaded old man before her. It seriously grossed her out. These rich boomers have everything, yet they still greedily chase youth. Right then, news drops that Seo Wang-ho officially teamed up with our goated main character. The association suits were absolutely mauling over this. One guy even starts questioning why the legendary hunter is lurking around in the shadows again, genuinely hoping he isn't plotting some completely unhinged stuff like back in the day. But honestly, as things stand, nobody actually knew why he came back. This got the boomers theorizing maybe Gwak Pilseong just touched grass, got hyped about his new youth, and went wild. Now watch this. The S-rank huntress decides to test the waters. She casually drops a bomb. Maybe the legendary hunter actually wants the association president's seat. The whole table instantly snaps their necks toward the current president to get his read on things. And that guy, the S-rank hunter Lim Taewon himself. He starts leaking a seriously heavy, dark aura. He shuts it down. They need to handle this crazy drama carefully since it is super controversial. So step one is figuring out exactly what our protagonist is plotting before doing anything stupid. The huntress smoothly claims they are putting all their trust in the president for this massive headache. I mean, he literally used to be our hero's right-hand man. Dead silence hits the room the second she drops that. The president glares straight at the huntress. She is sitting there grinning like a troll, while he just looks incredibly depressed and stressed out. Cut over to the Cheon Guild, where the boss explains the association is speeding this up by pinning everything on Yoon Do-gyun. Our main guy calls out how completely shameless that is. They ask if he should just leak the whole truth about his part in the incident really soon, but the legend brushes it off, saying that is pointless. Literally nobody cares about some washed-up old dude popping back up. Gwak Pilseong points out the association heavily controls the media anyway, so dropping his identity right now is basically useless. To be fair, he fully expected this toxic behavior from them, so he decides to wait for better openings. The big guy feels pretty trash about himself. He genuinely had zero clue the association was this incredibly shady, so the old man steps up to comfort his bro. He reminds the guy how thankful he is that he always stuck around and had his back. Hearing his absolute mentor say that totally hits him right in the feels. Then someone completely interrupts their whole bonding moment. Those two troublemaker hunters demand to know why they got dragged into this office today. Big mistake. A brutal chill runs down their spines as our boy hits them with a death glare, casually saying he just wants to chat. Just like that, both of their cocky attitudes completely vanish. The skinny dude instantly realizes the guy sitting across from him is definitely not some average rookie. Still, he never in a million years would have guessed that he was the goated legendary hunter. Suddenly, it clicked why Park treated this guy like absolute royalty. Gwak Pilseong drops his grand plan to build his own personal squad, which gets the guildmaster totally hyped. The old man explains he wants a stacked unit to constantly spy on the association and keep them in check. You could honestly compare it to a heavy leash, keeping all those corrupt suits at the top from just doing whatever they want. The big guy knows perfectly well that these absolutely crazy ideas could only come from his old mentor. Keeping this whole squad hidden from the association is an absolute must. Having the association as an enemy would literally do them zero good. Pilseong then makes it crystal clear he won't force the young guy to tag along. But guess what? This dude had already totally made up his mind. Honestly, he is super hyped to follow the old man again and help with literally anything he needs. Hearing that is a massive relief for our protagonist. Right then, somebody totally crashes their little chat. Turns out, the guildmaster is not the only hunter in this office down to help out the old man. CEO Guanho is definitely not the association's favorite person anymore. He points out that he needs to act quickly since he became a target after the last incident. When asked about his actual game plan, the old man seems to have it all completely figured out. Suddenly, he just points straight at the hunter sitting right there. Out of nowhere, he flat out declares he will be using him like a literal puppet for a while. Seo Guangho instantly feels the heavy pressure. Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, a dungeon gate sits totally unchecked. Even though folks already spotted the portal, the old man stares at it with serious interest. Someone runs up to the chief, begging him to evacuate with everyone else before a gnarly dungeon break happens. The old man finds it pretty crazy that not a single hunter has shown up to help them, and that is despite the gate literally sitting there for 7 whole days now. His buddies told him that these low-tier dungeons constantly spawn out in the Korean countryside. They barely drop any good loot anyway. But just as he starts getting super salty about all of this, a random visitor approaches the old man. The guy runs over to announce that hunters from the capital just touched down. That news is honestly mind-blowing. Meanwhile, the hunter they are talking about is absolutely raging inside. The old man standing behind him, totally bossing him around, reminds the hunter to keep a fake smile plastered on. The villagers are actually pretty curious about this. Seo Guangho braces himself to talk. He presents himself to the locals as some noble hero here to save the day. But inside, he is straight up crying and regretting every life choice. After a bit, rumors really start flying around. The idea of an S-rank hunter actually clearing out zero-profit trash dungeons is completely insane. Everyone tries guessing who this mysterious goated benefactor could be. It completely shocks everyone when they find out it is literally none other than Seo Guangho. Watch this guy closely. Not even he believes his own ridiculous situation right now. A bunch of village kids crowd around him, roasting him alive and claiming no real S-rank would ever touch grass here. But the exact second this wild guy is about to snap, his master steps right in. He just smacks him over the head, a quick reminder to keep smiling for the fans. The old man then confirms to the volunteer that today's run is going to be a B rank. Still, our fake hero turns and asks the party if they are locked in. One guy definitely has second thoughts. The C-rank hunter seriously wonders if he should be stepping into a B-rank zone. A bit earlier, our protagonist personally requested this young kid right from his guildmaster. Pilseong wanted to borrow Kim Taejin for all these upcoming raids. In his expert opinion, this C-rank hunter actually has some sick potential. That is exactly why he wants to take him under his wing and teach him some overpowered tricks. Turns out, the guildmaster absolutely loved the idea, claiming his subordinate would be totally hyped about it too. So yeah, that whole drama gets totally squashed. Fast forward to now, Kim Taejin is basically mind-blown realizing our main guy is literally the goated legendary hunter. This C-rank bro starts sweating, thinking he is way out of his league raiding with Pilseong and Seo Guangho. He feels totally intimidated, since the S-rank threatens to ditch him if he acts like dead weight. That edgy glare gets him instantly humbled by the old man. Pilseong makes it crystal clear if the rookie gets hurt, the S-rank is catching those hands. Taejun is also super curious why they are touching grass in these middle-of-nowhere dungeons. Seo Guangho is confused too, since farming these low-level gates is basically zero profit. So the boomer reminds him they desperately need to fix up his trash reputation. With all that bad PR, the S-rank is a walking target, especially for the association that already hates his guts. Still, Guangho bets literally no one will even notice his hard work out in the boonies. Pilseong claps back his past sins are way too massive for one quick redemption arc. But hey, helping these villagers out has got to give them some kind of karma boost. Even so, the S-rank is still dead set that this is totally useless filler content. The old man shuts down the yapping right there, because it is finally time to flex. Without missing a beat, the 3 hunters step straight into the gate. Cut to a jungle dungeon setup. The squad starts roaming the map to find some aggro. Seo Guangho quickly spots something moving. Check this out. It is none other than his distant primate cousins lurking up in the trees, and these monsters look incredibly hostile. Seo Guangho grips his weapon tight. He totally blitzes the monkeys. Our local Neanderthal just shreds right through those macaques like butter. Kim Taejin is just standing there utterly shook. He legit admits how insane it is watching an actual S-rank hunter pop off. Pilseong tells the kid to stop staring and start taking notes. Because honestly, even with a garbage personality, Seo Guangho has some completely busted skills. Right then, the S-rank starts yelling at his squad to shut up and actually help him. Taejun just has to ask what the deal is between Guangho and this absolutely legendary dude. So Pilseong spills the tea. The S-rank is basically doing community service, since he did him super dirty back in the day. Our MC is totally merciful, letting a former hater grind for redemption while the dude questions every single life choice. A hot minute later, Taejun admits B-rank enemies might still be a tiny bit above his current pay grade. Even so, the old man hypes up his combat performance, saying with talent like that, hitting B-rank is pretty much a guaranteed speedrun. As for Seo Guangho, he is visibly triggered. The dude just soloed an entire mountain of monkeys and cannot fathom why Taejun gets praise for killing like 3. The boomer drops a reality check and S-rank has literally zero business comparing stats with a rookie. Suddenly, a massive roar shakes the ground. A new challenger just spawned. Just like that, the giant boss monkey enters the chat. The squad is hyped, the final boss is here. The absolute unit immediately screeches right at them. It rips a giant log out and just yeets it right at the humans. Seeing this, our hero literally launches the S-rank straight at his oversized cousin. Getting absolutely zero breathing room, Seo Guangho decides to speedrun this fight and wipe him out. The monster tries swatting him with its tail like some minor annoyance, big mistake. Now the S-rank is actually taking this fight seriously. Literally, 1 second later, that monkey's tail gets cleanly sliced right off. The giant beast totally loses its mind screaming. But Guangho isn't about to just chill. He wants this thing completely packed up. The monster cries out one last time before getting absolutely shredded to ribbons. The dungeon boss is officially cooked. Taejin stands there completely mind blown. AB minus boss? Light work for Seo Guangho. Then Palang straight up asks if the kid took notes. Taejin admits the power gap is way too massive for him to actually learn a single thing, just from spectating. But Palang chills him out. Watch an S-rank flex enough times, and you are bound to pick up some pretty sick tricks eventually. Meanwhile, Guangho is low-key tilted. Having to solo every single monster in here was definitely not the vibe, and he is getting even saltier because that dungeon clear notification is still ghosting them. Palang finds this super weird too. Boss is dead, so they should definitely be able to dip out by now. Now watch closely, they spot something absolutely wild. The literal air starts cracking open. The crew is stunned. A brand new gate just spawned inside an already active dungeon zero logic. Taejin is hyper-focused on it since he has never witnessed anything this crazy before. One thing they know for sure, this glitch in space is definitely not their ticket home. The old master immediately orders the C-rank to back off and return to Earth, while he goes to investigate the weird anomaly alongside Guangho. But Taejin desperately wants to tag along, so Palang instantly shuts him down. This is way above a C-rank pay grade. Who knows what insane danger is hiding in there? So Palang tells the kid to touch grass, head back, and warn his guild master about this whole mess. Right on cue, the S-rank starts whining. He thinks he should totally get a vote in this decision too. But the second Palang glares and asks if there is a problem, Guangho shuts up real quick. Taejin realizes the harsh truth: he would just be completely useless deadweight inside. The old man is pretty stoked that everyone is finally on the exact same page. So the legendary hunter leaves Taejin on standby for backup. The kid gives a nod, ready to do his job. Taejin actually starts praying these two absolute units make it back in one piece. 2 seconds later, deep inside that hidden double dungeon, the duo immediately catches heavy hands. Palang easily sidesteps a massive monkey swing and then immediately turns the beast into sashimi. Guangho is already fed up with these annoying mobs, casually slicing another one's head right off. The S-rank is quite literally not even trying. Getting spawn camped the exact second they cross the threshold has him feeling seriously tilted. Suddenly, another monster tries to cheap shot him from the back, but Palang handles the decapitation this time around, dropping the beast with zero wasted movement. Guangho immediately starts complaining about how absolutely unhinged this entire place is, because every single trash mob in here is basically the same B- boss they just clapped outside. Super annoying, especially since the exit door totally vanished. And that original rank scanner completely lied. The old man realizes that any normal B ranks would be totally cooked if they stumbled inside this unknown inner dungeon. Guang Ho asks, the real question, does packing up the boss actually spawn a new exit? But Pilang honestly has zero clue at this point. So while the big dude keeps whining, the old guy just asks how long he has been grinding in this specific line of work. Turns out, Guang Ho has been a hunter for around 5 years. The whole dungeon measurement system basically dropped around then. Makes total sense this S-rank dude is completely clueless about raiding these totally unranked mystery dungeons. So Pileong tells his partner to literally unlearn everything, because absolutely wild stuff goes down inside these unpredictable zones. The old man is actually feeling super nostalgic right now. It has been ages since he did a blind raid like this. Suddenly, a massive roar shakes everything. A whole squad of giant monkeys just pulled up to the scene. Constantly fighting off these absolute beasts has Guang Ho pretty exhausted. But guess what? These monkeys definitely did not come alone. Something with massive wings is lurking right above them. A colossal flying macaque swoops into view. And judging by the vibe, all the other monsters completely worship this absolute unit. The hunters immediately agree this flying freak is the boss. The boss finally spots the intruders and instantly goes into full aggro mode. P. Leong gets totally hyped to fight it, gotta test if this guy is actually goated. With that, the winged monkey signals the all-out attack, and the entire monkey squad rushes them at once. His partner is absolutely stoked to take on all these mobs at the exact same time. P. Leong warns him to stay frosty. Then, both hunters just launch themselves straight into the mob. Pileong and Guang Ho start slicing up the pack instantly. The S-rank dude is loving the carnage, which completely pisses off that winged boss. So it spreads out those giant wings and finally launches itself off the high rock. The beast charges up a crazy attack and just spits a massive fireball. Guang Ho had zero clue this enemy spammed breath attacks. The hunters barely dodged the blazing flames at the last possible second. Turns out, this boss literally does not care about friendly fire. Listen, that friendly fire was a massive favor. Now they can finally focus on the main boss, they just gotta ground him. The old man starts scanning the area around him. That is when he spots the absolute perfect boulder. Seeing this, Guan Ho jokes around, you seriously planning to yeet that giant stone at it? But funny enough, that is Pileong's exact game plan. So the 80-year-old legend braces himself and completely chucks that massive rock. The monster has zero time to dodge, taking a direct hit to the wing. It shrieks in pure agony. Guang Ho is totally shook, not expecting the old guy to have some crazy throwing skill. Then his mind gets blown. Pileong did not use any system ability, he just threw it on pure physical stats. This leaves him absolutely amazed. The old man's raw strength is just completely inhuman. The beast is totally seeing red now, which our guys notice right away. The giant primate just blind charges straight at the human. Such a rookie mistake in the legendary hunter's eyes. It just willingly threw away its entire air advantage like an idiot. Pileong is super hyped for this monster to pull up. Meanwhile, safely back on Earth, the guild master gets a quick update. His master has been stuck in that dungeon for 6 hours. For some reason, he feels super anxious. Just as Kim Tae-jun considers crashing the raid himself, he catches something wild on the scanner. The gate is shrinking, which means they actually cleared the dungeon. Seeing this gives the guy some major relief. But with the gate practically shutting, the other hunters could not find Pilseong anywhere. He and his buddy totally ghosted the exit, which was completely wild. The shrinking portal turned into a tiny dot, making the guildmaster totally lose his mind. Not a single person managed to escape before that crazy gate vanished forever. Later, the S-rank guy just sat there completely solo right where the mysterious gate used to be. He was stressing out, desperately waiting for updates on the missing dudes. Soon enough, Kim Tae-jun showed up too. He mentioned finding zero signs of Pilseong or Guang Ho. This made the man super tilted, so he barked out orders to search the whole area again. The guild master was genuinely terrified for his boss who just pulled a vanishing act. Flashing back to the dungeon, this crazy monster was completely done with these super annoying hunters, so it decided to just wipe them all out immediately. But Pilseong totally missed that the beast was baiting him right into its strike zone. Right when the giant monkey tried to squash him flat, our boy completely styled on it. He sliced right through its belly. Just like that, the giant flying ape got wrecked. The old man figured they finally won. Guang Ho walked up to Pilseong, totally hyping up his absolutely goated combat skills. But our hero was feeling pretty salty at the S-rank. This guy did literally zero work, just acting like they did not even need his help. The old man was so annoyed that these lazy young kids needed to touch grass. Suddenly, the guys noticed something behind them. A massive blue cat just randomly spawned in out of nowhere. This shook the hunters up big time, since they thought the main boss was dead. But wait, an even crazier threat spawned in. The hunters freaked out when a massive toad hopped in. Guang Ho asked the old man what was up, but he angrily snapped back that he had zero clue either. Even the legendary hunter had never stepped into a dungeon this ridiculously scuffed before. Right then, the monsters showed their fangs. Standing back to back, Kwang Ho actually blamed Pilseong for this whole dumpster fire, so the hunters braced themselves for a total wipe. As the beasts charged, the guys were mind blown to see them attacking each other instead. Honestly, you and I would be completely lost in the sauce here. Pilseong thought this chaotic vibe was actually sick. Then a sharp pain just blasted their ears. An insanely loud noise suddenly dropped. While they struggled to process this laggy mess, their bodies literally started fading out. The system suddenly announced the dungeon was fully cleared. Just like that, the hunters finally secured the bag. Pilseong got hyped when his loot ended up being a blessing. This insane buff basically made him ignore cold damage. The guys started panicking hard as they glitched out into literal pixels. They just vanished from this totally cursed wasteland. Later on, in a snowy zone, someone questioned their crazy new spawn point. The old man was seriously weirded out by this. He went from one cursed map to another, and his partner was basically away from keyboard somewhere else. Plus, he noticed that thanks to his new blessing, he was completely immune to freezing his butt off. This OP ability felt way more like a straight-up gift. Pilseong wondered if getting this buff was pure RNG, or if something sketchier was going on behind it. Right then, he spotted something weird up ahead. A literal Yeti monster just spawned in. Seeing this absolute beast has our guy seriously questioning if he even escaped that dungeon. The thing instantly lunges for an attack, but the old man casually boots it in the face like it is just some minor annoyance. As the creature drops hard, Pilong just scoffs, saying its power level is totally mid. Right then, he picks up on a super weird noise. Definitely a human voice. Pilong decides to go check it out. Sneaking up a few seconds later, he takes a quick peek at the wild situation. Our hero just stumbled right into a massive brawl between humans and monsters. These hunters are straight up speaking a foreign language. Pilong totally never expected international warriors out here. Suddenly, one of the girls gets swarmed by the beasts. The rest of her squad absolutely panics for their leader. Watching these Westerners struggle for their lives immediately catches his attention. Taking a deep breath, the squad leader flexes every ounce of her strength just to hold back the giant Yeti in front of her. But she gets completely caught off guard by another beast sneaking up on her flank. Just when it looks like she is totally done for, a completely unexpected savior slides in. One clean slash and the monster gets completely wrecked. Turns out, the old man just wanted to help these foreigners out. Team leader is super intrigued by him, demanding to know his name immediately. But the old man has zero clue what she is saying, urging her to speak Korean instead. This only leaves the lady even more fascinated by him. While the Westerners keep questioning why he is here in their own language, the Asian guy just gets super frustrated. He straight up starts scolding them for just standing around instead of actually helping out. One of the hunters tells her boss they should probably just accept this guy's help to clear these mobs. The boss totally agrees dealing with the beasts has to come first, so she finally makes her call. The team leader commands her squad to back the Korean up. Pelong is pretty stoked to finally see some actual teamwork. Now watch this closely, the brutal showdown takes a seriously unexpected turn. After a quick grind, the monsters are wiped out. Honestly, the hunters got out of it without a single scratch. Yet again, the foreigners start wondering what the heck they should do about our protagonist, so they decide to talk to him. Since this dungeon entrance is heavily guarded, they demand to know how the heck he even got in here anyway. But once again, that massive language barrier totally ruins the vibe. Pylon has literally no idea what she is saying, leaving both sides getting super frustrated right now. They find this whole thing incredibly sus. Stepping up, the team leader approaches him. She offers to escort him straight to the exit, figuring this dungeon is way too sketchy to roam completely solo. Totally lost in translation, the old man assumes she is basically begging for his help to clear the zone. Being a bro, he offers his hand to show he is totally down to carry them. Naturally, she misreads this as pure gratitude. They literally shake on it, both of them completely convinced they are on totally different pages. With that hilarious misunderstanding settled, the raid continues. Honestly, the old man kind of respects their fighting spirit. A little bit later, the squad finally pulls up to this massive ice cave. One girl scans the dungeon boss hiding inside, earning some serious praise from her squad leader. Palong pops up right behind her, super intrigued by that sick skill of hers. The angry huntress jumps back, leaving our guy totally clueless. The team leader tells her subordinate to chill out and stop acting so reckless. She also needs to chat with the old man. She makes it perfectly clear they find him crazy sus. If he pulls any funny business or makes one wrong move, she will not hesitate to end him on the spot. Pilong doesn't understand a word, but he definitely catches that hardcore warning vibe. The team leader can tell her threat landed perfectly. With that settled, she tells her subordinate to stay frosty. The hunters are told to keep their guard up no matter what. They lock in, while our Korean protagonist just stands there unfazed. One of the girls asks where the boss is hiding. The radar user points out that the boss is literally right up ahead, which is pretty wild, since his presence cannot be detected at all. Suddenly, our protagonist gets a bad feeling. He warns everyone to watch out. Before the team leader can even process his warning, the ground beneath them starts violently shaking. A second later, it cracks wide open. Seeing this disaster, the team leader screams at her squad to brace for impact. Just like that, the floor totally vanishes. The girls scream in absolute pure terror. Then boom, they finally crash down into the dirt. The boss lady instantly checks on her crew. Amazingly enough, it looks like nobody got seriously hurt. She never even imagined a massive hidden space like this existed underneath the cave. Right then, the huntress feels this incredibly creepy vibe behind her back. The dungeon boss is deadass, staring her down. She completely missed him rolling up since she was so distracted by that crazy drop. Wasting absolutely zero time, the monster goes straight in for the kill. The massive yeti tries to smash the huntress flat, leaving her squad totally shook. But as the beast waits to see the damage, he gets a huge reality check. Instead of turning into human paste, she actually managed to block his strike. The creature definitely did not see this coming, so it just pushes down way harder. The huntress is barely hanging on, totally about to cave in. Right on cue, her teammates jump in to help, starting with the archer shooting flame arrows. The warrior even charges right at the beast. She spams an insane combo of cuts and slashes, but even after all that hype damage, the girls are horrified. They dumped everything they had on this monster, and it literally did not take a scratch. Talk about a completely doomed situation. The team leader is sweating bullets, about to break. Just when she thinks it is totally game over, our Asian hero decides to step up. The old man casually asks for permission to solo this big guy. But obviously, the locals still have zero clue what the foreigner is even saying. Taking their silence as a yes, Pilong assumes he is cleared. The hunters are completely startled by this wild behavior. As for our main guy, he just calmly walks up. Sword in hand, he is fully ready to speedrun this fight. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a soldier is pacing anxiously right by the gate. He's getting super stressed because Angela and her squad have been in there forever. Turns out, the party has been raiding for 4 days straight. Naturally, this dude is hardcore panicking about a squad wipe. Right on cue, he notices a weird shift at the portal. Seeing the gate shrinking down, it is safe to bet they finally cleared the dungeon. Right then, the soldier catches a shadowy figure stepping out of the portal. The guy totally rushes in to hug his beloved Angela, but as he leans in for a smooch, he bumps into some random dude instead of his delicate princess. The soldier has zero clue who this boomer is. Instantly, every gun gets aimed right at the intruder. Even with absolutely no idea where he landed, Pilong is just super hyped to be back on Earth. That is when he notices the same officer who just tried to kiss him is now aiming a rifle at his face. Seeing this total stranger walk out of the gate, the soldier starts hardcore panicking about Angela's safety. Our goat Pilong just asks the guy if he is allied with the party still stuck inside. He makes this guess since they are rocking the exact same uniform colors. But the soldier does not speak a lick of Korean and just demands to know what happened to the hunters. The old man instantly loses his chill. He finally processes that some random dude is pointing a literal gun at him out of nowhere. Trying to look tough, the officer warns he will pull the trigger if the mystery man steps any closer. Now watch closely, this is where the tension between these guys goes completely through the roof. Right on cue, the team leader finally steps out of the portal. The officer is beyond relieved to see Angela back completely safe and sound. He immediately asks for her backup to arrest the intruder. Instead, Angela just snaps out the name Officer Ivan. Ivan is absolutely stoked, totally convinced that with his team leader right here, this intruder is totally cooked. But before he can even blink, he finds his own face smashed flat into the dirt. Ivan wildly shouts out why the heck did Angela just take him down. She tells him straight up, drop the weapon right now if you actually want to live. Hearing that blunt warning leaves Ivan completely and utterly shook. The badass huntress quickly apologizes on behalf of Ivan. She desperately explains that his hostility is just a standard reaction to seeing an unknown intruder. Pilong waves it off, no need to go that hard. He was just planning to teach the kid a rough little lesson. The old man then glares right down at the guy on the floor. Ivan watches in absolute horror as this mystery boomer casually scoops up his rifle. He cannot understand the Korean guy casually explaining how guns are completely useless against a real hunter. Pilong just effortlessly crushes the metal gun inside his bare hand. He advises the high-ranking officer to check his attitude, because acting this reckless could get all his subordinates killed. But yeah, that solid advice is delivered entirely in Korean, so the Western dudes literally have no idea what he said. Honestly, they all think this guy is threatening to wipe them out if something like this ever happens again. Fast forward to the Russian military base, Pilong is just chilling alone inside a bleak interrogation room. The old man is getting super impatient. To him, this waiting game is totally dragging on. Finally, somebody actually steps through that door. Someone crazy, intimidating, and huge. This massive dude just immediately starts staring down our protagonist. Palong assumes he is dealing with a brainless brute, but the second the guy speaks, Palong is left totally speechless. He actually found someone here who perfectly speaks his mother tongue. Right then, the giant guy aggressively slams both hands onto the table. You would think he has some top-secret question. Instead, he just asks if Palong is a fan of idols. This wild plot twist catches Palong completely off guard out of nowhere. The dude starts aggressively fangirling about his favorite K-pop groups and how much he desperately wants to visit Korea. That is when someone firmly reminds Gorbachev that they are actually here for a serious interrogation. Blushing hard, the giant quickly apologizes to Major Roman. Ivan rubs his neck and apologizes for the holdup, finding a Korean translator was low-key a nightmare. But thank God, Lieutenant Sergei Gorbachev steps up to cover the gig. The major drops his name, and our guy fires his right back. Gwak Pilseong, Korean. Ivan leans in, legit fascinated by this absolute wildcard. Flashback to 5 minutes ago. Ivan grilling Angela why risk everything for some random trespasser. She wipes her brow and explains how that dungeon raid went totally sideways way harder than expected. But the craziest part? This Korean dude. Hearing this guy one-shotted the boss, Ivan just blinks, jaw basically on the floor. Since he is chilling right now, it is probably best the Russians do not get on his bad side. First priority though, figure out who this guy actually is. Back in the room, Ivan drums his fingers on the table, trying to calculate his next move. He decides to just rip the band-aid off. Straight up, how does a Korean dude with a sword sneak into a highly classified military base? Make it worse, there is absolutely zero paperwork showing Gwak Pilseong even entering this country. Ivan locks eyes with him, spill a good reason, or we are looking at a full-blown international incident. Heavy silence. Just the hum of the lights. Then, Pilseong finally breaks the tension. He just asks one thing, where are we right now? Ivan slams a fist down, answer the damn question right this second. Pilseong shrugs. Dungeon accident happened, next thing he knows, he spawns right in front of their squad. Ivan glares at him. Honestly, would you buy that cap? But the old guy does not flinch. That is the raw truth. So Pilseong presses again seriously. What is this place? Ivan narrows his eyes, but decides to humor the guy. Pilseong goes rigid. Finding out he is currently chilling in the 8th containment zone of the former Russian Federation is an absolute shock to his system. He never expected the dungeon to spit him out this far from home. When monsters packed up the Russian president, gates started popping up everywhere. The country was way too massive to defend. Total chaos. Because of that, beasts basically took over huge chunks of the motherland. The military is fighting tooth and nail to take it back, but they took heavy L's. The country is barely holding on, just a ghost of what it was. So yeah, the army is naturally super paranoid about some random dude trespassing on their turf. Pilseong slowly nods, absorbing the heavy reality they are in. Boom! The door flies open. Angela crashes in, frantically scanning for Ivan. Her chest heaves. Something is going down, and it is bad. She skips the pleasantries and just drops the horrific news immediately. Outside, the dirt rumbles. Dust falls from the ceiling. The soldiers totally freeze. A massive wave of monsters is literally at their gates. Sarograd is turning into an absolute war zone. Guns blazing everywhere, jaws snapping, pure nightmare fuel for the troops on the ground. A panicked soldier grabs the squad leader, screaming to fall back because they are completely swamped out here. The leader turns. Hears snapping branches, smells rotting meat in the brush. Blood drains from their faces. A colossal horned wolf steps out. Yellow eyes lock dead onto the squad leader. Saliva drips. It lunges, jaws wide open to turn the guy into a quick snack. Then a wet tearing sound. The wolf's head hits the dirt. One brutal strike, and the beast is totally packed up. The squad leader is absolutely stunned. That absolute unit standing right in front of him is none other than Major General Garov. Everyone is hyped to see the Motherland's S-rank hero finally pull up to the battlefield. The Major General lets his boys know that backup from the monster subjugation unit is going to drop in any second. He makes it crystal clear falling back is absolutely not an option here, because holding this line is the only way they are keeping their families safe. Hearing their goated hero speak immediately gets the Russian troops fired up again. Meanwhile, back at base, Angela warns the Major that the massive monster horde from Sector 12 is pushing hard toward the west. She lays out the facts. Waiting even a second longer means Sarad and its 100,000 people are going to be in major danger. Ivan takes a few seconds to read the room, and with that in mind, he hands his final order down to the lieutenant. Every single available hunter and soldier needs to group up and march on Sarad. He turns toward their guest. He straight up orders Angela to stay back and babysit him. The huntress completely loses it and screams at Ivan, calling it pure madness to bench her at base when they are already lacking manpower. So the Major decides to make things painfully clear for his lieutenant. He completely pulls rank and enforces his absolute authority over her. Having dropped that bomb, Angela's superior just walks right out the door. The lieutenant is left absolutely seething, but the major stays perfectly chill. Ivan knows doing that was pretty messed up, but he just cannot stand watching Angela in the dark risk her neck on the front lines anymore. At the exact same time, the huntress slams her fist into the table. She fully gets why Ivan wants to protect her, but getting benched completely wrecks her soldier pride. Meanwhile, Pilseong is just watching this whole scene in dead silence. Since they were yelling in Russian, he could not understand what the beef was even about, so he casually asks her what is going on. Angela quickly apologizes for raging out and losing her cool right in front of him. Even without knowing the tea, the Korean drops some solid advice for Angela. Never just follow orders blindly. Only the ones who see the big picture can reach the top tier. Hearing him say this, the Russian lady, even though she misses every word, starts wondering why their mystery guest is smirking like an absolute boss. Angela, already planning to ditch Ivan's order, starts figuring out what to do with our main character, not even knowing his actual power scaling. She is so sure he would be a sick ally out there on the front lines. So, even though his story sounds totally insane, the lieutenant trusts her gut about Gwak Pilseong. Now watch this back on the battlefield. The soldiers are spamming an all-out rifle assault. Their main target looks like this wild monster packing a heavy shell. They try to just constantly spray it with all their bullets. Right then, someone finally yells to hold fire, and right as the squad starts wondering if they even chipped its HP, the beast just pops right out of its shell. After eating countless rounds, this crazy armadillo is completely unbothered. Time for a vicious counterattack. And just like that, it starts literally shredding the soldiers. Even the highest ranks are getting wiped out. The beast starts radiating this insane dark aura as it slowly stalks toward its prey. And with all of that going down, it totally yeeted itself at its target. Just as the guy thinks it is absolutely game over for him, a clutch save drops in. They body block the monster. This sudden entrance totally catches the beast lacking. Thanks to that distraction, it completely misses the other hunter pulling up. The armadillo gets absolutely blasted with the Earth Strike skill. One final screech, and the beast is officially sent to the Shadow Realm. The heavy corpse straight up face plants into the dirt. Seeing this flex, the soldier realizes his saviors belong to the monster subjugation squad. His comrade Ivan strolls up, the actual commander of the 4th subjugation unit. The dude gives a massive shout out to Ivan for the save. Asked about the major general, the guy admits their forces are scattered. He has zero clue where he is. Another soldier interrupts. A massive wave of monsters is dead sprint coming from the east. One look at that horizon leaves Ivan shook. The squad freezes up, waiting on their commander. Ivan has been hunting for years, but he has never seen an army this sick. The craziest part, this horde is a complete mashup of different monster species. Ivan gets a seriously bad vibe. It honestly looks like these beasts are just booking it from something entirely unhinged. Meanwhile, completely off the radar, a terrifying titan is literally sharpening its fangs. Back on the front line, the squad sweats hard trying to body another armadillo. They are just spraying and praying. Then they realize their magic stone ammo is tapped out. One guy actually suggests swapping to regular bullets. That 0 IQ comment earns him a solid smack to the helmet. Now watch closely, basic bullets do nothing. You absolutely need magic stones to deal real damage. The clueless private gets quizzed on how the big league hunters actually operate. He guesses the hunters just spam their super strength to win those insane fights. But hitting the gym is only half the meta here. Hunters rock top-tier weapons packed with high-grade magic stones. Right then, the noob soldier finally connects the dots. He gets why hunters are hyped up as the divine chosen ones. Meanwhile, an absolute unit of a mammoth rages. The troops dodge for their lives, barely avoiding getting pancaked. The support clutches up with a spell, instantly turning the ground beneath the beast into heavy mud. The mammoth gets completely hard stuck. Taking that massive opening, the archer goes on the offensive. Her arrows nuke the monster like lightning, but the damage just triggers its rage mode. Seeing the aggro spike, the tank begs Sophie to drop some buffs. Sophie spams her chance, massively juicing up the vanguard with health, defense, and weapon buffs. Fully stacked, the soldier absolutely sends it at the giant beast. She channels every ounce of strength into one nasty swing. Berserker's Fury activates. In a flash, the monster gets sliced up a million times over. The mammoth totally flatlines, dropping dead right on the spot. The vanguard breathes out, this zone is officially wiped clean. But then the ground violently shakes. Yeah, she definitely jinxed it. A fresh mob of monsters is already blitzing the squad. The spawn rate is insane. Left with zero choices, she turns to Major Roaming. Ivan figures out they absolutely lack the firepower to hold this line anymore. This incoming wave is totally unstoppable, no matter what they do. So, Ivan starts seriously considering a tactical retreat, but right in the middle of overthinking it, some weird noise completely snaps him back to reality. Ivan freezes up. A massive horned wolf is charging straight at him. The whole squad is absolutely terrified. But just when it looks like it is game over for the Major, a hammer wielder clutches up. Angela drops in right on time to save Ivan. The troops immediately rush over to their Major. Ivan demands to know what she is doing here. Then he finally notices the Asian guy standing right there. The Major completely loses it, screaming at the lieutenant for bringing some totally sus outsider into the war zone. Angela fires back, insisting Pilang is going to be a massive carry for their team. She adds that they should just lock in on the enemy right now. She even promises to take whatever punishment he throws at her for going rogue. Ivan is completely speechless. The Huntress apologizes. She just could not sit back and chill while everybody else fought. Right then, the Major yells that this fight is just a massive L. Because of that, he wants to bounce and evacuate the city's citizens immediately. The Korean immediately realizes the guy is totally thinking about rage quitting. He lets out a sigh. Turns out the Major is completely lacking that dog in him. Pilang tells Ivan to wake up and look at the absolute fire in his squad's eyes. Not a single one of these soldiers is ready to just tap out. Unlike Ivan, Angela is absolutely fearless right now. Zero hesitation. The protagonist steps up to drop some serious facts. To him, the battle is only officially over the second the leader actually gives up. So Ivan seriously needs to lock in and stay strong for his troops. The lieutenant quickly offers to translate what Pilang just dropped. But the old man waves her off, completely unnecessary. Honestly, looks like his message totally landed. With that flex, our hero walks off to body some monsters, telling Major Romanov to think real hard about his next play. Right then, one of the random soldiers finally decides to speak up. Angela firmly declares that she is staying to fight this out. With or without his okay, she is doing her duty for her country and the people who actually believe in her. And dropping that mic, the lieutenant just starts marching straight ahead. Meanwhile, Sergei is standing there looking super worried about his commander. You can see Ivan rethinking his entire life until he finally makes a hard call. The Major turns to face his squad. He actually steps up and apologizes for being totally weak. Ivan totally forgot for a hot second that they cannot just dip from a fight, no matter how cooked they look. So he hypes them up. They are fighting until they secure that epic win. He reminds the whole crew that they have a serious duty to their motherland. Instantly, every single soldier matches his absolute hype. The Major struts right up to the front line, orders his squad to scream their lungs out, and they charge. The boys are insanely hyped up now, totally ready to take their turf back. As for our goated protagonist, he is just glad the leader finally touched grass and woke up. Later on, Pilong grips his sword tight as two massive wolves try to gank him at once. The old man instantly triggers his weapon enhancement buff, and with one insanely clean strike, he completely one-shots both of them together. Meanwhile, the Russian hunters are busy styling on some random giant armadillo. Ivan orders his squad to back up the front line. The troops just start dumping mags into the beast horde. Total suppressive fire so the hunters do not get caught lacking. The Major finally breathes a sigh of relief as they start catching a massive W. But honestly, he cannot tell if his guys are just locked in or if it is the absolute unit fighting beside them. Eventually, those wolves are literally too terrified to even push Pilang. Then suddenly, he hears something wild rolling up. A whole mammoth starts griefing the infantry. The soldiers scramble like crazy to dodge that massive trunk. Pilang decides to speedrun this mob. He just charges straight in. The old man completely claps it with his sword, and just like that, one prehistoric relic casually deletes another. The Russian squad is just standing there shook, watching this mysterious Korean dude solo the entire lobby. Angela is especially hyped about his moves. His combat efficiency is completely goated in her eyes. Despite looking super young, his technique screams veteran status. Meanwhile, Pilang feels super sus about all this, praying his gut feeling is dead wrong. After some insane grinding, the whole battlefield finally chills out. The front line tells the lieutenant they basically cleared the wave. Right then, Ivan rushes over to her side. He is absolutely stoked to report that the Major General's unit successfully held their ground too. The Major is beyond hyped to be bagging this victory with barely any casualties. But bro has zero clue a mob is literally camping behind him. Right before Ivan turns into literal dog food, Pilang clutches up and saves him. He one-shots the beast like it is nothing. And boom, Ivan makes it out completely fine. Pilang tells him to pay attention. Danger only pulls up when you least expect it. The Major drops a massive thank you to the absolute legend who just saved him. He apologizes for acting so toxic earlier, admitting Pilang is the real MVP of this entire raid. But then a massive chill runs straight down his spine. The Korean dude just flat out says, the fight is not over. Our guy points out how crazy it is seeing all these mobs just running together. He explains that monster is just an umbrella term for dungeon spawns. Sure, Us regular humans naturally assume all these beasts form one unified, massive squad. But honestly, the reality is way different. Different monster factions usually just constantly grief and aggro each other. So seeing all these different species casually rolling together like a squad, super weird stuff. Right then, a crazy sudden weather drop just totally kills the conversation. While the troops are all distracted by the snow, Pilang drops the lore. He explains how he has already lived through this exact same script before. He says the only reason those mobs were grouping up was because they were running from an apex predator. So when the final boss actually spawns in, Angela goes completely ghost white. Pilang was spot on. A massive god-tier beast just pulled up. Facing this massive ice dragon, the whole Russian unit completely freezes in terror. Nobody has ever seen a raid boss this busted. The guys desperately beg Ivan for orders. But Ivan is completely paralyzed, knowing their team stats are way too low for this encounter. Right then, our Korean MVP tells the Russians to immediately dip and evacuate everyone. He makes it clear that standard guns are getting heavily nerfed against this tank, so Ivan desperately asks him what his actual game plan is. Pilseong just hits them with a smirk. His whole game plan is basically soloing this ice beast. Major Ivan calls it straight up suicide at first, but honestly, he does not even believe his own warning. Deep down, the guy is totally convinced Pilseong can actually clap this monster. Our hero tells him to chill out, he definitely will not let the Major down. Ivan finally gives the green light, begging him to clutch up and save the civilians. So yeah, Gwak Pilseong is absolutely hyped to body this giant monstrosity. Suddenly, the whole zone starts quaking. Trees are literally vibrating out of the ground. Then the boss pulls up a massive dragon, literally the size of a mountain. With the beast facing the other way, Angela decides to fully send it. She orders the squad to lock in, and the archers draw back their bows. The second she yells fire, a whole barrage gets yeeted straight at the giant beast. The arrows make impact, and the creature just slowly turns toward the aggro. Now it is time for the magic unit to step up. They pool all their mana together to drop one absolutely massive fireball. The giant thing has zero time to dodge and just eats the attack right in the face. Slowly, the massive dust cloud from the blast clears out. Angela thinks they did zero damage, but turns out the hit actually registered. It just made the dragon insanely mad. The beast unleashes a totally broken blizzard roar. The hunters instantly start catching frostbite in this crazy wind. Everything around the boss just completely freezes over into solid ice. One guy spots the ice creeping up on him. He screams out as he gets packed into a frozen coffin. The monster is draining heat from the zone incredibly fast. Angela screams at everyone to fall back and stay out of that ridiculous cold AoE. Getting into melee range is completely off the table for these hunters now. Right then, the beast triggers its insane dragon roar skill, blasting out a completely unhinged wave of freezing cold air. But Pilseong refuses to tap out. This madman just W keys straight at the monster. At first, the dragon is unfazed, but this human stepping up makes it extremely tilted. Angela yells at him to back off before he literally turns into a popsicle. But Pilseong couldn't care less about dragon breath. The guy has stacked cold resistance, giving him absolute immunity against that nasty freezing air. The Russian squad is absolutely shook. Meanwhile, our guy just starts scaling the giant lizard. Hitting the perfect height advantage, the old man plunge attacks the reptile with his sword. Judging by how the boss flinched, that hit definitely dealt some massive crit damage. Pilseong straight up roasts the beast for crying when round one just barely started. Angela is literally glitching out watching this. The Korean hunter is just casually tanking the dragon's entire cold domain. Honestly, surviving is a massive understatement here. It is like he specifically rolled the absolute perfect meta build to counter this thing. This whole thing feels way too goated. Her suspicions about this dude are just going straight through the roof. After spamming a few more attacks, the old man finally touches grass again. Right then, the dragon tries to smash him with a heavy claw strike. But the 80-year-old grandpa frame perfect dodges it. Check this out though, our protagonist immediately spots something absolutely terrifying. This giant lizard is definitely charging up a huge attack. A massive ice breath heads straight for Pilseong. The hunter freezes, realizing this beast actually predicted his dodge and waited for it. And just like that, the freezing blast completely swallows him. But right before our goated hunter takes a fatal hit, a wild rescuer drops in out of absolutely nowhere. Pilseong just stares in pure shock as a blazing fire sword violently counters the ice. This absolute powerhouse then turns to check on him. Hearing this stacked veteran actually offer up some backup leaves our hero completely speechless. The guy is literally speaking fluent Korean, so Pilseong straight up asks how he learned it. Turns out this major general actually has a Korean wife. The S-rank brings up Ivan's report explaining how Pilseong just randomly spawned inside their dungeon. But before our boy can even explain himself, he gets cut off. The general shuts it down, taking out this ice dragon is their only priority right now. Gwak Pilseong absolutely loves this guy's logic and quickly introduces himself. The Russian S rank introduces himself as Grove, High Commander of the entire monster subjugation unit. Our legendary hunter instantly feels a serious connection with this fellow veteran. Right on cue, the dragon rudely interrupts their little bonding moment. The hunters quickly realize this giant lizard is big mad. Seeing his counterattack actually tick off the beast makes Pilseong pretty hyped. Now rocking a totally sick new teammate, he is dying to slay it. Grove takes the lead, unleashing an absolutely massive fire wave from his sword. The ice dragon instantly takes heavy damage. Refusing to fold, it fights back with a deafening dragon roar. The Major General actually panics as his body starts freezing solid. Just like that, the High Commander is totally on the ropes. Grove has never felt cold this insane, it completely ruins his combat flow. Without missing a beat, our hero launches straight at the beast. He viciously slashes its thick neck with his own blade. That stinging pain makes the dragon insanely angry right now. Pilseong shouts out his plan. He will handle the crazy close combat, but needs the general running pure backline support. The general quickly agrees to it. Honestly, Grove is blown away by Pilseong just tanking that freezing air. But get this, he suddenly realizes this is a total first for him. Grove always hard carries on the front lines, yet now he is stuck playing support while the beast preps another massive ice breath. But our goated hero effortlessly sidesteps the entire blast. He verbally roasts the monster for spamming the same tired trick, then immediately charges right back in for round 2. Pilseong totally reclaims the high ground. Despite pulling out all the stops, this dragon refuses to drop. Grove starts complaining about its ridiculous HP pool. Pilseong points out the freezing aura around it is actually getting much weaker. Translation, their heavy attacks are finally starting to crack its defenses. Pilseong casually drops an old-school Korean idiom on the general. A tree chopped 9 times will always come crashing down on the 10th strike. The general cracks up since it literally fits their exact situation. Hyped up, our protagonist rushes in to deliver that fatal 10th strike. Right then, the Russian troops arrive to back them up, raining down fresh arrows alongside one absolutely giant fireball. Both attacks fuse together into one absolutely sick combo. Boom, a direct hit right to the monster's spine. It lets out a massive shriek of pure agony. Pilseong totally seizes the opening and charges straight ahead. The beast is completely cornered now. Honestly, Pilseong is just hyped to finally have some actually goated teammates backing him up. That is when he spots something crazy on the dragon. A tiny crack in the armor, the ultimate hidden weak spot. Pilseong gets absolutely thrilled by this. He launches himself right back into the fray. The Major General provides cover fire, successfully blasting the dragon straight in the face. Blinded by the flames, it completely misses Pilseong closing in. The legendary hunter decides it is time to wrap this up. He channels every ounce of strength into one final blow. A loud snap echoes out. But wait, that was not the dragon shell breaking. Pilseong actually shattered his own sword. Luckily, the general comes in totally clutch here. Grove tosses Pilseong his personal great sword. Catching it, our hero realizes this weapon is a literal work of art. He promises to put it to really good use. The legendary hunter swings one last time, putting every single drop of power into his brand new blade. Thanks to that insane sword, the dragon finally gets its head cleanly chopped off. Pilseong hits the ground, and a second later, the severed head lands right beside him. The system immediately pops up the field, boss is officially slain. The Russian troops are just standing there stunned. They literally cannot believe their eyes. Since the dungeon is cleared, the system drops a super rare gift for the guy who landed the kill. Pilseong straight up unlocks a rare skill called Dragon Slayer Strike. Seriously sick name for a skill. Everyone around him starts wondering just how incredibly broken this new ability might be. Later on, Pilseong chills by a window in some fancy building, just watching the soldiers outside. Ivan walks in and apologizes for the long wait. He explains the whole squad is swamped with post-battle repairs. The Major swears they owe him big time for everything. But Pilseong just says they can settle the debt by sending him back home. That definitely intrigues the old man. Suddenly, Ivan snaps a crisp salute to the commander-in-chief. Grove insists the guy should hang around the motherland a bit longer. Russia is facing a massive crisis right now. Monsters are literally spawning everywhere across their giant territory. So they desperately need some heavy hitters on their side. The general offers to treat Pilseong like total absolute royalty. The payout would be absolutely insane if he stays. But let's be real here. The Korean hunter does not even blink before dropping a hard no. The general wonders if the bag simply was not big enough, or if he just misses his hometown. Pilseong straight up admits he could not care less about glory. He just has some unfinished business to handle in Korea. Hearing that, the general realizes he is completely out of options. So he finally pulls out his ultimate trump card, an offer nobody in their right mind could refuse. This actually gets Pilseong curious. The general lays his final crazy proposition right out on the table. In exchange for staying, he offers his own daughter's hand in marriage. He slides over a photo of his precious delicate flower, Alexandra Natasha. Pilseong is just standing there dumbfounded when the general claims his daughter got her good looks from him. Later on, the paperwork is finally wrapped up. Ivan tells Pilseong to just take these docs to the airport and he is good to bounce. But the general begs him to reconsider. The guy keeps whining about how he is making this massive sacrifice by handing over his daughter, and Pilseong angrily turns him down flat once again. He honestly pities the soldiers dealing with this annoying boss. But right then, a wild idea hits the old man. Pilseong actually has a favor to ask Ivan. Later on at the Changchan Guild, the guild master's phone suddenly starts buzzing. He picks it up fast and introduces himself to the totally unknown caller. Siu Chan gets totally thrown off by a super familiar voice. The guy on the other end of the line is none other than his master. He literally falls out of his chair and demands answers. The guildmaster points out that the old man ghosting everyone was insanely shocking. Pilseong says he cannot really explain over the phone, so Siu Chan offers to drive and scoop him. But since he is way too far out, Pilseong says he will just head back himself. He just does this so he won't bother the super busy guildmaster. Check this out. Siu Chan drops the bomb that things are dead slow recently, leaving Pilseong totally confused. The guildmaster spills the tea on how the association started making some heavy changes. Hearing this, our hero immediately starts bracing for the worst. Because they are tied to Pilseong, both Northern Light and Chang Chan are banned from dungeon diving. The association is straight up nitpicking every single detail to completely lock them out of raids. This totally pisses Pilseong off since running a guild isn't cheap. Those milestones you get from raids usually sell for top dollar. They are basically the main cash flow for any guild. Siu Chan apologizes, totally bummed out since he literally has zero way to fix this mess. But Pilseong knows his disciple isn't to blame. Not even a massive guild can tell the association to touch grass when they control access. Right then, the general tries pitching his marriage idea again. But looking at him, this gives the old man a sick idea. Pilseong refuses to let the association push him around, so he decides to wrap this up fast. And just like that, he simply hangs up on the guild master. When he turns around, the general actually thinks the guy is finally ready to accept his deal. Now watch closely, Pilseong actually has a huge favor to ask. Sometime later, out in a freezing abandoned zone, Siu Chan is literally freezing his nipples off. The master immediately roasts the soft boy for daring to complain about the weather. Ever since Pilseong came back, the guild master cannot predict a single thing this guy does. He never in a million years expected this old man would drag his butt all the way to Russia. Pilseong explains that if they just go back to Korea, the association will totally block their dungeon access. So instead, he decided to lock in a massive mutual benefit deal with the Russians. Those guys are totally lacking the manpower to handle their own monster problems. Right on cue, somebody starts whining. They complain that sending regular guild members would have been a way better move. Yonghun demands to know why he and the Changchan boss are the only ones Pilseong dragged out here. So the goated old man explains that keeping the squad small helps them completely dodge the association's radar. So the goated legendary hunter tells his crew quit yapping and lock in for the raid. Just like that, the Korean squad gets put on overseas duty. Suddenly, a weird noise drops. Pilseong tells the boys to get ready. The mob wave is finally here. A massive bug tries to rush up, but Pilseong instantly slices that thing to pieces. So Chan activates his Fire Fist skill and starts straight up punching the monster's head clean off. Meanwhile, Yonghun is absolutely struggling with his tiny dagger. Crazy, right? He is totally mind-blown, zero clue the legendary hunter and the guild master were this much more overpowered than him. Right then, a bug charges straight for him, only to take a sword right to the dome. Pilseong tells the guy to chill out. He makes it clear that if Yonghun really wants a top-tier guild, he absolutely cannot let a basic mob rattle him. The dude finds this super frustrating, but he decides to lock in and hold his ground. And just like that, Yonghun bags his first actual kill today. A little while later, the final bug shrieks out loud, before dropping completely dead right at our hero's feet. Pilseong and So Chan are barely sweating. Yonghun, though totally different story. The older guy immediately calls out his exhaustion, but Yonghun completely denies it. So Pilseong flat out tells him there is no need to try hard and drain himself. It finally hits Yonghun right then. He literally cannot keep up with this squad, making him wonder if he even belongs in this raid. The goated hunter spots him stressing immediately. Over on the side, So Chan actually finds something weird. Our guy is pretty freaked out when they walk up to a massive crater in the ground. The crew is pretty confident the main boss dug this out. The pit definitely looks like some crazy underground tunnel. Now the squad has to seriously strategize their next big move. Pilseong says they should just dive in, absolutely sure it leads straight to the boss. But So Chan calls that play way too risky. He thinks the enemy could easily gank them from the shadows. Still, this is basically their only real option right now, so Yong Hun steps up to scout it out. He argues that a super sketchy job like this should be his, basically calling himself the most expendable member of the party. But Pilseong shoots that down. No way. He gives the newbie a suicide mission. Since he has the lowest stats here, Yong Hun has the absolute worst odds of surviving a surprise attack. So the team leader decides to solo the tunnel run himself. He then orders his two teammates to scout the area. And with that epic drop, our hero jumps straight into the pit. Yong Hun is completely lost. He has zero clue how to process this. His buddy easily notices the guy still does not understand the vibe here. At first, he assumed the heavy hitters just didn't trust him enough. But So Chan clears it up totally false. Yong Hun always tries to tank the hardest jobs all by himself. So Chan respects the hell out of that trait, saying that is exactly why people chose him as their true leader. The big brawler tells him he will figure it all out in time. Leaving it at that, he walks off to scan the perimeter. Yong Hun is left completely alone with his own thoughts. Fast forward a bit, the dagger user is just wandering the empty streets. One thing was living rent-free in his head right now. Our heroes talk about building a squad to rival the association kept replaying on a loop. Yong Hun was totally hyped, convinced piling was about to completely carry this world's entire future. But that wasn't the issue. The man was stressing hard, wondering if he was even goated enough to stand next to the legendary hunter. So right as he was about to literally cry over his own weak stats, he spotted movement nearby. A massive centipede ripped straight out of the dirt. This nasty bug hit totally different from the regular trash mobs. Yong Hun clocked it instantly. This had to be the actual boss. First instinct? Bail and ping for backup. But he turned around and straight up froze in place. Yong Hun locked in right there. And so, while the giant centipede was chilling and minding its own business, it totally freaked out, sensing a hunter trying to dive bomb it right from above. Before the bug could even process anything, the human managed to score a direct hit. Yong Hun was salty as hell though. That ugly monster totally tanked his ultimate finishing move. Even so, the hunter quickly managed to find his footing again. The boss monster was getting visibly more tilted by the literal second. Yong Hun knew he acted like a reckless noob, but the guy had major points to prove. His willpower was absolutely off the charts. He seriously needed to prove he wasn't dead weight next to Piling and Seok Chan. But as the brutal brawl dragged on, the man was heavily gasping for some air. The beast kept spamming attacks. Amazingly, he somehow managed to perfectly iframe every single strike so far. The hunter scrambled right onto the beast, and without hesitating, he unleashed an absolute spam fist of quick slashes. That giant centipede shrieked in agony. But looking at him, its attacker wasn't even close to being done yet. Yong Hun decided it was time to pop a skill. Fire Blast officially activated. Now watch this setup. The hunter drops an absolutely massive heavy attack. But after doing so, his jaw basically hit the floor. The monster actually blocked his massive hit. The beast immediately decided to launch a vicious counterattack. It started stabbing with its razor legs. Yong Hun was desperately trying not to get completely sliced up. Dude found those razor legs annoying as hell. He felt like he was dueling some sweaty tryhard swinging 4 swords. The massive centipede kept perfectly parrying all his incoming hits using those creepy legs. Our guy quickly realized this thing was an A-rank boss. If so, the legendary hunter and the other guild master would probably one-shot this exact same monster. That specific thought made him way more determined than ever. Yong Hun tightly gripped his blade, absolutely locking in. The guy decided to trust his own sauce and just end the boss right then and there. Neither one was trying to take an L today. The centipede kicked things off by violently spamming strikes. Yong Hun vaulted high into the air just to dodge it. His big brain strat was hitting the leg blind spot where the monster couldn't actually block. And with that plan set, he yeeted himself straight at his giant opponent. The dagger finally connected hard. He then completely roasted the monster's insides using his Fire Blast skill. That made it screech in pure agony. The hunter was completely hyped by this sick result. But trust me, bro definitely celebrated his big W way too early. Before he could even blink, the creature tail whipped him. Just like that, he got absolutely body slammed into a nearby wall. Yong Hun immediately started kicking himself for losing his focus. With that done, the monster was fully ready to snack on its prey. The hunter felt like his bones were basically chalk, starting to wonder if this crazy centipede just completely outclassed him. Back in the day, Yong Hun was totally shook when they asked him to step up and lead the Grizzly Guild. Pilang asked if he was having second thoughts. Yong Hun figured those guild members were used to tailing the S-rank Guangho, and they definitely wouldn't want to take orders from some A-rank guy. But even though he was feeling super iffy, he promised to give it a shot. Right then, the old man pushed him to actually step up as a boss. He brought up Yong Hun's crazy dream to build the most goated guild ever. The old guy made it clear you can only get so strong just by hoarding a massive squad of randoms. But right when the A rank started getting super curious, the legendary hunter just pointed straight at him. Palang needed Yong Hun to level up himself. Hearing that, the guy snapped back, you only hit S rank by being just as busted or even stronger than the current ones. Out of all 20 Korean S rank hunters, Seo Gwang-ho, literally the weakest dude of the bunch, still had stats way too sick for any A rank. Honestly, the only reason Yong Hun used such sketchy tactics to boost his guild was cause he completely gave up on that S rank dream. But shockingly, the hero thought that was total nonsense. Seeing him totally lost, Pilang decided to spell it out. To him, hitting S rank was just some dumb clout label, and getting that title definitely wasn't the only way to glow up. Pilang broke down how the S rank thing only dropped 10 years ago, while real heavy hitter strength has literally always been around. So his only path to grabbing that dream was to grind like crazy and completely crush his own personal fears. Pilang bet everything that Yong Hun would hit the top tier doing exactly that. Anyway, flashback over, and Yong Hun snaps right back to this absolute nightmare. The guy absolutely refuses to take an L. He grips his dagger super tight. Yong Hun drags himself right back up to his feet. This creature tries to just finish him immediately, but our boy is locking in to hold the line. Honestly, he was just waiting for the perfect opening. The second this monster swings, he completely ducks it and launches himself straight ahead. He definitely takes some serious damage on the way in, but right now, he does not care about the pain. Yong Hun funnels all that crazy firepower right into his blade. Then he just absolutely shanks one of its legs. And yeah, this is the exact moment the monster realized it completely messed up. He triggers Fire Blast, a massive wave of heat just explodes out of the weapon. That centipede leg gets totally blown into a million pieces. And just like that, the hunter finally catches his balance. Yong Hun is still seriously struggling to stay standing though. That is when he spots this massive bug shaking to its core. The beast literally knows it just got outplayed by a human. So naturally, it starts screeching in pure rage and agony. A super smug grin just pops up on the hunter's face. The centipede is absolutely raging now, basically throwing a massive tantrum over taking such a huge L. The guy starts bracing for a total wipeout. Yong Hun kind of accepts his fate since his body is completely frozen up. But insanely enough, somebody randomly crashes the party. Yong Hun gets saved from those legs by a crazy sharp sword. A brand new challenger just dropped in to fight the centipede. Yong Hun totally didn't expect the legendary hunter to just spawn here. When asked how he even found this spot, Pilang casually mentions all the crazy noise brought him over. Yong Hun just feels super embarrassed getting bailed out by Palang like this, but to his shock, the old man actually hypes him up. The goated hunter is totally stoked his bro stood his ground against such a beefy monster. Yong Hun feels totally flattered by that. Palang tells him to chill, no need to rush when he has forever to level up. Right then, the giant centipede rudely crashes their little chat. Pilang tells his buddy to relax and let him solo this absolute unit. The exhausted guy is totally fine with that. With that, the bug charges at our guy, its razor-sharp legs literally shredding the solid ground. But the beast gets super confused when its target just completely vanishes. That confusion turns into pure shock. Pilang is hovering right above its head. Our hero drops down with an insane slash, and boom, the boss instantly loses 2 legs. Seeing this wild move leaves the A rank totally speechless. Pilang just sniped those weak spots with crazy precision, and he isn't even breaking a sweat. Yong Hun realizes this guy's combat skills are just straight up flawless. He is seriously mind-blown by how overpowered the legendary hunter truly is. It really doesn't take long for the bug to realize it's outmatched, so it straight up bails in the opposite direction. The massive boss is actually trying to run. Yong Hun panics, but Pilang is absolutely not letting this thing slip away. Right then, his weapon starts glowing with a sick, bright blue flame. This wild flex completely catches the A rank off guard. A minute later, Chan starts searching for the old man who casually just pops up right behind him out of nowhere. Seeing his injured bro, he immediately sprints over to help him out. So Chan actually offers to play support for Yong Hun, wondering if his boys had already squared up with the main boss. Hearing all the chaos, Pilang nods and confirms they totally did. Then he spots something that is actually crazy. Get this, he suddenly realizes the baddest monster is literally right in front of them. So Chan is super confused because the bug is entirely frozen in ice. It completely blows his mind to find out this is just some brand new skill the old man randomly unlocked. He has a really hard time buying that, so the legendary hunter just decides to cut the whole chat short. Knowing they still have mobs to farm and exhausted, so Chan just sighs heavily. But right then, Yong Hun drops a truth bomb. He finally gets why he idolizes the guy. Honestly, he just compares the old legend to an unmovable mountain. Young-hun wants to level up his own game just by following his footsteps. So Chan is hyped to hear that, but Pilang suddenly yells at them to hurry up. He actually starts roasting them, complaining that kids these days are just way too slow. Fast forward a few days at the Hunter Association, a lady struts down the hall. She keeps humming this little tune until she finally reaches her own lab. Walking inside, she happily greets her coworker. The researcher is totally amazed by how cheerful Seong has been lately. Seong gets a bit flustered, thinking she was low-key hiding her awesome mood. The stoked S-Rank thinks about how it has already been 2 entire months since the legend vanished inside that dungeon. Truthfully, you could say she is pretty relieved that this huge annoyance is finally gone. Then she starts plotting on the loyal fans who actually followed the missing guy. She is super hyped to humble them for having the nerve to fight the association. But right then, the scientist randomly finds something totally crazy while scrolling on his phone. He reads it and absolutely sprints to his coworker. She just had to see this. She takes one look at the screen and her blood literally runs ice cold. Then she goes full rage mode. Out of pure frustration, she literally crushes the device. Rest in peace, phone. The poor researcher starts straight up sobbing. The Huntress stands there wondering how they even got into this insanely messy situation. Flashback a bit to the Russian embassy in Korea. They are holding a massive press conference. Everyone is locked in on Viktor Pavlovich, the Russian ambassador to Korea. The guy kicks things off by explaining how one of their biggest cities recently faced an absolute disaster. But the second he mentions that brave Korean hunters swooped in and saved the day, the press completely loses it and starts buzzing. So the ambassador decides it is time to drop the ultimate hero reveal. The goated saviors are none other than Park Sochin and Koo Young-hun. Right then, the entire room locks onto the hunters. Young-hun feels super guilty for totally stealing the old man's massive achievement, but his buddy reassures him that the main guy seriously never cares about chasing the spotlight. Then the ambassador drops a bombshell news system to hype up the bravery of the Koreans. Long story short, Korean hunters get the green light to raid freely over in Russia. Hearing this, the whole room is absolutely floored. Meanwhile, the guildmaster suddenly remembers a pretty wild conversation. He was low-key stunned when his old master said he wanted to return to the fatherland. Pilong then declared that Garov totally finished negotiating with his top bosses. The major general dipped out, claiming Pilong and his crew were so incredibly cracked that he barely even had to convince anyone to make it happen. Sechen then asks what these negotiations are even about. Get this, it completely blows his mind to learn they built a brand new system, letting Korean hunters grind freely on Russian turf. Honestly, the guy was just straight up stunned. This play is way bigger than just dodging the association to scrape by a decent living. Pilong called it early, predicting this would build an insane force in Korea. Cutting back to right now, the guildmaster cannot help but smirk. The prediction his master made turned out to be totally spot on. A journalist jumps in, asking the ambassador if the sixth system includes hunters outside the Northern Lights or Zhongshan guilds. The ambassador totally confirms it. He explains how back in the day, foreign hunters trying to raid the motherland got hit with the most toxic regulations ever. But now, Russia wants to drop a special permit. This exclusive permit is strictly for the Korean hunters. This makes that exact same journalist super curious about what the permit actually does. Long story short, it works like a VIP work visa where the host country straight up guarantees domestic safety and security for all Koreans. The press starts doubting this though, asking why they even need this when Korea already has tons of dungeons. Viktor Pavlovich is already super aware of Korea's totally ancient dungeon management system. But from what he hears, raiding has become a massive headache for local hunters. Mostly because gate management is getting ridiculously strict lately. The ambassador finally swallows his pride and confesses the brutal truth. Russia just lacks the manpower to clear the infinite dungeons across their massive land. So honestly, that is exactly why they desperately need the Korean hunters to step up. Viktor promises his country will buy up all the looted dungeon items. They will only charge chill, reasonable fees on the hunters, so everybody wins. But when asked if the Korean Hunter Association greenlit this whole setup, the ambassador dropped a bomb they totally didn't. Because the association wasn't exactly a government crew, he basically said there was zero need to negotiate with them. That little bombshell had the journalist absolutely sweating bullets. Young-hun could not even picture the insane association backlash about to hit them. Sun was hyped though. He knew the association's power would tank since all their haters were heading off to raid in Russia anyway. He honestly expected nothing less from the old man. The guy literally turned accidentally crossing a border into a massive national flex. Right then, Young-hun noticed Pilseong had completely dipped out. A coworker quickly explained how the old man had casually slipped away earlier. Meanwhile, at some hospital, Jianho was binge-reading articles about his own injuries. Everyone was literally re-evaluating the whole standard for S-rank hunters. He was so heated he straight up chucked his phone across the room. But wait for it, a sudden knock hit his door. Jianho yelled to leave him alone, since visitors were strictly banned. But when that door swung open, he instantly went into full toxic mode. That intense rage vanished completely, though, when he realized Pilseong was the one standing right there. Jianho did a total 180 and immediately started apologizing. When asked why he randomly decided to drop by, Pilseong claimed he just wanted to check on the guy since he got hospitalized. The old man quickly helped out the injured hunter, asking the kid how he was actually holding up. Jianho basically said things could have been way worse, especially after crash landing inside an A-rank dungeon. Pilseong was super curious if anything completely crazy went down. So the S-rank spilled the tea about getting some kind of wild blessing. And when asked what this crazy buff actually did, he explained it was an invincibility buff that literally blocks all physical damage. Pilseong thought this sounded incredibly sick, but now he was wondering how an invincible dude somehow ended up stuck in a hospital bed. Finding out the guy had literally just almost starved to death in there, he was totally floored. It was honestly just too stupid to be real. Pilseong asked if he had ranted about this wild experience to anyone else, but Giano literally had nobody to listen. Shockingly enough, this top-tier hunter honestly had zero actual friends. Jianho then asked if the old man also woke up stranded in some random dungeon. He was completely shook to learn the protagonist had randomly spawned all the way in Russia. Pilseong confirmed he definitely woke up trapped inside a foreign dungeon. Our hero totally noticed the S-rank was pretty salty that he did not just stay put over there. So when he decided to press him on it, Jianho fiercely denied everything until another knock hit the door. Desperate to dodge the awkward chat, Jianho practically sprinted to greet the new visitor. But the second he yanked the door open, the S-rank was left totally frozen. The guest was pretty stunned by the hyper-energy, while Giano just could not believe his own eyes. Standing right there was the actual president of the association himself, Lim Tae-won. The S-rank was completely caught lacking. He was seriously rattled as this heavy, unspoken tension instantly filled up the room. The two older guys, who had not crossed paths in months, finally swapped their formal greetings. Tae-won politely urged the S-rank to give them some privacy. And when Jianho whined that this was his hospital room, the president had to politely ask a second time, and Jianho immediately folded under pressure. Later on, our patient was totally pouting right outside his own hospital room. Inside, the president asked his old buddy where he vanished to for 10 years. Pilong admitted he went to touch grass in the mountains. Taewon really needed to know why Pilong just ghosted them way back then. He guessed it was tied to that one cursed incident, begging the old man to finally drop the heavy guilt trip. But the old guy stood his ground, dodging that deadly cycle meant he absolutely had to pack up and bail. Taewon laid out how he and the squad went through absolute hell afterwards. Things went south right after their goated hero dipped out post-guild creation. Honestly, Pilong going totally ghost threw their whole operation into a massive, non-stop dumpster fire. Because of that massive mess, he had to step up. He literally had to carry the entire association as the new boss. Pilong claimed he completely understood their grind, but Taewon shut that down fast, clueless. The president fired back, demanding why this legendary hunter was suddenly beefing with them. He could easily just steal the top seat to fix whatever he hated. Pilong made it clear that is not his vibe at all. Taewon dropped a massive reality check. Literally nobody would care if the legend took over the presidency right now. But Pilong fired back. Getting zero haters does not automatically make you the absolute best pick for the job. This seriously tilted Taiwan dude was still acting like a total holy roller after all these years. And here is the million-dollar question he asked if Pilong really returned just to ruin the association. But the old-timer clapped back, every single wrong needs a hard fix. That brutal honesty dealt massive emotional damage to the president. So, the guy gripping the cane laid down the law. He snapped that Pilong being salty over something does not mean the association is to blame. Pilong stared him down. Are you seriously completely blind to this guild's toxic red flags? Taewon stood his ground, reminding him that when the dust settles, he still runs this entire operation. Pilong looked at him like a stranger, chalking up this massive ego trip to his shiny new boss title. The president warned him to watch his mouth right now. Pilong had zero clue about the absolute trauma they tanked for an entire decade. This whole spicy argument convinced Taewon his old buddy was straight up unfit for the throne. Honestly, he figured things probably worked out exactly how they should have. It was totally for the best that he took all the aggro. Catch this threat, Taewon promised to throw hands if Pilong kept griefing his precious association. Dropping that final icy warning on his old friend, the president turned and bailed out of the room. Gwangho, totally blindsided by this whole intense drama, nervously asked what that was all about. Pilong just brushed it off, claiming his old pal merely dropped by for some friendly advice. Gwangho instantly hyped up, praying their massive beef with the association was finally completely over. Not quite, the old man admitted he was super ready to hand out a savage reality check. Gwangho instantly realized his personal stress levels were definitely staying maxed. Pilong then ordered Gwangho to follow his lead right now. The S-rank could practically smell a brand new epic disaster heading his way. Later at the Hunter Association, a masked dude completely snuck into the main building. Gwang Ho was sweating bullets, wondering why they were just chilling in straight-up enemy territory. The old man casually dropped the bomb they came here to sign up rookies for their brand new guild. Learning this crazy old legend was basically forming his own overpowered guild from scratch, Gwang Ho is completely floored. He finds it super intriguing since Pilong already has Northern Lights and Chang'an doing his bidding. Turns out the old man wants to build a brand new guild from scratch just for himself. Why? So the association will finally touch grass and leave his crew alone. And obviously, he wants Gwang Ho to join his squad. Because Pilong is totally clueless about running a guild. He seriously needs an S-rank gigachad who actually knows how to be a guild master. Gwang Ho immediately figures out this invite is definitely not a polite request. So with that settled, Pilong rushes off to make his guild official. But the moment he finds out you need at least 3 members to legally register, the old man is left totally shook. Gwang Ho thinks it is absolutely hilarious that Pilong missed the basic requirements. The old man instantly blames him for not dropping the info sooner. Gwang Ho immediately claps back that Pilong barely explained anything since this whole messy situation started. Now the elder starts wondering where on earth they can find a 3rd member. The younger guy suggests just forcing a random person to sign up. That toxic idea almost earns him another absolute beatdown from the elder. Right then, Pilong overhears a massive fuss nearby. One hunter seems incredibly salty about something. Bei Shangyuk simply cannot cope with being told to pack up and leave his guild. It is a totally frustrating slap in the face after everything he sacrificed for them. Sangyuk blames his whole villain arc on the mysterious hunter who wrecked his promotion exam. He swears on his life he will absolutely demolish that guy next time they meet. But his literal sleep paralysis demon suddenly appears, startling him. It completely shook Sangyuk has zero clue why Pilong is approaching him. Out of nowhere, the old man asks if he happens to be jobless right now. But get this, the literal cause of his misery just casually invites him to join up, leaving the guy completely speechless. These two dudes are now standing face to face. Sangyuk angrily demands to know if Pilong is actually being for real. The old man confirms it, casually roasting Sangyuk for just getting booted from his old squad. Hearing that, the hunter desperately tries to cope, claiming he actually quit the guild on his own. The old man just ignores the cope and asks if he wants to take the offer. Sangyuk still needs a little more intel on this guild first. He wonders if it is a goated top-tier faction. To his absolute shock, he just got recruited to a guild that literally does not exist yet. That curveball completely throws him off. Pilong explains how he just wants to launch a new guild with his buddy. He admits they just need one more random hunter to legally register. Sangyuk instantly feels completely let down. He would hesitate to join a top 10 faction, let alone some random nameless startup. Hitting them with a hard pass, he decides to bounce right out of there. Right as our duo gets ready to find someone else, the guy suddenly hits the brakes. After thinking it over, Sangyuk decides to actually give it a shot. He just insists on checking the guild standards first. Pilong immediately realizes the kid is testing him. Sangyuk already knows our hero is goated, but he knows absolutely nothing about his quiet companion. He decides to test Gwang Ho in a one-on-one sparring match instead. And just like that, the tension between these two hunters completely spikes off the charts. Later inside the sparring room, the old man realizes it has been forever since he actually visited one. Gwang Ho genuinely wonders if fighting a mere B rank is even mandatory. Pilong just laughs, clarifying that Sangyuk really wants to test his skills. Still, that S-rank pride was way too massive to let him throw hands with someone he absolutely completely outclassed. But that ego totally left the chat when Peleng stepped up to fight him instead. Meanwhile, Sangyuk started doing some serious mental math about everything. He absolutely knew the hero was totally busted, and straight up admitted Peleng was just in a whole different league. But his payback was totally doable. Sangyuk wanted to wreck the hero's buddy just to completely ruin their plans of setting up a new guild. Guan Yu was definitely not feeling that highly disrespectful stare-down. So with the vibe check failed, both guys agreed to start throwing hands. Peleng warned Guang Yu to literally go easy on the B-rank dude. As Sangyuk got ready, his opponent did not even bother dropping into a fighting stance. The B-rank was incredibly salty about this flex, telling the masked guy to pull out a weapon. But his opponent basically said he did not need any tryhard gear to win this. Sangyuk totally clowned him, saying he just wanted a lame excuse for when he lost. But when the masked dude fired back with pure sass, the B-rank got absolutely triggered. So he instantly rushed his opponent down with zero hesitation. The hunter aimed right for the head, but his spear smacked into some wild, invisible barrier. This left the dude completely shook. The spearman immediately backed off. He never expected his hit to get parried like that. The masked guy stayed entirely chill. But behind the mask, Guang Yu was raging hard, and get this. They told him this dude was B-rank. But the crazy heavy attack he just blocked screamed a rank stats or even higher. The old man just watched quietly. Right then, a couple random hunters walking by totally recognized Sanyuk. The hero heard them roasting his future recruit, saying he was hard stuck at B rank because the association hated him and kept griefing his promotion. They kept yapping about how Sanyuk had a totally toxic personality, which is exactly why his own guild was about to boot him. Those random hunters started guessing who the spearman was actually fighting today. Looking at that insane defense, they quickly figured out he was the real deal. Meanwhile, Sanyuk was seriously sweating. When his opponent asked if he had any more tricks, he flat out said yes. During that last promotion exam, Sanyuk played recklessly, but now he was hardcore committed to not completely throwing this match again. So with zero hesitation, the B rank just went full send. But his opponent literally did not move an inch. Then Sanyuk vanished entirely. Guang Yu actually panicked a bit, completely losing track of him. Right then, the spearman blitzed him straight from behind. Sanyuk went all out using his glowing aura spear. And just when the B rank thought he finally landed a totally sick blow, massive cracks showed up on his blade, and just like that, the spear shattered completely. Sanyuk was in pure shock. Guang Yu totally had to give props for that crazy attack. Things would have definitely ended horribly for him without the goated blessing that basically made his body completely indestructible. Sanyuk was still totally buffering, confused about why his weapon just exploded. His opponent basically asked if he was finally out of hype moves, casually walking right up to him. He then unmasked himself completely and hyped up Sanyuk, saying his performance was totally a rank material, and he would have been completely cooked if it was not for his insane blessing. Sanyuk instantly recognized the guy. Guang Yu reminded the B rank how he really wanted to test his skills, getting super hyped to show him what his real overpowered stats look like. Seeing his opponent's face finally unveiled, Sanyuk realizes he is straight up cooked. The odds are totally rigged against him. The hunters watching the match instantly recognize the S rank. With the cat out of the bag, Guanho finally gets his turn to swing. He plants his feet and charges the poor guy at absolute top speed. Guanho is completely hyped to throw some serious hands. Sanyuk figures out pretty fast that this one hit might actually pack him up forever. But suddenly, somebody grabs the massive dude and casually tosses him. Just like that, the seemingly indestructible tank eats literal dirt. Before he can even try to stand, Guangho catches a whole shoe to his face. Pilong yells at him, reminding the big guy he was literally told to hold back. The S-rank whines, arguing that Sanyuk was just irritating him too much. But seeing the old man raging, he instantly backpedals and spits out an apology. Sanyuk's brain is totally short-circuiting right now. A goated S-rank hunter just got tossed like a ragdoll and is getting totally stomped. Realizing he would have been completely wiped without Pilong stepping in, he quickly decides to check on the old guy. The peanut gallery starts whispering, saying it makes total sense Sanyuk took the L against a literal S-rank beast. Yet every single eyeball shifts to the dude who swatted him away so easily. Pilong brushes it off, loudly declaring that this little stunt concludes the test. But when asked if he is really just B rank, the legend smirks, reminding Sanyuk he saw him at the exam. Sanyuk naturally assumes the heavy hitter S rank is going to be the new guild master. So he gets a massive shock hearing that Pilong is actually taking the top seat, leaving Guangho to just chill as the everyday guild manager. Pilong asks the other B rank if he has a problem with this, making the guy completely panic and deny everything. The spearman knows for a fact you do not just casually block an S rank strike. It definitely leaves him questioning what our main guy is really hiding. Anyway, with all that out of the way, Sanyuk officially agrees to join up. Pilong is totally hyped to hear that, telling everyone to completely forget their messy past together. Sanyuk feels the exact same vibe. Now rocking a solid 3 members, the future guild master practically sprints to get it registered. But right before he bolts, Sanyuk definitely has one last question. He just wants to know if their squad actually has a name. Meanwhile, over at Changchong, Seo Chong is drowning in documents until he finally drops a massive stack. The guy is totally burnt out from the insane workload piling up since that Russia deal. It makes him realize he has not caught up with his master in a hot minute. He seriously prays Pilong is not out there, causing more chaotic drama. Right on cue, a quick knock hits the door, and a heavily panicked Kim Taejin bursts inside. From his expression, this dude has some sick breaking news, frantically begging the guild master to turn on the TV. Cut to the broadcast, a massive media crowd is swarming outside a very specific gate. One random hunter is standing there, totally clueless about why everyone is losing their minds. He gets totally blindsided hearing that the chaotic S-ranker is actually raiding this dungeon with a brand new guild. This is a wild twist since Guangho disbanded his old squad and claimed he wanted to go touch grass. So naturally, the whole world is incredibly hyped about him suddenly forming a new crew. Only then do the desperate reporters finally spot him. They all instantly rush over, shoving mics and yelling out questions. The media desperately wants to know why the S-rank created a whole new crew. So Kwang Ho boots up a brand new guild after completely disbanding his old one over that whole broadcasting station drama. The guy kicks things off by swearing the whole incident had zero to do with Grizzly shutting down. Then he drops a total bombshell he is not the founder, just a manager, leaving the crowd completely shook. Naturally, the entire room instantly assumes this shiny new crew got founded by some other goated S-rank hunter. Seeing their faces, Kwang Ho just points straight at the real boss. Right on cue, Hwang Pildong steps up and confidently claims his spot as head of the Yule Guild. People are super confused right now, since the name Hwang Pildong literally belongs to an 80-year-old grandpa. But the dude standing right in front of them looks incredibly young. Suddenly, one smart reporter finally recognizes this absolutely wild guy. He clocks our guy as the insane hunter who just speedran from D rank straight up to B. Initially, nobody can even begin to brainstorm a single logical reason why a top-tier S rank like Kwang Ho would ever take orders from a B rank. And you already know how people talk. The crowd theorizes the S rank is using this kid to dodge cancellation. Right then, one brave reporter steps up to grill Pildong. He straight up asks if someone actually bullied him into playing the guild master role, just to keep that highly problematic S rank safely out of the spotlight. Kwang Ho almost snaps, but gets completely shut down before he can even pop off. Pildong shuts it down, nobody forced him to make Yule, and Kwang Ho really is just the manager. So then the reporters ask our guy why he even bothered starting a whole new guild. The boomer inside that youthful body finds the answer painfully obvious. He straight up declares on mic that he made Yule because the current association is complete garbage. That absolutely savage statement completely paralyzes the entire room. Our legendary dude casually announces his guild is going to totally overthrow the association. Picture the sheer panic. Everyone absolutely freezes, except Kwang Ho, who is already numb to this unhinged behavior. Later on, while the association president is grinding through paperwork, a highly tilted guest barges in. Sanjuk angrily demands a quick word with the president. Taewon sighs and agrees to actually hear her out. The huntress immediately asks if he caught the latest absolutely insane news drop. She informs him that Hwang Pildong literally just formed a brand new guild with the sole goal of destroying them. Honestly, she really just wants to know if the boss is just going to let him cook. Taewon sits there, really wondering what exact answer she expects. As she harshly reminds him that it is his literal job to do something about this mess, Taewon just coldly waves her off without saying a word. Sanjuk takes the hint, but warns him the association does not care one bit about his old friendship with their new op. The huntress straight up threatens to handle the problem herself if the boss stays away from keyboard on this. The S-rank storms out, strongly telling Taewon he better not get in her way. Left entirely alone, Taewon is just totally lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, deep inside the main association headquarters, everyone is hardcore gossiping and loudly trolling the new Yule boss for daring to pick a fight. Some say the dude is honestly just high on his own hype after ranking up so incredibly fast. Over at the guild, Kwang Ho pulls Pildong aside, asking if he was actually serious. He is super salty that their brand new guild just went crazy viral, all because Pildong basically declared war on the biggest organization during a live broadcast. But Pildong just casually replies that the answer to that is already super obvious. Sangyuk is seriously shook. He can barely process that their tiny newborn guild just declared absolute war on the association. So our hero breaks it down: as long as they stay trending in the spotlight, no one from the association will try canceling them. But just as our spearman starts to argue back, claiming the organization will never take them seriously, somebody actually recognizes him. Get a load of this. The dude totally looks like a blast from his past. Sangyuk did not expect to bump into his former senior Sunyu here. The guy immediately points out the rumors how the spearman apparently joined up with some brand new guild. But he definitely did not expect him to join the exact crew everyone is hyped about right now. Right then, another dude with a seriously toxic aura rolls up. He greets the B-rank hunter with the smuggest look. Sang-yuk instantly sees red, infuriated that this guy still remains in the guild. Honestly, Sang-yuk is super salty that he got forced out of the guild because of this dude Hunman. But as the guild master, Seun-yu simply could not ditch such a goated asset. Sang-yu cannot even process this. After spilling all the tea, the master still chose to let Hunman stick around. Right at that moment, the old man completely crashes the conversation. Sun-yu apologizes, claiming he somehow missed seeing Sang-yuk and his friend standing there. Lee Seung-yu then formally introduces himself. He is the master of the Million Guild, the very crew our spearman ran with. The guy claims he spotted his former member by pure coincidence and figured he would come say what is up. Meanwhile, Hunman just begins intensely staring down Sang-yuk, who is actively boiling with pure rage. Catching onto his old friend being visibly triggered, the guild master decides to dip, and just like that, the duo leaves the scene. This leaves Sang-yuk feeling pretty frustrated. Pilseong catches on instantly. He knows this guy secretly still has a soft spot for his old squad. But the Sundar immediately shuts all those accusations down. Just then, Guangho rolls up with the dungeon entry permit. Alright, watch this. Pilseong and his boys rush straight toward the dungeon. Guangho is annoyed as usual, while Sang-yuk is just overthinking everything in complete shambles. Later on, right outside the portal, the vibes drop into a seriously unwelcoming atmosphere. Every single person starts dead staring at our hero and his party. Sang-yuk is super confused about one thing: why tackle an A-rank dungeon right now instead of sticking to a B rank? Because in his mind, since they are officially B rank, they should just enter dungeons that match their stats. He points out how the other hunters clearly want them to go touch grass. So the old man just tells the kid to chill and completely ignore whatever those NPCs think. One of the hunters then approaches Seo Guangho, asking if they should just enter immediately since the whole squad has arrived. But hold up, something just does not click. As Pilseong casually strolls ahead, claiming they should enter at once, the old man suddenly gets blocked from going inside. Pilseong calmly reminds the dude blocking his path that doing dungeon runs is literally a hunter's entire job description. So this guy fires back, making sure to remind him he has absolutely zero right to enter an A-rank zone, especially seeing how he is an S-rank. Pilseong gets accused of straight-up ignoring the pecking order and just using an S-rank player to carry him to victory. And dropping that logic, this hunter demands that only the highest-ranking individual should lead the way. Hearing this, our hero does not utter a single word, but his silence speaks volumes. Guangho instantly realizes that his guildmaster is now incredibly triggered. Pilseong then looks at the hunter, asking if he seriously values rank that much. The guy calls it a stupid question. He reminds the old man that in this game, absolutely nothing matters more to hunters than their ranks. Sang-huk finally catches on to something. He remembers saying the exact same tough words a while back. The spearman feels completely humiliated. Pilseong then asks if anyone else has a problem with them joining. The hunters start whispering as the rest of the crew backs him up. It is super obvious nobody wants these B ranks tagging along into the raid. Since they want to act tough, Pilseong decides to force his guild right in. Our boy announces he will teach them a lesson. The A ranks just smirk, thinking this means he actually wants to brawl. Right on cue, Cedric steps up to intervene. He makes it crystal clear that his guildmates are going inside with him, and that is totally not up for debate. The hunter argues back. They cannot afford to carry low-tier B ranks through a seriously deadly A-rank zone. Hearing the whining, Guangho threatens to just leave if they keep complaining. He knows perfectly well this raid is basically a wipe without him. The A ranks think this is completely rigged. Pilseong tells them they are responsible for their own survival, then urges everyone to head inside. Left with zero leverage, the A ranks literally have no choice. Sang-huk just watches all this drama unfold. He is low-key stressed this raid will flop, since the party is completely divided before it even starts. A bit later inside the jungle biome dungeon, the squad quietly clears the map, but the A ranks look absolutely wiped. Seeing everyone sweating, the annoying guy rushes to the S rank for a break. Guangho immediately turns right to his master for orders. Pilseong roasts the pathetic hunters for completely gassing out after a tiny little hike. He heads out to scout, ordering everyone to stay on high alert while they rest. The elites are mauling over some lower-ranked guy bossing them around like scrubs. Honestly, they are practically begging to see our boy fight a real monster, just so he can finally touch grass and know his place. The annoying dude is totally sure Pilseong would get folded without the S rank. This gets the hunters wondering why Guangho even joined the UI guild. Pilseong definitely cannot afford to buy him out. Meanwhile, one guy has completely different problems. That specific hunter is dealing with a brutal stomach ache. It hits him pretty fast that he definitely ate some seriously cursed food. Groaning in massive pain, he turns to the guy standing right beside him. He lets his buddy and the rest of the squad know he needs a quick emergency bathroom break. The curly-haired dude tells his companion to hurry up and handle it. The poor guy sprints off into the bushes to answer nature calling. But he has absolutely no clue that Curly Hair is plotting something highly toxic. Time drags on. Pilseong finds it pretty suspicious. They have not bumped into a single mob yet. This confirms they are not fighting mindless NPCs. They really need to keep their guard up. Meanwhile, as the rest of the party chills out, some guys start cooking up theories that B ranks glitch the dungeon, meaning the spawns are completely broken. The scout walks back, pointing out they had plenty of rest and commands them to move. The A ranks are straight up not having a good time. But either way, the party packs up and moves out. But Curly Hair totally ghosted the team and didn't mention the guy who dipped. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, our guy finally heads back to the spot. He just survived an epic bathroom battle, but then he spots something wild. 0 people around. It honestly doesn't take long for him to realize the entire squad completely ditched him. So he actually sits there debating if he should try catching up with the party, or maybe just camp out until the dungeon gets cleared since moving solo is super sketchy. But hearing all those creepy jungle noises instantly makes the dude change his mind. He's definitely going to find them. Back with the main squad, Guangho approaches his boss. He gives him a quick headcount update and realizes they are short one entire dude. Our goated main character immediately roasts his S rank for missing it, forcing an awkward apology. The missing hunter is some guy named Yoon Dejang from the Perfect Black Guild, and so the Big Bear asks the legendary protagonist what the play is. An A rank would honestly get totally folded alone, especially stuck flying solo in a crazy high-level dungeon. Pilseong reminds everyone how Guangho literally almost caught a cheap death in an A-rank zone. The huge guy instantly defends himself, saying he got jumped. Our hero gets super serious right here and declares they have to find the missing hunter right now, no cap. Right on cue, the arrogant hater steps up, asking if Pilseong seriously wants to split the squad just for a search party. He keeps whining that breaking into smaller groups in this insane dungeon is a massive throw. So the legendary guy completely shuts him down. He will go completely solo. The A rank just bursts out laughing at the B rank for saying something so wild. He says it makes way more sense to just speedrun the whole dungeon instead, but Pilseong knows they probably will not clear it fast enough, which is exactly why they have to find the missing dude instantly. That is when Guangho just volunteers to go retrieve Yoon Dejang himself. The annoying dude completely panics, realizing the main squad is about to be stuck, carrying two weak B ranks alone. He is legitimately terrified of getting wiped out just because these two are total noobs. But surprisingly, Guangho drops a sick flex, saying with his boss around, dying is basically impossible. The S rank firmly tells the squad to follow instructions, leaving the A rank salty as hell. Pilseong then tells his big guy to patch up the missing hunter before anything else. He seriously needs to heal him before dragging him back. And just like that, the absolute unit of an S rank heads out. Pilseong casually says they should keep moving forward too. But plotting a massive betrayal, the A ranks refuse to move an inch. They figure they can just ignore the B ranks now that Guangho is gone. The elite hunters remind them they made it super clear that Pilseong and Sang-yuk were completely uninvited to this raid. And just like that, our two B ranks get fully surrounded. Their fake allies tell them to pack up and drop the raid. Well, unless they can actually prove they have some real skills. Sang-yuk quickly looks at his guild master, realizing they just walked right into an extremely toxic trap. The annoying leader totally remembers our protagonist mentioning how he wanted to teach them a lesson earlier. And wouldn't you know it, suddenly this hater wants to learn something. Looking at the huge numbers disadvantage, Sang-yuk knows this is looking super grim. The A ranks think they have all the leverage. So this absolute clown named Liba Khan decides to hijack the whole party, all just because the 1S rank finally stepped away. Even though this guy totally wants to boot the B ranks, he decides to act generous and let them stay if they actually follow his orders. Pilseong basically asks who made him the boss to act so high and mighty. The obnoxious dude drops his name one more time, and Sang-hyuk realizes it sounds pretty familiar. Lee Baekhan is actually the Moonlight Guild Master. The spear guy is totally shook that the old man has zero clue who they are, especially since they are all ranks. Moonlight is straight up ranked 13th in Korea, mostly because their leader is an S-rank candidate. Lee is absolutely hyped that he has some actual clout. The guild master then recognizes this infamous B rank too. Word on the street is that Sang-hyuk hits just as hard as any A rank, but he calls cap on those rumors just because Sang-hyuk is taking orders from Pilseong. Baekhan flexes that anyone with a brain would follow him with the S rank gone, demanding the guy's final answer. Pilseong figures this dude just wants to play leader because he thinks he is the strongest. The guy proudly agrees to that logic. Our heroes decide that just gives Pilseong another solid reason to take charge instead. The Moonlight Master assumes this B rank has completely lost the plot after hanging around Kwangho for way too long. Pilseong sees this as the perfect chance to force the kid to touch grass. Figuring this is an absolute challenge to a brawl, Baekhan warns the old man he could seriously get wrecked inside a dungeon. But the elder does not care at all. Without warning, the B rank just launches himself straight ahead. He throws a super heavy jab but completely freezes right before it actually connects. Pilseong promises not to hurt the kid. This totally tilts Baekhan, feeling like his mercy is being mocked. The other A ranks jump in, straight up begging their boss to just chill out. He aggressively demands them to let go of him right now. The lady begs him to stop being reckless, totally terrified of the S rank getting mad. But the guild master insists they have to defend their honor and ego. He grips his blade super tight, leaving the rest of the squad absolutely horrified. Instead, he slams the sword right into the dirt. Baekhan will not use a blade against an unarmed guy, so without his main weapon, he is just going to let his fists do all the talking. He totally rushes our hero, but the old man stays completely unfazed by it. Pilseong then just vanishes into thin air. His opponent is dumbfounded. Then he finally notices something flying at his face crazy fast. But once again, Pilseong stops his attack an inch from impact. The B ranks smirk, leaving the whole party entirely shell-shocked. Pilseong asks if he seriously still needs to prove himself to them. The guildmaster knows perfectly well that Pilseong just spared him from a totally nasty hit. Honestly, the guy cannot handle the disrespect anymore, so he grabs his sword right back. Baekhan hates the idea of being looked down on, so he completely loses it and charges our hero with his weapon fully drawn. Meanwhile, Pilseong is so ready to teach this brat a real lesson. But get this, somewhere else in the trees, Yundong searches for his squad, heavily regretting his choices. Right then, he notices a weird movement in the bushes. Hoping to God it is a rescuer, the hunter immediately sprints straight toward the noise. But just as he gets super pumped to see another person, he completely froze, staring straight at a literal 3-foot-tall pigeon. Yoon Daeon just bumped into a monster, and this bird was definitely not catching friendly vibes. The thing immediately hopped back and just started machine gunning feathers right at the hunter. He barely managed to dodge, guarding his head and chest. Still, he caught a stray hit to the knee. Running away wasn't an option anymore. Yoon Daeong kicked himself for thinking this ugly thing was a rescue team. He decided to hold his ground. The bird was solo, so he had to pack it up before it called the whole squad. Without missing a beat, he whipped out his lightning chain. Instantly, the giant pigeon was deep-fried straight from the inside. An extra crispy bird just flopped onto the dirt. The guy finally let out a breath. But right as he tried to dip, 3 more cursed pigeons rolled out from the bushes. Yoon felt his stomach drop. These things definitely move in squads. And judging by those looks, the whole flock was absolutely starving. Now watch this back to the hunter brawl. Pai Ryang asked his rival if he seriously wanted to keep going. The A ranks were shook. Lee Bihan was straight up gasping for air. Bro had not landed a single scratch on the old man. Right then, the guildmaster started screaming that our guy was hacking. But Pai Ryang just shrugged. There was literally zero trickery happening here. Lee Bihan kept crying that a B rank like him could never body an A rank. So the annoying dude was completely convinced the old man used some totally crazy game exploit. With that, Pai Ryang decided he was done talking. The legendary hunter activated his Dragon Slayer skill, locking the guy in place, and dropped into a combat stance. He told Lee Bihan to stay completely frozen. The dude instantly knew it was game over if that attack actually connected. Then, Pai Ryang just let a freezing slash rip. Lee Bihan started begging for his life, until he finally realized he was never the actual target anyway. The young guy absolutely lost it when he saw what was creeping up right behind him. Meanwhile, the elder stayed completely chill. As those mutated pigeons shattered into ice cubes, Lee Bi-hung collapsed onto the dirt. Bro was still traumatized by the monsters sneaking up on him. Right then, the rest of the hunters sprinted over to check on him. As for our hero, he casually strolled up to the Moonlight Master. He asked if the guy still thought those ranks were the ultimate flex. Lee Bi-han was completely speechless. Back in the dungeon, Yoon Daeong was sprinting for his life. But those birds were moving at totally broken speeds. He dodged another deadly strike. But still, he definitely caught some nasty bruises along the way. The hunter quickly charged up his hand with raw lightning, and he slammed the monster with literally everything he had. The creepy bird got fried internally. As it dropped, the hunter immediately went back to running for it. But turning his head, he saw a massive claw right next to his face. They snagged his shoulder, and the second pigeon fully locked him down right there. Yoon Daeong could not break out of those brutal talons at all. He was just totally helpless now. Right here, you would honestly think the dude was about to get packed up forever, until suddenly, a savior dropped in. That pigeon got its head chopped off instantly. The A-rank just watched, completely shook. Guan Ho checks in on the guy asking if he caught any injuries. The dude is absolutely shook seeing an S-rank hunter just pull up. Then Yoon Do-san gets told to stand up. Guang Ho calls him out for getting lost in a dungeon. Like, bro, you are an A-rank, why are you griefing the whole squad? Do-san apologizes, explaining he literally just had to go touch grass and handle a bathroom emergency. But to his absolute shock, Yoon Do-san gets chewed out for not giving anyone a heads up. So he spills the tea he actually did tell a hunter in their party. He totally lost his mind coming back and realizing the squad just ditched him. This immediately gets the S-rank interested. Guang Ho throws out a wild theory that Hunter kept his mouth shut on purpose. Yoon Do-san is horrified. His savior straight up claims that the other hunter definitely wanted him dead and gone. He cannot process this at all since he literally never met anyone in the party before. But when Guang Ho says they need to go press the culprit, serious determination sparks up in the injured guy's eyes. The S-rank then declares they gotta hustle and get back super fast. Also, they do not trigger the absolute wrath of the elder. The A-rank has zero clue who Guang Ho means, making the big bear sigh hard. He just flat out says they have a super stubborn elder on the squad. Shortly after, the Moonlight Master barks at everyone to form a line. So after a quick head count, the guy tells his expedition leader the squad is completely locked in. Pil Ryong tells everyone to gear up since they are hitting the boss room soon. The old man is pretty hyped about how quick and efficient these youngsters are. Right then, his subordinate decides to pull him aside for a private chat. Sang-wook desperately wants to know who their hero actually is. Seeing how easily Pil Ryan absolutely clapped Lee Baek-hun, he finally gets why an S-rank happily simps for him. This blows his mind. Honestly, same. The guildmaster could easily rock a higher rank. He totally would have if he did not just troll during the evaluation. And yet, Pil Ryong is hard stuck at B rank because he thinks the whole system is mid. But the spearman confirms that rank is honestly fake news when it comes to actual hunter skills. That makes Pil Ryong point out how Sang-wook is basically A-rank tier despite rocking a B-rank badge. The protagonist clarifies that ranks are literally just some goofy label the association slaps on people. So if Sang-wook wants to stop being an NPC for the organization, he needs to stop caring about their trash standards. And dropping that absolute truth bomb, the team leader just keeps walking. From the looks of it, the spearman has a whole lot to think about now. Later on, the hunters start stressing out. Down in a super humid jungle zone, the fog is getting ridiculously thick. Only then does our hero spot something super sketchy, immediately yelling for everyone to halt. Pil Ryong warns them about some crazy incoming aggro. The A-ranks are left absolutely horrified. Right then, a freakishly giant pigeon spawns in and instantly dive bombs the humans. The creature then starts spamming its own feathers as projectiles. Even so, the hunters manage to clutch up and block every single one. Pil Ryong orders the crew to stay chill and keep their tight formation. Suddenly, a second pigeon tries to gank Sang-wook from the side. The spearman instantly parries the incoming claw just to get the bird off him. Sang-wook decides to actually pop his skills, and with one sick slash, the pigeon gets totally decapitated. Baeko braces himself for impact, and just like that, another monster gets sliced in half. Only then do the guys realize way more monsters are camping the area. Pil Ryong tells them not to freak out. Then he spots it, and yeah, it's packing some insanely huge, razor-sharp claws. Zero mercy in those dead eyes. Enter the giant chicken. Pilong instantly clocks this overgrown poultry as the dungeon boss. The massive bird straight up unleashes an absolutely horrifying, ear-piercing screech. Pilong pauses for a quick sec. After weighing his options, he decides to solo this absolute unit. The bird immediately senses the bad vibes, so it catches some major air and prepares to drop a sick attack. But the legendary hunter does not even blink. Pilong casually parries every single slash while steadily pushing forward, completely panicking the boss. Because our hero is already totally closing the gap between them. The monster decides it desperately needs to create some distance. Our hero is getting super annoyed by its speed, so he opts to end this right now. Just like that, he starts straight up bullying the chicken. The party is absolutely shook watching him solo an A-rank boss. Suddenly, the bird charges up a heavy attack and blasts a terrifying energy breath. It hits way too hard, leaving the legendary hero no choice but to dodge. But right as he sticks the landing, Pilong spots something super sus underneath him. Some nasty black goo is completely covering his entire body. Our protagonist is hella confused because this junk is totally restricting his movement. Refusing to miss a free shot, the chicken starts charging another massive attack. The old man realizes he is in a seriously rough spot. Boom! The boss fires off a crazy, powerful ray of pure energy. Watching this go down, all the hunters are absolutely terrified for their leader. Well, everyone except one guy. Curly Hair is actually hyped seeing the legend step into his trap. He isn't doing this to be toxic, he is just strictly following his orders. The chicken waits for the smoke to clear to check on its cooked prey. Instead, the bird gets a massive reality check. Pilong is totally goated. A weak attack like that literally could not scratch him. The monster suddenly notices something fast incoming. Unplaying games, the hunter decides to wrap this up, charging headfirst at the creature. One clean slash later, the beast loses its head entirely. Just like that, this hyped-up A-rank boss gets turned into a literal KFC bucket. Lee Bae-hun has never seen anyone solo a creature like this in his life. The protagonist takes a quick second to catch his breath. Dungeon cleared, time to head back to Earth and maybe touch grass. A little later, the exit portal finally drops, and the whole squad steps out. Lee Bae-hun gives Pilong a huge shout-out for basically hard-carrying the entire successful raid. But then the man pivots to some much darker business. Watch this, the rat is finally exposed. Turns out, one of Bae-hun's own guild members is actually a mole for the association. The Moonlight Master immediately apologizes for completely missing the red flags earlier. Even so, he totally gets why the association would try pulling a stunt like this. Pilong breaks it down, they just wanted to grief them. The association is terrified of his guild. That is exactly why they tried staging a fatal little accident inside the dungeon. The plan was to pin it on Guanho and completely trash Yule's good reputation. The Moonlight Master remembers seeing our hero flex on live TV, openly declaring war on the association. He already knew those corporate suits were never the good guys to begin with, but he really didn't expect them to play this dirty. So Baek Gwan-ho decides his guild is dragging the association straight to court. But Pilsen points out this paints a huge target on their backs. Our boy even says the guy doesn't need to get dragged into this mess. Still, there was one major flex totally within his power. Later on at a fresh location, Taejin is completely hyped over the new guild office. Pilsen has zero clue how to handle all this crazy energy. When they ask why he is acting so extra, the B-rank hunter just says he wanted to visit the hero after hearing about this brand new guild. He is super bummed nobody tipped him off, because he is dead set on being a goated asset to them. But when the old man says they can't just beg another guild for favors, Taejin literally offers to jump ship right then and there. Big mistake. Taejin freezes in absolute horror as a seriously terrifying aura creeps up right behind him. The guy standing there is none other than his own guild master. Seo-chan makes it crystal clear Taejin can totally ditch their squad anytime he wants. Taejin desperately backpedals, claiming he was just goofing off. Sweating under that savage death glare, the dude tries keeping his cool before totally cracking, running over to his boss, and aggressively apologizing. Taejin swears on his life he will die repping Jongchan. Watching this pathetic display, Seo-chan just smirks. He pats his employee on the back, saying he was just trolling. Taejin lets out a massive sigh of relief, but his boss definitely isn't finished talking yet. Seo-chan casually adds that he really hates his crew running side quests while on company time, so the young hunter nervously says peace out and sprints straight back to his job. Watching him run off, the old man tells his buddy to chill out and cut the kid some slack. Turns out, Seo-chan just wanted to boot Taejin out of the room entirely so they could finally talk without interruptions. He immediately demands to know what old man An just asked the Moonlight Master to do. In reality, he wanted him to drop a massive rumor completely, catching Shuk-chan off guard. The leak was all about a brand new S-rank stepping up. When they ask who exactly he means, Pilsen just points a finger and claims the title himself. Seo-chan is absolutely stunned. Gwang-ho then drops a ridiculously wild comment, triggering the Jongchan guildmaster instantly. The two elite hunters are basically ready to throw hands. Since the association still desperately wants our main guy cancelled permanently, their attack dogs will keep treating a B rank like free XP. Watch closely, everything changes the second he hits that top tier. Honestly, the only reason the association struggles to cancel Gwang-ho is purely because of his S-rank status. Pilsun, he literally does not give a damn about ranks. But it is the only way to shield his crew. Seo-chan totally recognizes his master's classic logic here. Gwang-ho says the ops will never just hand over that power, they will invent some trash rule to block his promotion entirely. Pilsen fires back none of those fake S ranks out there could even keep their titles if his master fails this new busted standard. And when he hints that the weakest scrub would definitely get demoted first, number 20 immediately steps up, highly offended. Because the association will absolutely rig his rank up, Pilsen needs an insider who understands their toxic mindset. Seo-chan starts sweating, wondering exactly who this poor victim is. Right on cue, somebody casually strolls right into the room. Sang-huk finally decided to drop in. He immediately pitches himself to the Chongsan guildmaster like a total pro. Pilseong flexes hard, claiming this kid totally understands the association inside and out. But watch closely, the whole vibe just feels extremely sketchy. Cut to later tonight at HQ, the lab doors are completely locked down. Somebody is doom-scrolling inside. And yeah, she looks incredibly tilted right now. Turns out the internet is blowing up over that rogue B rank fighting the association. Dude hard carried an A rank raid solo. The huntress is literally chewing her nails off. She is totally mauling that one boomer is causing this much absolute chaos. Suddenly, someone actually breaches her private lab. This newcomer approaches the scientist super chill. Clearly, she wants to spill tea. Suk-shan instantly clocks her. It is none other than Hunter Chong Yurim. Smirking a bit, the blonde girl feels totally gassed up by the quick recognition. But the scientist brushes it off as basic common sense. Makes sense. This girl is literally the fourth strongest S rank in the nation. Yurim is the sole heir to the Silkio group, basically the association's biggest whale. Riding that massive corporate backing, she easily bought her way up to the number 4 spot. And yeah, that insane clout went straight to her head. Suk-shan cuts the small talk, demanding her actual reason for visiting. This makes Yurim realize nobody dropped the big update yet. So she drops a massive bomb on her. She just joined the Hunter Association roster. The blonde girl is honestly just here to vibe check and say hi. Suk-shan claims she is super flattered by the hype. Walking in, the newbie quickly noticed her coworkers are basically all ancient dudes. So she totally gets why they call this scientist the peak aesthetic of the organization. She wants them to be besties, but Suk-shan thinks that is honestly just hilarious. Yurim then decides to leak a crazy rumor she heard on the way. It involves the exact guy living rent-free in her head. Yep, talking about that young hunter who recently went viral for one specific stunt. Dude literally flipped the entire association upside down. But word on the street says this kid is actually the goated hunter who vanished 10 years back. Sukshan is not even shocked that the Silkyo group dug up top-tier classified intel. She points out how Taewon and Pilsen used to run in the same squad. So people are low-key stressing that the president might actually fumble this whole rising threat situation. Seriously, take note, these rookies definitely did their homework beforehand. They know way more about the internal drama than Sukshan does at this point. Yurim brags about having elite networking, since her corporate group practically owns the place. Having heard enough, the scientist tells her to stop capping and get to the point. Yurim casually offers to permanently delete that problematic hunter from her life. But the scientist is super confused why this random newbie is offering a massive carry. Yurim clocks the hesitation. Sukshan obviously wants to know the actual price tag, so she pitches a team-up, saying association members should definitely stick together. Basically, Yurim just wants an IOU she can cash in later down the line. Honestly, that deal sounds pretty sick. Right then, the scientist decides to address the massive elephant in the room, demanding to know who this guy even is. Turns out, this dude is Kinahan, an S-rank hunter and the association's newest recruit. Sion wants to know if he rolls with the Seinong group too, so Yurim drops the lore he was actually her assistant before joining up. Sion instantly compares him to a knight guarding his precious princess. But honestly, looking closer, she thinks he gives off major babysitter vibes instead. That little roast absolutely strikes a nerve with our so-called princess. Catching on that her unannounced pop-in totally annoyed the scientist, she decides it is time to bounce. Before dipping though, she tells Sion not to forget who just offered up a massive helping hand. Mic drop, the lady straight up leaves the room. Sion is left sitting there with some heavy mental math. She can hardly wrap her head around Chung Yurim being a colleague now. Honestly, she's convinced some sus scheme is brewing. Cut to the next day at a cafe, where Sang-yuk is chilling solo with a drink. The guy is absolutely zoning out in his own head. Just a bit earlier, they completely leaked the association methods to our hero and his squad. Sang-yuk clearly had a burning question to drop. He wanted the real tea on the connection between his master and the head of Chong-chan. This makes Chong-chan realize the old guy totally left the rookie out of the loop. So Pilong reminds him his backstory is crazy unbelievable, plus they had way too much going on lately. The S-rank kicks things off by mentioning the legendary hunter who literally ghosted 10 years ago. Right then, Sang-yuk finally starts putting the puzzle together. Seeing his face, Sion confirms it. The guy sitting right there is none other than the legendary hunter. Snapping back to reality, the kid tries to process this heavy lore drop. If his teacher is actually the goated Pilong, it makes total sense why S-rank hunters are bowing down. An old dude randomly getting his youth back sounds like straight cap, crazy stuff. But it actually brings everything together perfectly. Sang-yuk realizes he is caught in a crazy mess. He starts sweating over the fact that he is literally sitting in the legendary hunter guild right now. He honestly starts wondering if he should just rage quit immediately. Right then, somebody actually recognizes him. Judging by their vibe, these two dudes seem to be past acquaintances. Sang-yuk spots Mok and Bam Su right before getting violently grabbed by the collar. One of them is totally seeing red, spitting that Sang-yuk should have never shown up. Sang-yuk has zero clue what is going on. Then the guy starts completely pinning the blame on him. And by the looks of things, this problem is not low-key at all. Get your popcorn ready. Sang-yuk is in a major jam. Done taking this absolute disrespect, our spearman quickly forces the guy to let go of his shirt. Sang-yuk demands they explain this unhinged behavior right away. His toxic ex-friends accuse him of being a massive snake for leaving their guild in shambles. But the spearman claps back he could not care less after they literally replaced him with Cho Han-min. His old buddies yell at him to have some basic decency. These guild guys are foaming at the mouth, completely blaming their guild master's terrible state on him. Right then, the brown-haired dude finally calms his boyfriend down. Now it is his turn to talk. Huge plot twist here. Turns out the guildmaster never actually wanted Sang-yuk to leave. But the B rank throws shade, saying it's entirely their bad for letting a dude like Hunman join up. But here's the wild plot twist. It turns out Sang-yuk himself is the actual reason this guy got recruited to begin with. He was the one constantly whining about his teammates being weak, begging for some overpowered hunters to carry them. Because of all that complaining, they ended up scouting a legit A rank. And that absolute unit turned out to be Choi Hunman. At first, Hunman's insane stats totally carried the guild, boosting their rank and actually putting them on the map. Everyone was super hyped, thinking they had finally made it to the big leagues. But Sang-yuk just clowned his old squad for trusting a guy like that. And honestly, his gut feeling was totally spot on. Hunman didn't give 2 cents about the Millions Guild. Right after the spearman bailed, the A rank finally dropped the mask. He basically started a toxic takeover, kicking out anyone who dared to speak up against him. In zero time flat, he had the entire guild wrapped around his little finger. Just like that, Hanman totally flexed on Sanguk, snatching all the real authority, turning himself into a total Shadow Guild master. Now the A rank is actively trying to boot the founders, leaving Sanguk out in the cold without any real backup. Sanguk felt pretty smug, thinking they finally understood how goated he actually was. He hits them with the classic, "It is completely your loss for letting me walk away." The brown-haired hunter straight up admits he has regrets. When pressed on it, he says his biggest regret is not kicking Sanguk to the curb way earlier. The actual guildmaster seriously believed in his potential, but Sanguk just kept crying about their low stats and threatening to ditch the party. Because of all that toxic behavior, they were pressured into scouting Choi Hunman. He totally did it without even considering the massive red flags. So yeah, they straight up tell him the guild would be doing way better if he had just touched grass elsewhere. Sanguk is completely stunned. Having dropped that massive truth bomb, the two hunters decide they are done wasting their breath. This leaves the silver-haired spearman super salty, since he still wanted to argue. Right then, his former teammate stops walking. He admits he has to respect the spearman as a legit high-tier hunter. But he tells Sanguk to ask himself, is it really Hunman's fault that nobody even tried to stop you quitting? Since the B rank already joined a brand new squad, his old friends sarcastically wish him the best of luck there. As they walk off, Sanguk is left completely rattled by the savage roast. Fast forward to the Millions Guild, the vibes in the meeting room are totally dead. Their monthly raid stats, just pure garbage. And honestly, the guild's overall performance is totally crashing and burning right now. The guy running the meeting goes quiet, prompting the A-rank Choi Hunman to furiously demand a real explanation. One of the executives nervously explains that they have been losing crazy amounts of members lately. A bunch of them were B ranks, who literally hard-carried the entire guild. So with a stat drop being completely unavoidable at this point, the guy gets seriously tilted. Hunman tells the room to stop coping and making excuses. In his eyes, the people who rage quit were just useless NPCs anyway. He insists those exact members were basically dead weight holding their guild back. Choi Hunman takes a heavy, super dramatic breath. He dares anyone in the room to step up and question his toxic methods. Instantly, every single hunter in there feels absolute dread chill them to the bone. To keep the peace, the actual guild master just takes the L and blames himself. Sweat on collars. Nobody in the room dared call cap on his lies. Hunman just grinned, told them he had absolutely sick plans brewing. He laid it out, the Millions Guild only goes goated if they shut up and blindly follow his lead. Throats swallowed hard. Not a single soul dared to push back against it. The heavy door suddenly swung open. Founders sweating. Hunman immediately put Minsok and Bomik on blast for dragging their feet to the meeting. A cold smirk. "Keep slacking like that," he warned, "and watch what kind of special treatment you get." Voices cracked. They hastily promised they would be way more careful. Right then, a phone vibrated hard inside the guy's back pocket. Hunman snapped the meeting shut. No extra words, he just turned around and walked right out. Out in the hallway, he hit answer. He kept his voice low. Told the caller the setup was running perfectly. By the sound of things, that hype payout was finally within their reach. "I will not fumble this," he quietly promised. Cut to a dank dungeon. Massive, disgusting moss freaks cornered the raiding party. Spearman looked cornered, then his boots tore up dirt as he hurled himself straight in. Sanguk ducked a heavy swipe, driving his blade right into its gaping jaws. Pilong was also deep in the mud. One clean six swing of his sword. The beast tore completely in half. And honestly, who could blame them? The others just stood there, jaws dropped. They could not process these two wrecking an A rank. People started whispering who the hell actually are these two guys. Fast forward. The dungeon broke, dumping the surviving crew safely back on Earth. Lungs burning, Sanguk was just thrilled to be breathing. Pilong gave a nod look at you, totally catching the vibe of a rank clears. Sanguk shook his head, passing all the clout right back to his master. Master looked pretty hyped. The massive promotion exam was under 30 days out. Odds were pretty high the association would try some shady stalling tactics on our guys. In fact, Pilong knew those suits might use the test to actually put them in body bags. Didn't matter. They had to go in and absolutely flex their true worth. Sanguk gripped his spear, hands shaking, doubting he could actually pull it off. Master just clapped his shoulder. "You got this." "Your raw stats," he said, "are already completely on that A rank level." Sanguk clenched his jaw. Remembered his old friend trashing him over Cho Hanman joining up. Blood boiled just thinking about it. He would hit a rank and shut them up. He craved that moment, proving kicking him out was the biggest fumble of their lives. Right then, somebody waved his master over. "Give me a sec," Pilong muttered, leaving the spearman standing there by himself. Footsteps approached. Some young hunter walked right up, acting like they were totally locked in. Blank stare. Sanguk had absolutely zero memory of this dude. Park Jian, the kid nervously said, used to run with the old Falcon Guild, claimed they had actually cleared a dungeon together back in the day. Sanguk narrowed his eyes, asked the kid straight up what he wanted. Gut punch. The kid instantly dropped the name Cho Hanman into the conversation. Jian mentioned how Hanman was chilling in the Millions Guild now, just like him. Sanguk tensed up. Told the kid he bailed on that toxic guild ages ago. Sang-yuk immediately demands to know why Ji-hoon is even bringing this up right now. Turns out, the hunter just wants to expose Hanman for who he truly is, because that guy is actually a notorious guild hunter. Sang-yuk has literally never heard this sketchy term. Basically, guild hunters are total parasites who join up just to kick out the OG members, steal the whole squad, and sell it off for cash. Sang-yuk is just absolutely disgusted. A bunch of guilds have already fallen victim to Hanman and his greasy scams, with the Falcon Guild being one of his latest targets. Jihan actually just spotted the Million Master recently. The dude was hanging out with that exact hunter. From the looks of it, Hanman is totally targeting his guild next. But honestly, since Sang-yuk is not even in Million anymore, this whole messy situation is not his problem. With all that said, Ji-hoon dips out and tells the spearman to stay super paranoid about that snake. Afterward, Sang-yuk starts stressing over how the Million Guild is in massive danger. Right then, the guild master walks up to his zoned-out friend. That finally snaps the spearman right back to reality. Pilang notices his bro is totally spacing out and asks if anything is wrong, but Sang-yuk immediately plays it off and denies everything. In that exact moment, Sang-yuk makes a huge choice, but just when it seems like he might drop the truth bomb on our hero, he completely bails. He randomly claims he has to go take care of something right away. Pilang finds this whole exit super sus. Later on at the Million Guild, as Sang-yuk walks down the hall around sunset, everybody is just staring at him like he's crazy. Those members cannot comprehend why their old coworker is back in their headquarters until someone suddenly blocks his path. This founding member demands a straight answer. Sang-yuk just tells him he needs to see the guild master, but the brown-haired guy completely refuses to let this outsider just walk past. Getting annoyed, the spearman roughly shoves his old friend aside, when out of nowhere, he hears a very familiar voice call out. The speaker is none other than Choi Hanman. Immediately, the guild hunter demands to know what Sang-yuk is doing here. After hearing the spearman is here for the guild master, Hanman smugly declares that he absolutely needs to book an appointment first. He then orders him to touch grass and leave quietly. Sang-yuk decides to push forward anyway, but suddenly finds a sharp knife pointed right at his face. Hanman straight up declares that if this B rank keeps acting extra, he will gladly beat him down and drag him outside. He even threatens to brutally embarrass the spearman in front of the whole squad. So now, this totally evil hunter has him trapped at knife point. Sang-yuk is caught in one massive cliffhanger here. The video wraps up right here. If you want to binge the next insane part, definitely smash that notification bell. Catch you guys next time on Tobs.